the tone, yeah, I raise the bar. I go to work, I make it look easy. Play hard, work smart, I'm easy breezy. Sugar daddy, no, that's honey. Don't give him any sugar, he suckers me all his money. Wanna live lavish, you need a clue. Then look to me, I'll tell you what to do. Repeat after me. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, peace, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Now bring it out, it's your time to glow. You all the baddest, put on a show. Don't be afraid, let everyone know. Don't be shy, just lose all control and work it. Go hit a full split, tear up the floor. Go ahead, snatch those whips. Repeat after me. I am the vixen, I am the stallion. I don't need fixin', but I do need all your attention. All these diamonds on me, they glisten. When I talk, yeah, everyone listens, cause I'm somewhat of an addiction. Now work those hips and thighs. You're out here changing lives. It's time, so let's get wild, 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 and put in work. Work, 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 put in work. Work, okay, work, work, today, work, work, today, work, work. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any door, serving body, face, and more. Confidence is key, and my keys all jingling. I can open any safe, serving body, hair, and face.
already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my itch, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Steady be coming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that, yeah. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Fire.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. Yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Todo el mundo sabe, yo soy poderosa. Si te caigo mal, es que estás celosa. No soy santa, tampoco soy mafiosa. Puedo ser dulce.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fire through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? He the favorite, any race that he enters. Look at their face, they all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
Down to the final two, deciding who will advance further to the grand finals. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals. You are still with me, Rose, and of course Clara, live from Istora Senayan, Jakarta.
Masih berada di Istora Senayan, Jakarta. Bunda Clara Monster dan juga Rose menyambut kalian semua pencinta Mobile Legends tentunya di lower bracket final untuk mencari tahu siapakah yang akan melanjut ke babak grand final bersama dengan tim dari Indonesia Onyx yang sedang menanti untuk lawan mereka di final lower bracket ini. Akan ada dua tim, perwakilan satu dari Philippines, Happy Brand, dan juga perwakilan dari Indonesia, Bigetron Alpha.
Now, for those of you guys who did not understood what Clara said, Onyx has advanced and is sitting at the grand finals waiting for the other grand finalists, which will be decided in this lower bracket finals match. We will be witnessing another best of 5 series from Bigetron Alpha going against AP Brand from the Philippines. Will it be a Indo versus Indo grand finals like what Moreno wants? Or will it be a Philippines versus Indo grand finals?
Yes, karena ini memang sesuai dengan para player inginkan kemarin, Moreno yang menginginkan Indonesia dan Indonesia ada di grand final. Tapi sepertinya Happy Brand bukanlah lawan yang bisa ditaklukkan dengan mudah karena kita lihat perjalanan dari Happy Brand. Mereka begitu kuat dari group stage dan bahkan di babak playoff mereka diturunkan oleh sang grand finalis baru saja kemarin dengan game yang sangat intens, match yang begitu panas di panggung ini. Dan tentu saja ini kita melihat bahwa Bigetron Alpha di babak playoff mereka benar-benar tim super memberikan yang terbaik dan 2-0 kemarin penutupan hari yang kemarin dan saat ini mereka membawa percaya diri yang sangat besar untuk bisa menjadi grand finalis selanjutnya.
Yes, yes. Now, AP Brand is a force to be reckoned with. That is for sure. They are the only Philippine representative left. However, Bigetron Alpha is another beast that they have to go through in order to get their revenge on Onyx after Onyx dropped them to the lower bracket last night.
Yes, keduanya punya motivasi yang sangat besar tentunya untuk babak ini dan ini dalam best of 5 series. Semuanya akan bersiap tentunya. Ini adalah game yang sangat panjang dan bahkan siapapun yang menang dalam match ini mereka harus beradu kembali dalam best of 7 di babak grand final.
Yes, now I'm sure Istora Senayan cannot wait. So how about let's throw it over to a video before we kickstart the final lower bracket match.
Match pertama, match penentuan siapakah yang memang harus dipulangkan.
Kita juga support masih bisa bertahan tapi tidak untuk melewatkan dan catching lagi yang menjadi saja. Wida, ada pedal harus dikeluarkan.
terakhir.
The reason they were able to beat Red Giants was because they were just individually better.
I feel really great and happy because Red Giants is a really strong team. So I'm just really happy that we won.
I think Red Giants, despite me predicting that they would lose instantly, I think they gave a very good fight.
Mereka dipertemukan dengan kita sengaja lalu dipisahkan oleh damage yang menyakitkan dan hilanglah sudah. Malah langsung hilang dan sangat cepat. Bagi kemana Evan? Tidak Panumu yang memang sudah ada blessing. Do it for winning untuk B. Get on.
Perasaan gue jujur sangat senang karena emang kayak masih dikasih kesempatan. Jadi ya untuk kedepannya kita bakal tetap lakuin yang terbaik. Persiapan buat lawan mereka ya kita ke arah lebih pengen enjoy aja sih. Gak mau mikirin lawan kita siapa dan gimana nanti cara kita main dan menang.
Brandon Abate gagal dan flashing kuat terus cewek. Berhasil mendapatkan satu point kill. Memberikan belakang cewek. Karena dari Viol terpaksa ditangkap oleh Sorsan. Asta mampu didapatkan. Kenny berikan belakang. Masih coba bertahan di depan sana. Dia belum menarik siapapun dan lihat. Langsung ada mancing yang mantap. Super Marco hilang. Oding menuju ke Grand Final.
It feels very good that we beat Brent because they are also very strong. We got to come back with 2 games.
We all say our draft is bad, but we can't do anything to change that draft. So we must do our best in game.
Well, Colliers, this is the top 3 play from yesterday. And you can see Super Ken here winning 56%.
Yep. When Cat
My thoughts on the team BTR, I think they are very strong and their playstyle are the same as ours. That's why when we fought, I think it's really neck and neck and it's really close. And I hope that we fight them again at playoffs because we wanna redeem ourselves.
Oke boykot, ini bencana lihat fokus ke Mesya. Gak boleh apapun yang terjadi. Piket Nova berhasil membolakkan Eko.
Pendapatku tentang itu ya mungkin kita hoki lah. Tapi besok kita bakal buktiin kalau kita udah nggak hoki lagi. Ya pasti kita nganalisis mereka lah. Kita liatin cara mereka main. Ya bisa dibilang ngerti tapi dibilang nggak ngerti juga. Ya kita cuma lihat apa yang mereka mainin lah. Terus ya kita coba perbaikin gameplay kita supaya kita bisa ngalahin mereka. Ya buat Happy Brand siap-siap aja besok kita bakal kalahin kalian lagi.
Lower bracket final pertama kita Bigetron Alpha. Mari sambut tim robot merah, tim super Bigetron Alpha.
And now it's time for the other lower bracket grand finalists. The remaining Filipino team left in the Snapdragon Pro Series is Tora Sanayan. Give it up for AP Brand. The boys look ready. Once again, it's Stora Senayan, AP Bren.
Wow, hari ini akan menjadi hari yang panjang. Best of 5 series, tim super dan juga mereka memiliki super. Sama-sama super, tapi siapakah yang lebih superior di dalam match hari ini?
Yes, both teams have supers in their IGN, but which one is the stronger super? Which one is superior? Which one will be getting that last grand final slot?
Semuanya pasti penasaran karena lagi dan lagi satu slot saja yang tersisa untuk Grand Final supaya mereka bisa mengangkat trofi yang sudah tersedia.
So before we throw it over to the panel, I want to ask, Stora Senayan, are you ready?
Yeah, we're ready, Rose.
Okay, since you guys are ready, the boys are ready. Let us throw it over to our panelists to break down what's going to be happening on the first match. Panelists, kindly take it away.
We started the challenge finals with 12 teams. Now there are only 3 left remaining. All these months has come to this point, ladies and gentlemen. The final ticket, the final slot for the grand finals. It's going to bank on this next best of 5 between AP Bren as well as Bigatron Alpha. And with that, let's welcome you to the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. Here on the panel, it is going to be me, Aeterna, as your desk host, alongside Goni as well as Kolios. Today, we are going to be sending another team home. Is it going to be Indonesia or the final, the sliver of hope that the Philippines has in this tournament?
It's gonna be brutal indeed. Let's see here. Indo PH, a classic MLBB matchup. And again, whoever wins this match will go up to the grand finals.
Yeah,
and Onyx is waiting.
And both of them already like having a long journey, but we're gonna see
the brackets. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the playoff brackets. It's all gonna come down to this. No more lives, everything at stake. And the Philippines, man, their only hope left in AP Bren, with Echo going home yesterday to the hands of the brutal Bigatron Alpha. Will they be able to send another Filipino team home? Let's see.
Let's see.
Yeah, because we know that yesterday, Bigatron just beat Echo. Clean sweep by 2-0. But now their opponent are the AP Bren. As we know, even Onyx having a hard time when facing against AP Bren.
I mean, seeing Bigatron's performance here, they will lock in at least 17,000. And again, they've sent home RCPH, they sent home Echo. Will the trend continue?
You're right. It definitely is going to come down to this point. They all want to keep their eyes on that 65 grand at first place. Gonna propel them forward and motivate them in the next upcoming M series.
Because the total prize pool is the 150,000 US dollar. That's a lot, Aeterna.
It's huge. I don't even know what to do with that amount of money. I'd buy production ice cream. Because they've done a good job. I'm pretty sure they're also as tired as we are. But here it is, today's schedule. We have 2 matches ahead of us. A best of 5 in Bigatron Alpha and AP Bren. And whoever is going to be able to win that one will move forward to the grand finals in a best of 7. Even if it's Bigatron, whether it be AP Bren, both of them stand a chance to play a total of 12 matches today.
Yep. Either it's gonna be Indo versus Indo or another revenge match between the AP Bren versus Onyx itself.
You know what? Anybody who wins this match has a good storyline, right? AP Bren going up against Onyx. We saw that in the group stage, now here earlier in the final upper bracket, and potentially in the grand finals. Also Bigatron, if they advance to the grand finals. Great storyline, Indo v Indo.
Fun fact, only AP Bren as well as Bigatron Alpha are left who were playing during the qualifiers, challenge season. I'm not sure how far it goes back. We need to double check on that, but that's it, right? So all of the invited teams
here in the challenge finals has been taken down. The only exception is the one standing at the very top right now, waiting in the grand finals, and that's Onyx.
But fun fact, last time on the international stage when Indo versus Indo, correct me if I'm wrong, it's the MSC 2019 between Onyx versus Louvre. So it's already 4 years until right now if the Indo versus Indo happening on this stage.
Well, I guess we don't count MPLI then?
MPLI.
Because last time
it's
MPLI
no stage,
was
right?
Geek Fam as well. Oh, okay, true.
Yeah, no
On
offline
stage.
event.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the Indo here, will it happen? Because Bigatron, they're going up against AP Brand, a team that is very strong, and chemistry-wise, they already are a unit. Seeing them play, seeing their series going up against Onyx yesterday, it was the crazy full best of 5 series.
So are we gonna see it's a best of 5 series? We gonna use all the game until the game number 5, or is it gonna be clean sweep? 3-0. Is
That's
it gonna
a
be Bigatron
tough
or
one.
AP Brand?
Yeah, that's a tough one because last time around when it was Bigatron going against RSGPH or even Echo, I was like, okay, full best of 3 series.
But nope.
But no, it was a clean sweep. So Bigatron Alpha, they definitely have this X factor that not a lot of teams and not even us on the panel really know about or understand. The creativity in their drafts is something that we do see similar to AP Bren as well, because remember, against their series against Onyx, they did pull in a Fredrin mid. It worked out for a bit until it didn't. So Coach Ducky, Coach Aldo, this is going to be the showdown to remember. Both of them masterminds in their own right, creative geniuses in their own right. So I don't know what to expect for the drafts. I don't think that we can predict it too much.
So it's not the battles between the players only, but it's the battle between the math scientists, between the Coach Ducky and Coach Aldo. Oof.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. And to add to your point here, not just drafts like what we cannot expect from both teams, but also a comment from Sanji post-interview yesterday. He said, hey, Bigatron, very different rotations on if you compare it to their screams. So they were nervous playing the series.
Oh, interesting. But now let's take a look at the top 3 plays from yesterday. Who actually won the votes? And it's going to be Super Ken, 56%. Sakai's at number 2, Sorizo at number 3. And this was the brilliant play that Super Ken was able to do. And it's so crazy. How is he able to utilize so many different heroes in the jungle, stay consistent, always be ahead of the curve, being 2-3 levels ahead of the enemy jungler? His rotations, I don't understand it at this point, right? Because if he's banking on rotations at this point, shouldn't someone be able to read his pattern? Or is it just random every time he goes into a different game?
I think that might be possible, right? His rotation is scenario. Perhaps he has multiple scenarios if you talk about rotation, and perhaps he plays around that scenarios of ABC. I think that is what throwing the opponents of Bigatron off guard.
Yeah. That's why a pattern must be created if they have the habit. But now I think all of them are gonna prove, of course, on this final lower bracket. So we're gonna see the strategy.
Yeah, we will, definitely. And it's not a best of 3 anymore. Nothing boils down to luck at this point. Bigatron Alpha as well as AP Bren, they have to bring out the big guns today as we welcome the official team lineup here for BTR. We have Sorizo, Super Ken, Moreno, Saken, as well as Super Vin. And I would say at this point, this is their strongest 5.
Because KYY is not playing again on this final lower bracket, but it's the strongest because yesterday with this roster, they beat Echo 2-0.
Yeah, it's going to be very nasty indeed here. It seems like Moreno, again, very, very scary mid laner, right? Especially given the Valentina, we saw how creative this guy can bring to the table.
I mean, he even said in the interview yesterday with the 2 hosts, with Rose as well as Kalara, he was like, you know, AP Bren, I got a message for you. If you want to win, ban out my Valentina.
Are they gonna receive the message and do it?
That a bait though is the question, right? I mean, looking at the heroes as well, we saw how Sorizo, not just very versatile in the hero pools as well, he was able to pull off any type of hero that Aldo gives to him.
And
And
against RSG, Xborg.
Yep.
And then yesterday he picked up the Khalid. Kolios, what's going on, man?
Well, yeah, because I already told you on the group stage, challenge final group stage, that Khalid actually is the substitution for Terizla if Terizla is getting banned. Because the skill set is almost similar with Terizla. It have the AOE to stun the enemies. And yeah, they use it yesterday, but we see the most big one is Grok and Angela on Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the Grok and Angela, it's somehow flexible, right? If you see it nowadays. But let's talk about Saken here. Melissa Beatrix 1-1. I feel like Saken is the only one of the players that can pull off the 1-1.
Yeah, it's so rare to see the 1-1 after the patch hit. And he, like you mentioned, was one of the only few players who were able to bring it up. And the thing is, if we took a look at the statistics earlier, it was Melissa as one of the most banned heroes by opponent. And it shows Saken on his power pick on the Melissa, despite being in a losing lane, he is still able to bring that impact and level it, even though it's not supposed to be balanced.
Yeah, because it's his power heroes. And don't forget about the 1-1. When he's picking the 1-1, like the Finn gonna pick the stopper, like Kaja or Franco.
So let's take a look at who also plays the Kaja and the Franco. The official team lineup here by AP Bren. It's gonna be Flap TZ, Kyle TZ, Few, Super Marco, as well as Ogwen. And there's just this layer of creativity that I also see in this roster. It's gonna boil down to whether or not these players can get their hands on their power picks. Minotaur for Ogwen, we saw him popping off yesterday on different heroes. Kaja was definitely one of them as we take a look at their statistics.
Because Blatizin now using his Terizla is really good, man. The momentum when he just got in using the flicker and the penalty zone, it need to be respected. And don't forget about View, because we have two Valentina users right now. It's Moreno and View, and both of them are really strong with Valentina.
Yeah, I agree here. It's a question for both teams rather, right? Will you contest or just ban the Valentina out? Ogwen, as we all know, also very peculiar hero in his strong suit here, in a strong pick, and that is a Minotaur. Not a lot of roamers can pull off and be as effective as Ogwen. That's also a question towards Aldo. What are you going to do with that Minotaur?
I mean, if we take a look at this, you're right? So Minotaur is actually one of their most picks alongside with the Beatrix, and one of the most banned as well there by opponent. But it looks like they respect the Ling as well as the Valentina here for AP Brent in particular. So that's huge respect coming in from Kyle TZ, who is interesting, right? Because coming into this tournament, people were like, Kyle TZ is one of the best assassin players in the world. And I'm like, okay. But then he never picked up an assassin. He picked up the Fredrin, he picked up Balman even, Joy, Akai. And then finally we get to see a different shade coming in from AP Bren, with him picking up the Fanny, the Ling, and the Hayabusa. And I gotta say, it has been so effective as well.
Especially when do the combo Ling and Angela on the third game yesterday. It's so nasty.
Nasty.
Yeah, I'm agree with you, Eterna, because the tempo is very quick. Even I think we can say it's a stomping game for Onyx.
It was, right? And again, yesterday going up against Onyx, AP Brent pulled off Clint twice. Doesn't really work, but it seems like Super Marco has that in his bag as well. Leslie though, 100%.
The 100% wins against the Cloud, right? Usually they pick Leslie when the other marksman option are limited during the second phase of Bane, and then they pick Leslie to counter the Cloud that the enemies pick.
In addition to that, it's also very important to have a balanced composition, right? So if you don't have too much of dive coming in, that's just like the perfect spot for Leslie. So that is an opportunity that they can definitely utilize. But honestly, taking a look at the head-to-head, you do see a different shade. I do believe that the Beatrix is still a common ground for both of these gold laners, as average KDA ratio, average damage dealt, average damage taken, they're all for Super Marco here.
I mean, looking at the data, right, it does seem like AP Brand, they're more of a team fight team here if you compare it to the side of Bigatron. Saken, why is he low? Because he usually takes his time to farm. Usually Super Ken is on the assassin that will have a better KDA.
Yep.
But it doesn't mean that BTR is a has a losing matchup compared to Saken and Super Marco.
Especially we are looking at the playstyle of Bigatron Alpha. They mostly like aiming for the objective first than the team fight. That's why maybe Saken statistic is lower than the Super Marco.
What about these statistics, right? So we saw the gold laners. What about their team head-to-head?
I mean, looking at the team head-to-head, it's quite even, though it slightly favors AP Red. Again, AP Red, why do they have this better data? It's because they, on paper, I feel like they are a better team, right? Ogwen and friends, they're just a unit when going up against a match, and this is a tough, it's going to be a tough challenge for side of Bigatron. Going up against Bren, who is on a roll here, basically, apart from their match against Onyx, and Bigatron find their chance?
That's definitely the question here, and I also want to ask the viewers at home who are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series, especially for those of you at Twitch. Do you think that this is a Bigatron game to win, or are you team AP Bren? It's a tough one because even personally thinking about this, it was very difficult. I had to go for a full best of 5. And with that, let's pull out the talent predictions as well here for Kolios as well as Bonnie. It's a unanimous vote, 3-2 for a Bigatron.
Yeah, I think it's just kind of wish from us because we are Indonesian.
Yeah.
But I know we are respecting AP Brand because AP Brand is really strong. But we believe that it's gonna be 5-game series.
Yeah, I mean, we all believe that it's going to go to a 5-game series here. As take a look at the draft here. Blue side for the side of Bren. Yeah, Bren will have the blue side.
All right. Here it is, game number 1, drafting phase is about to commence. Ling Minotaur once again taken away, just like the statistics actually showed. And here is the response coming in from AP Brand. It's going to be a Kaja as well as a Yves taken away. I would believe that the Paquito should be taken out as well. I think that's a huge respect ban towards Sorizo or even Super Ken, who can flex it into that jungle.
Because, yeah, Sorizo can use it, Super Ken can use it, depends on their strategy. Especially if Super Ken use it, it's gonna be building full damage on Paquito, and it's gonna be nasty damage if he do the full combo.
For sure here. So AP Brenna, they still let go of the Valentina, though, because they are at blue side, they will have a higher possibility to pick up the Valentina here for the side of Few, taking it away in the hands of Moreno as well. But alternatives, what is it?
Valentina, definitely,
only
right?
Valentina, right?
I would definitely pick up the Valentina. Well, it depends. Does AP Brand want to be a gentleman about it or not? Do they want to beat Bigatron, giving them all their power heroes or not? It really just boils down to that point. If not, they can definitely pick up something like the Claude or even the Fredrin. Arlet is also an option here. But they go for the Valentina, so they're going to take it away from Moreno. That was exactly the message that Moreno said in the interview, so GG.
Yep. They are not banning the Valentina, but instead, they use it. They don't want to give Moreno his comfortable hero, but in the trade, I think they can pick the Fredrin, Arlot even, or the Claude.
I think they will let go of the Arlet here. I think it's not really Bigatron's playstyle. I might be wrong though. I think Claude and the hero that is strong, Fredrin, I really like. It's a flex. And perhaps if not the Fredrin, what is Claude and Angela? Is it Angela? Not
Yeah.
Angela.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Nice. On point here. Claude as well as Angela. That does still leave Uranus to be up and available to utilize, as well as, all right, Joy's been banned, so I will go Arlet again.
Yep, with Angela and Claude, it can do the combos even with the jungler, even with the EXP lane. It's so versatile that Angela will choose who he will like, just using his hard guard.
Yeah, very good read there. What is left here? Will they go for a pick towards the roam for Ogwen here?
For Ogwen, if they want, they can still flex that out, honestly, to the second phase.
Esmeralda.
Oh, no, they don't. They go for Franco earlier on, and the Terizla, so already securing that EXP lane for themselves. If we know Bigatron, they should be saving that EXP lane pick towards the second phase, allow that flex to come through with the jungle. So if they pick up something like the Fredrin that still can be flexed, I think that's definitely a possibility here.
Or they can still pick the Uranus now if they want to.
Yep.
In case the AP Brand gonna ban it on the second phase. Because Uranus is like the sustainable heroes that can dive into the back line or even proxy the minion on the enemy's base.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I mean, if they really want to go all in towards that dive comp, they still have a chance to pick up the Kadita. But no, they're going for the safe route here. Redrin, Flex pick, asking AP Brand a question.
Aldo likes flex.
Yep.
He doesn't like opening his cards too early, and you can see this being a certain pattern that they like to utilize, and it does put AP Brand in a tough position where they have to wonder, is this a Fredrin in the jungle? Is it a Fredrin in the mid lane? Or is it a Fredrin in the EXP? Because, I mean, AP Brand did that same flex earlier on yesterday. So coming to the second phase here, Bigatron have the chance to ban things out. Do you think they're going to go for a jungle ban or a gold lane ban? Leslie, definitely an option for them to take out.
Leslie and Beatrix, if they want to, like, closing, the gold lane and Beatrix, there is.
I think they should commit to a gold lane ban here for the side of Bigatron. AP Brand though, okay, they're limiting the options for that EXP. Masha, is this signifying that they want to go Assassin in the jungle? Or Leslie.
Yeah.
Okay, but then
if
again,
Bigatron Alpha read it, maybe they're gonna ban the Leslie. So the option for the gold lane, if they want still to use the marksman hero, maybe it's Brody.
Okay, Brody is up.
Or Melissa. But Melissa against Cloud, it's kind of facing a hard time.
Yeah, here. So it seems like Bigatron will ban out the 1-1 though. Opening up. Yeah, still a lot of marksmen.
I think AP Brand should ban the Ling out here. Or even potentially the Fanny.
Ling already banned.
Alright, so Fanny then.
Fanny. Perken still have
okay.
chance to use it.
I mean, it's going to be an annoying lineup if they do pick up the Faramis for instead of Bigatron. Angela Faramis, a lot of healers, a lot of sustainability. So let's see here. First pick for Bigatron, what will they go for?
I find this Faramis pick really peculiar because I understand that they're trying to limit Moreno's heroes. Valentina's taken out, Eve taken out. Faramis is the only hero that he's picked up, but would they pick a Faramis into a Valentina? I just don't think that was wise. If they want here, they can even just flex the Angela as a mid laner. Go for more. Oh, there you go. So that's going to be Kadita mid, I think.
Yeah.
Is it Saken or Vin? No, I'm sorry. Moreno or Vin playing this Kadita?
We'll have to check. We'll
have to check it first. But with Kadita and Angela combo, I mean, like the ability to clear the minion fast, I think will be so that fast. They need to be careful in case of the rotation from the Valentina and Franco, who can do the rotation more quickly on the early game.
Yeah, the only thing with the Kadita and Angela is the wave clear, right? I mean, it's not that fast, so and if they're defending, it's going to be a very tough time to clear those waves.
Yeah.
So, 2 heroes?
I think Melissa is the safest.
Melissa.
You can't go for Leslie. I think the Kadita is going to have a fun time.
Martis, Melissa.
So they go for Martis. I mean, you could pick up the... okay, so they go for a carry here instead.
Carry with Purify, I think, because it's going to be dangerous from Kadita itself. And carry is the tank destroyer against the Fredrin, so it's gonna make Bigatron need to think twice if they want to pick the Baxia on the jungle side.
Oh, very good read there. I mean, the Baxia is still open, so perhaps with the carry pick, it somehow negates the option for Bigatron to pick up the Baxia. If Fredrin jungle here, what is good going up against the carry overall? Yuzong?
Bane? We already see that Bane on the gold lane before being used by Saken, and we know the Crab Cannon is very, very painful against carry on the challenge final group stage.
I don't know.
Xborg, wow.
Okay, so Xborg EXP.
They're gonna use Xborg EXP again, and the Fredrin gonna be on the jungle side.
Kadita Moreno.
Okay. So this is it, ladies and gentlemen, the drafting phase for game number 1. And with that, let's throw it over to our casters. Take it away.
Two teams, one with a promise to proclaim that they are the strongest yet again. The other with a promise to destroy the hopes of the Philippines and bring glory to Indonesia.
Boys molded into men with the single shared dream to go to the grand finals to challenge Onyx. Welcome to Championship Sunday.
And welcome to the lower bracket finals between Bigatron Alpha and AP Brand. My name is Reptar. This is Gideon. And Gideon, we were talking about it. Bigatron Alpha and their unique EXP lane picks. There's their predictions. Flip that up! Flip that up! I'm on AP Brand's side, please! I want to be able to go home!
We are here at the very desk. At least we know for sure where our hearts are going to lie, because my legs are still on the line here if they get eliminated, and I would very much like to see that rematch actually happen. There we go. Both of us leaning towards AP Brand's side, but you have to admit, Bigatron is no easy opponent. We saw them take on Echo and turn it around for themselves despite the gold lead. They're great playing around socket, but AP Brand, I think there's a little bit more flexibility in their kit.
Yeah, Bigatron Alpha, we know them to be a team that are incredibly creative with their drafting. We're seeing it again, and very patient in terms of how they play. Meanwhile, AP Brand, yeah, a lot of flexibility in their kit, but we saw if they are not careful, there is a chance for them to slip. This is it. Best of 5. Only one will be going to the grand finals against the Yellow Porcupines.
Oh, I love it. Both of us got our Championship Sunday suits on. We've got potentially 12 games of the highest class MLBB we've seen today here. And I cannot wait, because once and for all, we're going to see, is it going to be the Indonesian making it to the Indonesian Grand Finals, or is it going to be once again that El Clasico of the Philippines versus Indonesia?
We all know the words coming out of the mid laner of Bigatron Alpha, Moreno. He says he and Bigatron Alpha will be the Filipino Slayers. They've eliminated RSG, they've eliminated Echo. Now Brent stands in their way of delivering the promise. Checking out the emblems, you've got Tenacities onto the Claude and the Angela as well, but there's 3 Tenacities on the side of AP Brand with their mid-gold and roam. They are avoiding getting bursted down by the Fredrin and by the Skadita.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising enough that I'm seeing that only few is going to have that Purify. I thought Super Marco as well might even consider it, so I'm guessing that Super Marco, he's just careful with his positioning. Needs to make sure that if somebody's gonna get bursted, it ain't gonna be him.
Yeah, every time I see an X-Borg on the opposing team and I'm a marksman, I'd really want to have that flicker. But then yeah, I feel like it's one of those lesser of two evils in terms of his options, because Purify would have been fantastic with all the control abilities that Bigatron Alpha has, and that's what AP Brand needs to watch out for. We saw this X-Borg in action, it's really difficult to take down.
Yeah, and I think more so that it's got one of the few interactions that actually deal, oh wait, hold on, penalty zone actually coming out. Chorizo goes with the last insanity, breaks it open. Oh! Superken secures the turtle. Heart Guard has already been used, but still, they have not been able to crack him open, and even the Kadidas, all has been stolen, and now with 2 low, 3 low, Moreno falls, they find a trade back, Superfin keeping them all topped up with Calteezy, the next to fall. It's a 3-for-1 trade in favor of Bigatron Alpha.
And this is a hot start for the robots. At this point, they look like Terminators because they're wearing black jerseys. And this is a purple buff going into the hands of BTR, but that's going to be hooked by Ogwin.
All right, so Super Genki gets pulled underneath, but not close enough to the turret to get that decent damage in, to put him at lethal health. More importantly so, I don't know, in the later stages of the game, I feel like that Firaga armor coming in from X-Borg is going to be a bit of a nuisance for people like Super Marco, who would much rather just one big beefy tank with no iframes to work with.
Exactly. The burst might be lacking later on once the X-Borg has more items. Valentina is a bursty hero, but up against an X-Borg, he can withstand a lot, especially with the changes to the emblems. We saw it in action tomorrow. Now, I want to commend Supervin. He has just been immaculate on this Angela. Not in this game, but even yesterday and throughout the SBS. His timings are so great. He knows when to say, hey, I'm going to put the hard guard on you. Hey, let's continue fighting.
And I think better yet, the fact that he is on this Angela, it kind of allows him to be cleaner with his shot calls, right? To really take in the information. Because again, it's not one of those heroes who require you to have like 360 no scopes, crazy fadeaways, insane mechanics. It's just timing and it's just one button.
Yeah, it's the perfect hero for a shot caller and a star roamer for a team. AP Bren, again, we have to watch out for hooks and we have to watch out for catches. That is what you get when you have a Franco on your side. There's a hard guard on Few as well. So maybe in this next turtle, AP Bren will be more encouraged to be aggressive. But Bigatron Alpha, they're getting it fast.
Yeah, they're doing it super quick. That true damage coming in from that export is helping that peel. But now the full combination from Moreno is going to take out Ogwin before they can even find that opportunity to get back in the fight.
The entries of Moreno have been great so far, punishing Ogwin and his Franco. Remember, there's a moment that a Franco will be at risk of getting controlled and bursted. Actually make it two. One when he lands a hook, the other when he's going nom 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 on someone.
When he's
I think that's what he sounds like.
No, that's exactly it. It's accurate, but here comes the hard guard coming in. On towards Kyle TZ's side. Supercan, without it, he's going to get locked down by the Bloody Hunt, instantly taken out by Few, and now Kyle TZ, he's going to go even further, but he doesn't have to reset on the Decimates because the kill was stolen away. Super Marco now taking the space to zone Sakin out. Vin will keep him topped up, but Moreno fights it onto Kyle. Oh, the Mortar Coils just in time with a sliver of health and the help of Few. They take Moreno out.
Moreno, don't you dare be sour. This is a 5-game series, and you're up against AP Bren. The counter punish there. Moreno a little bit too excited getting the kill onto Kyle TZ, but it's understandable. If he got that, it would have been a massive pick by Bigatron Alpha. Now, we're heading into the third turtle of the game. Next sequence might be a big team fight, but what will AP Bren sacrifice if they will sacrifice anything? Cerezo has been locked in lane, laser focused and taking Flap TZ out of this game. Will AP Bren continue that, or will they say, hey, let's finally take a 5-man team fight and then let's try to contest that third turtle?
Well, first of all, they got to start correcting the lane assignments right now, because usually when the turtle comes up and when you are prioritizing your marksmen, you want to be on the opposite side of where the turtle spawns. So at the very least, you're part of the long lane, right? You can kind of isolate yourself and focus down on the gold, since plus the laning phase, well, quote unquote, the laning phase in terms of extra gold is already over.
Yeah, but it seems like we're getting an extended laning phase right now. The unofficial extension of the laning phase. You see here, 2 members of AP Bren, Super Marco and Ogwen, have their eyes set on potentially taking this tower down. Maybe they can find a trade if ever AP Bren don't get the turtle, because right now it's only Kyle TZ who's on that side of the river, on that side of the map. I don't think AP Bren are looking to contest this heavily. They want to trade it for something else.
It's really tough because right now Cerezo, he also has the Ice Queen's wand already completed. He can start peeling away at the members of AP Bren. But look at the focus down on towards that top side as you see the flicker into the Bloody Hunt. They burst out Socket, and even the Heart Guard is not enough. Ogren will trade his life as Few tries to make an attempt to save him, but no, it's just not enough.
In these scenarios, it cannot be a major win for AP Bren. They're up against an Angela, against Supervin. Great timing again, but he wasn't able to take down, or he wasn't able to get there fast enough to save Saken. But again, with all the damage AP Bren dished out, yeah, it would have been difficult to do that.
Well, at least they're trading like a support for a marksman at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's still a good trade overall, and I think AP Bren went into that knowing that, yeah, well, this can't be a major win. Let's just try to get Saken down, and they did. Bigatron Alpha and AP Bren meet up in the center of the map, poking out each other, just trying to find control.
Oh, nicely done. They push him right underneath the turret. He's low. Oh, that's the Appraiser's wrap that turns it around on Open once again. Finished off by the rough wave. Superkid instantly invades that purple buff, looking for any trades back, but nobody has the damage to do so. Kalt is going to pull Supercam back in towards the team. The Heart Guard is being expanded. Breath of the Ocean is going to knock Kalt up for Saken to finish him off. Oh boy, this game is really going back and forth. Last Insanity doesn't take out Flap TZ. Body of the Smith keeps him alive.
Man, Moreno on this Kadita has been one of the banes of AP Bren. A controller taught by Supercan onto Few. And his controls, those knockups have been coming in clutch. Just when AP Bren think they get a nice sequence rolling, here comes an interruption. Just when they think they could get away, here comes Moreno. And with that, both outer turrets in the side lanes have been destroyed by Bigatron Alpha.
Now, Bigatron Alpha, it's not like they're playing passively. It's just the fact that AP Bren are the ones who are looking to initiate constantly, right? They have the better pickoff. They have greater ways in engaging on towards Bigatron Alpha, and all Bigatron Alpha has to do is play it out, look for the counter engage time and time again.
And BTR have been so great at that all throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series. They've grown, they've evolved as SPS has went on, and they've refined themselves to the point where this is the case. The team that gave Onyx a lot of difficulty is now struggling to contest for this first Lord.
Yep, Cerezo, he's gonna lose his Viraga armor. Well, last Insanity to work with. Moreno in the bushes. Saken getting the free hits, and here comes the penalty zone. Hard Guard is put onto Saken's side, keeping him alive, but the Blazing Duet is dealing way too much damage as Flap TZ is already down. Moreno makes an attempt, but the Bloody Hunt is going to put on Super Ken. Cerezo peeling them back, not allowing Few or Super Marco to close the distance. Saken gets to run them down.
BTR are currently walking the walk. They've talked the talk, and Saken got a triple kill, and BTR got the Lord. AP Bren and the Philippines are shaking, while Indonesia is quaking, because this is a great start to Championship Sunday for them.
6,000 gold lead for the side of Bigatron Alpha, hoping to turn that into a 10K gold lead and put the final nail in the coffin of game number 1. Super Marco, he's got to scale up quick because now they've solved the problem of Super Ken, but they have not solved the problem of Cerezo.
So many problems for for AP Bren to solve, and now they're just gonna have to wait it out. See if they can find a turnaround on the back of a hook from the Franco, maybe a nice catch by Flap TZ. But even if they go all in, because of the sustain that Bigatron Alpha has, it's going to be a long fight. It's going to be them, AP Bren, waiting to see if Supermarket will go quickly enough, throwing out those fidget spinners to burn down Bigatron Alpha.
I mean, he's got to have some good cardio, but right now, Cerezo, he's able to frontline for a while. Once the Firaga armor is down, there's still immortality to deal with, and despite all of that, guaranteeing a 2.25 second delay, bot tier 2 already crumbling.
BTR, they still continue the push, but it's a calculated one. A little bit more slower, a little bit methodical. Shout out to Randy Orton, I miss him. But look at them, they're playing like vipers right now, just waiting for the perfect time to strike.
Yep, Moreno as well. He's keeping his eyes very open, talking to the hard guard already as they start peeling him. Super Ken is losing a lot of his HP, and now the Blazing Duet is out. Super Ken is already down, and they cannot deal with Moreno getting it. A 3-man rough wave. Cerezo comes in with the last Insanity, walking away with 3 kills for only 1.
The counter punching from Bigatron Alpha has just been way too much for AP Bren to handle. Only Flap and Few remain, and this Angela pick, this Super Vin, the highly touted roamer of BTR Alpha, it's not just him, it's everyone in BTR knowing the assignment and knowing when to enter.
They just keep on peeling AP Bren away one by one. The penalty zones are literally good, but nobody can really follow up with it. There's just so much peel.
It's like a banana. Bigatron Alpha, because maybe AP Bren's yellow, they see a banana. But all that peeling they're doing, going to the center, it's scrumptious right now for BTR. And now AP Bren, again, we've already laid down the conditions for them. They've really just got to turtle this out, try to get a counter punch. One of the turnaround moments of Bigatron Alpha versus Echo yesterday was when BTR were too eager to end the game, and Echo found a way to turn it around late into game number 1. That is what AP Bren will now be looking for. The item disparity, the goal disparity. Still, as it looks like, a little bit too much for AP Bren to handle.
I don't know, this next Lord is already looking like a death sentence here. They're about to break the 42K mark, which means that the core members are essentially getting their full build and even have situational items to keep them alive if they ever make a mistake or get caught slacking.
That is now the second Lord of the game. An enhanced one at that, marching for Bigatron Alpha once it comes out. Little by little, AP Bren, they're trying to find wins in the map. Maybe a slight push here and there. Something to alleviate the pressure of minion waves. Get a little bit more gold. Maybe they're 100 or 200 away from getting a key item, as Super Marco just picked up a win in nature, and Few just picked up a holy crystal. So Bigatron Alpha needs to have their eyes set on those two.
at least for Super Marco, he can actually challenge, at least challenge Saken in that 1v1. But you know, it's never a 1v1. Now they're walking in with the help of the Lord. Moreno comes in to the backline. He finds Owen, and he gets Saken too. Kyle might have just turned this around single-handedly, but they're just rushing the base. It does not matter. Game number 1 concludes with BTR taking the game.
Moreno, the man who's been doing a lot of talking, is backing it up. What a pickoff by the Kadita, and what a game by Bigatron Alpha.
Oh man, good start for the Indonesians, but you can definitely see where the problems are really starting to lie, right? It's Saken, he's a great player. He's expected to eventually slip up, but it's really, really hard when his scaffolding, his foundation is so strong. With Cerezo on this export, making sure that they've got their jungler on it. Of all things, a Fredrin, just impossible to take out.
Too tanky, too much sustain, too fast, laser focused. AP Bren aren't going up against the red robots, they're going up against the Terminators. Analyst, please enlighten us even more.
Wow, that was a brutal game at number 1. A way to start the series here by Bigatron Alpha. A huge statement as well. What went down? That was so quick.
Wow, it's a really nice start for Bigatron Alpha because even no turrets is destroyed for Bigatron Alpha itself. They do the game plan, it works very well, even from the early game until the game's end.
I mean, looking at what happened in game 1, it was very slow early game for both teams, but Bigatron, they managed to get those wins slowly but surely. Look at that, 0 turtles for the side of AP Bren, 0 neutral objectives, turtle/lord, and Bigatron with their game plan, with again X-Work last pick, they were able to just find their footing.
Yeah, and especially on the early game, it changed everything when they got the turtle, they got the 3 kills, they got the purple buff of the AP Brand. That's a lot, and it's really give Bigatron Alpha advantage on the early game.
I mean, you can even see it reflected in the statistics. Almost a 7-8K gold lead when Bigatron Alpha were able to end it out. And that was only 13 minutes, so you can even say that the members from the side of Bren weren't even able to clench onto their power spikes, especially being able to shut down Super Marco. Very important in this game. Gold per minute, 867 for Saken on the Claude. What happened was the rotations just out of this world coming in from Moreno as well as Supervin?
That and Saken, after he bagged the triple, it was just very hard for Bren to catch up. Harry was behind 2,000 gold at one point, and it was a very tough for Bren to turn the game around. And that last play with the Lord and Moreno, very good catching 2 important members, and that sealed the deal.
So let's take a look at the MVP of that game. It's actually going to be Cerezo, 309 on the X-Borg. And this is it, right? The key flexibility that Bigatron Alpha has in that jungle as well as that EXP lane. And the crazy thing is, because both of these players are so flexible, you can actually switch things around between the two, giving Coach Aldo a little bit of a better time to outplay Coach Ducky in the second phase. So let's take a look at what went down.
Saken always coming in the perfect moment, right, Gunny?
Yeah.
Like when the Breath of the Ocean is connected to the enemies, even the Blasting Duet and the combo with the Hard Guard is always on point.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Saken got his triple here. And again, Super Marco, he wasn't able to find the right success. Oh, there you go, Saken with the triple. And at that point, Bigatron already has the map control down to a T. Very hard. Here, you saw here a little overzealous from the side of Bigatron. Perhaps AP Brand wants more mistakes, but the counter re-engaged by Bigatron. Too much AoEs, it seems like.
Here's my theory, right? In this particular match, it felt like Bigatron Alpha had a lot of winning lanes. The thing about the X-Borg is that when it goes against heroes with high sustainability and like super high HP, he's able to burn them down. And that's exactly what we saw. Terizla he was supposed to be the main initiator when this goes to team fights, but he couldn't do that because of the poke coming in from the export.
I won't shock if Xbox getting banned on the second game later, on the second banning phase maybe, from the AP brand.
That's very interesting. Maybe that could happen. I'm not surprised as well, but I mean, what a game from Bigatron. It was, I don't want to say it's a stomp, but it's a clean first game for the Red Robots.
13 minutes.
13 minutes, it's all.
That's quick.
It is, but AP Bren is a team that is known to adapt really quickly and rapidly and successfully to their opponents. So definitely what Coach Aldo was able to pull in game number 1, I don't think he can repeat that same thing twice. Now they're going to realize, okay, we tested this draft out, we saw that flex coming in, so coming into the second game, he's going to have to think 2 steps ahead.
Yep. Because we know that AP Brand is always adapting with the enemies, right? How about the draft, how about the strategy and everything else. That's why if Bigatron still want to use the same strategy, I think it won't be working as this first game. They need to adapt a little bit too against the AP Brand.
I agree, I completely agree. I think they need to somehow tweak and adjust as well. I'm not saying that they're, well, the draft from side of Bigatron was great, but it was good. It was a very clean draft as well. I mean, I like the AoE that they have, the amount of dive engage that they have in that composition, right? You have Xborg, you have Claude, and as well as Kadita that can just go in, engage, even the Fredrin if you count it. So again, it seems like that Franco pick from side of AP Bren was a little bit too premature. So perhaps in game 2, they will not pick up the Franco.
Yeah, I don't think they will. But even if they do, then they gotta at least have a winning lane, right? Because even seeing the gold lane, Carry is not built to have a good time against the Claude. It's even worse if the opponent with the Claude has better mid lane control. And you know how to control your gameplay in-game? You can utilize the Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Special shout out to you for being able to support this tournament up until this very day. This is the last day. It's been incredible. I think a lot of us casters were very impressed with everything just what went down. So shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming.
Yep, with good chipset comes a good gameplay.
Exactly.
I mean, you saw what they can do, the pro players can do with that Snapdragon. So check it out, guys, and check the phone out as well.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to play like the pro players, you know where to go. All G. But you know what's not all G? AP Bren at this moment, right? I understand that it is a best of 5. There is still a little bit more time as compared to if it was a best of 3 when it just naturally becomes match point. So now there's like this level of space and time for Coach Ducky to rework into this draft. Do you still want to prioritize the carry for their gold laner? Because I understand that it is a priority pick for Super Marco, but the fact is, if you let the Claude go in the first phase, it's not going to be a good time for carry.
They don't use the Clint yet. Yesterday we know how Sheriff Super Marco do very good with his Clint. That maybe on this second game, the Clint will go out.
I think it all depends, right? I mean, if you saw what happened earlier, it was a Franco second pick, if I'm not mistaken, for inside of AP Bren. And then, you know what is good going up against a single lock hero? AoEs. That is what Bigatron drafted for themselves. A lot of AoEs because you will overwhelm the Franco to cover, to find the good openings as well. And it's all GG. So again, I don't hate the Franco pick, but I feel like it's a little bit too premature.
I understand that, and also the fact that it didn't really have anyone to synergize with. Because if you pick up the Franco, you usually pick up something with really good bursts, like Beatrix, or even the Kadita works, but they actually picked up the Valentina, who isn't as straightforward with her damage, especially in the early game. It's more to poke. There is a sort of DPS going on in a sense, but full burst to combo down that one member that you pick off on the Franco, Valentina is just not it.
Yeah, but actually they quite brave to picking against Xborg on the first game because you know Valentina with IMU can steal the last Insanity, and if Xborg use the last Insanity, it's gonna destroy the Viraga armor, right? But Valentina don't have any Viraga armor, so the HP will still full and the last Insanity will connect to the enemies. But they cannot do it. They cannot steal Last Insanity. Better moment, I think, on the last game because it's always the Bigatron Alpha playing the counter setup gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, it was a very tough performance there for the side of AP Bren in general. I mean, they were behind what already around 3K 8 minutes in, so that says a lot. That Bigatron, they're controlling and they're maintaining their lead is what I love about Bigatron. They were able to, sure, there were a couple of mistakes towards the end, but they were able to bounce back from it. I expect them to stay the same discipline, same philosophy with their discipline in game 2. But hopefully, let's see. I hope second game, it's a tighter match.
Yeah, I think we're all hoping for that, right? AP Bren, a lot of people have banged on this team being able to win so many things, ISF qualifiers as well, coming here, not losing a single match except until they met Onyx. So it was super cool to finally see these two teams battle it out because I feel like there's a sort of similarity between these two teams. There's one where there's creativity involved. There's also one where they're very aggressive from that early game. They want to try and snowball as early as possible. Maybe if they had a stronger mid composition that it would have worked a little bit better for AP Bren. So I'd like to keep an eye out for that as well as we are moments away from the drafts. I can already hear it in the background.
Yep.
It's not there yet though. But what we can see and what is already here are the viewers. Thank you so much for, coming back here at Istora Senayan to make the dreams for all these players. It's a full crowd, even here in the lower bracket finals. But let's go to the second game of the series. Bigatron Alpha and AP Bren. Joy, Angela, as well as the Kaja has already been opted out.
But yeah, guys, I have a hunch actually. If the second game, like Bigatron is stomping AP Bren again, I think it can be sweep 3-0.
Wow.
It can be.
That's a statement. Wow, hopefully we'll see.
But yeah, for AP Brand fans, I think they can pray for my prediction or hunch is wrong. But it's just a hunch because the mentality, the morality will go down because they just cannot fight back against Bigatron Alpha for these two games. But we gonna see because the game is still on and we are just into the second game.
If that's the case, then this makes this game that
very
much
crucial.
more important. Minotaur gonna be taken away once again, taken away from Oakwen. Ling, as well as Yves and the Paquito have actually been left open. Fredrin gonna be taken out as well, so that's the flex taken away from Bigatron.
Well, what they're saying is perhaps they adjusted, right? They saw how the Fredrin was just a nuisance in that first game with that Angela. Ban it out. So let's see. What will they pick up here? I mean, alongside Valentina, Paquito now is up for grabs as well. There you go. With the Ling ban, it opens still a lot of heroes. AP Bren, what approach will they commit to? It's going to be the Claude taking it away from the hands of Saken.
So they are leaving Valentina to Bigatron
and Paquito.
Alpha. Yeah. Whoa, a lot of heroes that been open, and yeah, they just pick the Paquito and Valentina directly without thinking anything.
I mean, I really like it, right? I really like their approach here from both teams. They both seem comfortable with their picks. Very fast drafts here, but now AP Bren is taking their time. What is going on? What will they go for here? Uranus is open. Sure. It doesn't really do well going up against the Paquito, but then again, with a Uranus, at least you have that strong frontliner.
I know this is sketchy, but pick up the Fanny, man.
Ooh.
You want early game pressure, you want fast clear, you want to be able to rotate around the map quickly. I think Fanny's a good pick. I understand it's scary against the Paquito, so they go for something a little bit safer. They're still setting up here. With the Lapu Lapu pickup and the Krufa, they're securing AoE CC as well as a solution for the backline if Bigatron Alpha want to pick up something like the Leslie to win against the Claude in lane.
I like it. I like it. The draft here from the side of Kufra and Lapu Lapu. Why? It anticipates the Fanny pickup perhaps, right? With the Kufra, it really counters the Fanny. And there you go. Bigatron, they will not pick up the jungler. Sure, Paquito, it's a flex. But with this Franco, at least it has single lock. So let's see here. AP Bren can definitely go for more AoE, knowing that But Franco, a single lock is already from the side of Bigatron.
Because they still can use Farsia if they want to, in case like countering the gold laner that can be picked from Bigatron Alpha. But on the AP brand side, I think they're gonna ban Wan, because we know usually Wan will shows up when Finn uses his Franco.
Yeah, definitely, right? I mean, let's see here, a very interesting ban, right? With the Kadita saying you will not go for the Kadita, but are they looking for the Kadita here? Bren, what will they go for?
Bigatron, they're anticipating that they would have a possibility to pick up the Leslie, a potential there. So they take away the Kadita, a hero that can go dive into the backline and one-shot the Leslie. They're setting up to protect that backline. Meanwhile, for Bren, I think it's wise to ban the Leslie out here. Honestly, Leslie can be taken away. With the Kadita off as well, you can go for the Melissa ban. They go for a carry here, respecting Saken, and now Faramis has also been eliminated. So they're also asking the question here for a few, what are you going to play? Are you going to be forced onto something like the Novaria, who's quote-unquote really vulnerable in the backline?
With banning carry, I think Happy Brain gonna play more tanky heroes for the jungle side.
Okay.
Yeah, if they pick like another tanky heroes, 3 heroes can like defense. Like we already see yesterday. Even they are using like 3 fighters heroes and only counting on their gold laner.
Yeah, I mean, Baksha is still open, right? So it does make sense here with the carry ban. Will they go for the Baksha pick? But then again, Bigatron will have that first pick in the second phase. Maybe they will go and pick up the Baksha for themselves. Going up against going up against Kufra, going up against Lapu, I think Baksha here could.
And Farsa.
Yeah,
and Farsa because Grok is close. And yeah, there it is, 1-1. Because we already know that when Franco shows up on Bigatron's side, usually Saken gonna use 1-1.
So the combo there, the synergy. And they also have a lot of burst, so this is very different to AP Bren, who picks up the Franco that really didn't have an additional amount of burst coming in to support the Franco pick. But here we have the Paquito as well as the 1-1-2. For AP Bren, they could definitely pick up something like the Farsa here. There's not a lot of dive, plus it outranges the 1-1 and can deal damage towards her. So I think Farsa is a good pick, but for jungle, you think it's going to be an Akai?
Ooh, Akai.
Can be Akai, can be Baxia now, because with sustainable hero, it can hold the 1-1 crossbow tank, right? Oh, it's Fanny.
Oh my god, it's a Fanny pick.
Yeah, it's Eterna Hunt before when she's thinking about Fanny and it shows up now. They gonna playing the fast game.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Going up against a 1-1, you want to have someone that can burst that 1-1 out. So after Bigatron picked that 1-1, Fanny pick, it's a counter. We saw what happened at MSC, the 1-1, the Kyrie Fanny. It's a good pickup.
Yep, at least it makes 1-1 need to build the Wind of Nature so fast on the early game. I think it's on the second item or maybe third item.
Yeah.
So if you were Bigatron now, would you flex Paquito EXP lane, Baxia jungle? What would you go against the Fanny with? What wins in the jungle?
There you go, the Baxia.
There you go. Nice hunch, Coach Eterna.
Bro, I'm on a roll this game. It's luck, it's luck, it's luck.
And let's see here what will happen in game 2 with this lineup from both teams.
Yeah, it's all going to back down on the early game. Who is going to be able to gain control? Will it be Bigatron or will it be AP Bren? Let's throw it over to the casters here for the second game of the series.
Thank you, Coach Eterna. I'm going to call back to a conversation I had with Coach Aldo here, Gideon. So after they defeated AP Bren in the group stage, I asked Coach Aldo, hey, Coach Aldo, who did you hate going up against when you were facing AP Bren? And he said, oh, Calteezy, that Fanny, man, I really hate it so much. And now they're going up against it again.
Yeah, and one thing that I've recognized amongst Filipino junglers is the fact that, oh, hey, there's a Franco there, Bloody Hunt, don't care, I'm still going to play Fanny.
Yeah, I'm still going to go in. Everything's fine.
It goes against logic, but it's also just shows the level that these players are going at. Just don't get caught. It's as simple as that. You got steel cables. You are highly maneuverable. We'll get around it.
Yeah, don't get hot. That's going to be something AP brand will really want to grip onto. Not just for their fanny, but the fact that they have to really watch out for that 1-1. If they're not careful, if they've got marked up and the 1-1 starts flying, that'll look good for AP brand. They're going to want to delay the inevitable farm and the damage that the 1-1 will eventually bring to the table and really hold on to their dashes to get out of range.
I mean, I feel like these two particular drafts, now that we're getting away and straying further and further from the Angela, which I'm very happy for, because now when people are fighting, you're on your own, right? You're hoping for rotations to come on in. But Super Ken showing off his boxia once more. He wants to be super oppressive. And even for the side of AP Bren, they need to be oppressive themselves with the amount of kill pressure they actually have. So I feel like this is a great way to kind of identify the teams.
Yeah, on the side of AP Bren, you have a good early to late composition. If the Fanny has a good game, the Lapu has a good game, then Super Marco will be happy. I mean, they have a Farsa on their side as well that they can use to really facilitate the eventual scaling that they'll get. Meanwhile, on the side of Bigatron Alpha, this is looking more like just a lineup that's built around the 1-1 to help suck and shine.
Well, at least I'm not seeing the X-Borg. At least I'm not seeing hard peel. Well, I mean, Cerezo's lane is going to be the only X factor here, right? It's a very volatile lane, and it is changed up a little bit because now the jab can actually affect the entirety of the wave, not just at the very end of it, which changes the dynamic a lot, right? It makes pre-level 4 a lot more punishing for Lapu. So keep your eyes. Once Flaptz hits that level 4, if he doesn't find a kill or at least starts getting ahead of Cerezo, I think this pack is going to really steal this game away.
Yeah. Now let's talk about Supervin here, because his performance as the Franco up against Echo and, well, the entire Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals, he just seems to find targets over and over again. There's something about, I think there's like a homing beacon or whatever on his iron hooks, because he will blindly flicker forward and somehow the hook he'll toss out will land onto someone.
We talked about this before. We talked about this before in the waiting room, right?
Yeah.
So the boxer goes up first as the scout dog, sniffs it out, looks for those landmines, and then when he realizes, oh no, the hunters, the poachers, they're coming away, I'm just gonna make a quick U-turn, and that's when the iron hook comes in. Scout out for vision early, let Vin do the fishing.
Yeah, this combination between the Baksha and Franco, the super twins here, Ken and Vin, they play around each other so well with their ability kits, baiting out abilities, making sure Vin can get those hooks and those catches as the Franco. We were talking about it while the draft was ensuing. Again, there's just something about the Indonesian teams and how they've improved their ability to watch out for key dashes. They really want to see if the opposing team has an escape tool. Once those are gone, that's when they're going to pounce. And when they start off team fights, they're just going to see if they can bait things out, and then they'll go full on. They've really improved on their team fighting here that I feel like the Filipino teams, RSG, fell victim to it. Echo fell victim to it. And in game number 1, AP Brand fell victim to it.
I don't know, it feels like it's that wide view. Remember the wide view, the good old days of MLBB, where it's just like you get that extended view. That's what it feels like they have consistently. I don't know whether it's the S23 Ultra is one of those features, but hey, I'm just saying there's a big difference here at the SPS in comparison to your regular MPL.
Man, I remember those days. It was difficult to be a caster. We didn't get to see the battle spells. We only got the tickers for ultimates. We don't know if they had their flicker or their red trees, because during that era when the team fighting was ensuing, right? They press something, the observers, and then everything is just like, oh, let's just look at green dots and fighting.
Oh, those were truly the good old days. But now technology has continued to improve. We've got APIs that kind of keep everything in check and keeps everything, keeps us up to date. You know, it's hard to kind of fill on the information, but the information at hand is this. If this early game doesn't go well, you could easily make this game quick. Like, it's super lopsided if one team is able to get, like, I'm gonna put a cap on it. 4,000 gold lead seems a little minimal. 5,000 is generous. 6,000 is a death sentence.
Yeah, you can actually see on the handsets of the players right now, they're going for a quick redraft. I don't think there's going to be anything changed. It's still going to be the same draft, still going to be the same story. They're just going to run things through again. Remember, we do this so that the players and the teams have the best scenario for them set up so that they can be successful in the game. Now, you mentioned that 4,000 gold. I'm also going to add to that. Along with that 4,000 gold, I think both of these teams with the lineups they showed, if it is a close back and forth for the first, let's say, 6 to 7 minutes, they both have rooms for at least 2 major errors. If they get 2 major errors, let's say a major team fight loss, or maybe they lose a lot after getting a turtle or not getting a major objective, that's gonna be one of their death sentences as well. Rooms for 2 major errors for both of them.
How many casualties are we talking about here? How many in that team fight? We talking 3 casualties? We talking about 2?
3.
3 casualties. Okay, so a major loss in a team fight. Got you. So it's not even about the picks, because I feel like with the Boxia, it's very easy for Boxia to hold on to his lead in comparison to the Fanny. Fanny, it's like last time you get 1 kill. Oh no, it's gonna be the Fanny show now. Nowadays, it's like he gets 1 kill. Okay, it's still sort of manageable.
Yeah, okay, so far we've been looking at it from a team fighting perspective. Let's now look at it from the macro perspective. Again, Filipino teams have been praised for so long with how well they managed the map, how well they managed split pushing to bring out pressure or bring pressure onto the opposing team. They've got a Fanny. Is that something AP Bren will consider to just focus on split push? Or because of the possible of a big scale from Bigatron Alpha, will they really just go for fights?
Well, I think it's one of those situations where every man has a power drill. Like, do you actually need one? No, but it's good to have one, you know?
It's great to have one.
It's great to have one if you can find the right situation for it. And I think the same can be said about Bigatron Alpha, right? Even though their overall play is going to be a lot more streamlined and they don't have as many tools, I feel for AP Bren, if the situation gets tough, they can fall back on the split push.
All right, here we enter. We have laid down the conditions, laid down what to watch out for. The Indonesian casters are hyping up Estora Senayan. Remember, if BTR win this, they will be match point.
Oh, with match point at hand, let's see, hopefully the nerves, and especially with the crowd that we have here, the Bigot Troopers have rallied, garrisoned here at Estora Senayan to show their support. In the meantime, we do see a purple start coming in from Kyle Teasy and Supervin just being an absolute nuisance. Kyle Teasy's going to lose a couple of seconds.
Yeah, that's going to be around a 5 to 7 second gap between him and the opposing jungler. Great disruption there by Supervin, and I think Supervin is still trying to find the angle there, but he's already committed this hook. So Kyle Teasy will be able to continue farming. But you already see the difference. Superken is already in the jungle of AP Bren, taking away resources, while Kyle Teasy is still on his side of the river.
Yeah, and that's why you can see that Owen, he's trying to make sure that he can cover for the camps, cover for the smaller camps. We expect the top side to get invaded. That's kind of like, whatever, all right, sure. But on the bottom side, if he ends up losing maybe a Bugbear or even a Corbeau, even a Beetle, that's going to make sure that Kyle Teasy doesn't actually make it to that level 4. So it's one of those micro things that you have to be aware of if you ever face off, well, Bigatron Alpha playing this 5.
Yeah, now you see Supercan and Kyle Teasy seeing each other. Info provided for Cerezo. That's going to be a stun, but see if Kyle Teasy can whittle down Cerezo a bit, because he's won the first minor trade in lane up against Flap Teasy. He was the first to bring Flap Teasy low, but now here's Few and Ogwen forcing a flicker out of Supervin. Okay. So that's a small resources, or a pretty big resource expended here by BTR. Let's see how well they're going to be able to contest this first turtle.
All right, so at least they can capitalize on something, right? I don't think Supervin is really going to, like, you know, walk up super far in front. He needs to hit level 4, so he's still a threat. And once he hits level 4, at least then it might be a deterrent. Cerezo sees 2, going to get locked down. Feathered Airstrike going to be committed on towards him as well. The sprint just not enough, especially when Flap Teasy has that rage meter maxed out.
Yeah, okay. So Moreno has the ultimate here of the Lapu Lapu. Supercan's close enough. I wonder if they're going to try and just trade things out here, see what else they can find. It's going to be 3 versus 2 in a bit. Flap Teasy's going to go to the turtle.
I mean, they're posturing down on towards bottom side, but luckily, at least with Super Marco, he has to use his sprint to actually speed himself up. But here we go. Owen looking for the opportunity to try and block Cerezo so that Kyle can take it away. But no, Super Kenny still wins it out. Level 5 to level 5, Iron Hook connects on towards Flap Teasy's side. Oh wait, he almost gets it. The Bloody Hunt is going to lock him down before Supervin falls. The Fuse, Feathered Airstrike. It looked so good. The setup was there, but the finish they weren't able to completely execute.
At the beginning of that, I think Ogwen was overthinking a little bit. He wanted to predict where Super Ken wanted to go, try and get closer, but because of that, you saw him fly past the wall, past Super Ken, so that Super Ken actually ended up winning the retribution battle there. But AP Bren, again, it could have been a major loss. They're watching out for those major losses. They were still able to take something, but Bigatron Alpha won that for sure.
To be fair, I think at least Ogwen considered the most important possibilities, right? Because
Yes,
let's say
of
if
course.
Chorizo was able to actually close the distance on Kyle, that knock-up strike might have been just enough time for someone like Super Ken to guarantee the neutral. And here comes Super Ken now getting punished. The feathered airstrike is good. Flapteezy helping to set that up. No way, Jose, are you going to invade us anymore?
Punished by AP Bren was Super Ken. And now they're really doing everything they can to make sure that Kyle Teasy starts getting his buffs. They're still posturing around the purple buff and around the jungle of AP Bren is BTR, but Slap gets hooked!
He gets hooked. Bloody Hunt, no opportunity to get out of there. Oh, poor Flapteezy.
And what a read by Vin, but Ceremonies able to get out of that with a quick smack trade there. But with Kyle Teasy. So now AP Bren and Bigatron Alpha have been showing up a lot of action, but these two gold laners right now actually have just been left to their own devices. It's going to be a trade and a battle of just who's going to be able to lane better.
Up, feather airstrike onto Super Fit again. Dodge. Iron Hook is going to pull Owen underneath the turret. Moreno with the IMU. Oh! Good stun by Few just before the land splitter was about to hit.
Moreno was poked in the eye by a crow. That was so clutch by Few. And Kaltizi, Grand Theft Purple on the Bigatron Alpha. Will this empower Brand Esports in this contest for this second turtle?
To be fair, Kyle still does have his retribution, but he now has that level lead on towards Super Ken's side, but it's really hard to get any position here. They call it off. They say, no. We don't need to do this right now. Let Super Ken try to be oppressive as they want to, and Kyle Teasy, he wants to snowball. He's got that one kill. Yeah. He needs that second to guarantee it.
Bigatron Alpha, though, with how they're moving around the map, they're minimizing the possibility of that. Saken in lane has been doing really well with not giving AP Bren and Kyle Teasy any opportunity to burst him down. He already built up the steel leg plates, really just for safety on there. Meanwhile, it's actually going to be the warrior boost on the feet of Super Marco, still on the way to his first item, but it is very close. No considerable lead yet!
Kyle has to take the damage, and even the purple buff stolen away by Super Ken. At least these are one of the reads that Bigatron Alpha can guarantee every single time. You're Fanny, you gotta be by your purple.
I said yet, but as I said it, it happened. That's a major find by Bigatron Alpha, and you see Moreno here, man. He's been just like this all throughout. The confidence of this young man. Flap and Ceremonies versus Kyle.
All right, Ceremonies, he still has, 3 more seconds until the cooldown. No, Ceremonies gets caught out. Flapteezy bothering to actually flicker for it, knowing that he's got him on the ropes.
Okay, so AP Brent are clapping back. They're just doing everything they can to make sure there's a lot of room for their respective gold laners. Look at that, Saken and Super Marco neck and neck in the gold. I think BTR, let's see if they'll be able to find an opening down here. Will Brent counter? Here's Ogwen.
Yep, they find it, and now they're going to commit everything onto Superfin, who has to flicker out and even uses the conceal. The counter engage coming in from Moreno. It seems good, but Flapteezy is able to power through. Bloody Hunt, damage reduction is good enough, but Few can't take the damage. Moreno flickers forward and catches another. Ogwen, the last to survive. Kyle will find Moreno in the back line, too deep to be saved.
Saken found it. We talked about the crossbow. Oh, Ceremonies versus Marco? No way. Oh, but Super Marco runs. Thumbs up to the Filipinos watching.
Super Ken. Okay, he's going back to the oppression. He wasn't fishing for kills. Thank goodness. And now Ogwen, he's going to try and lock down Super Ken for as long as possible, but that's going to be purple stolen away once more by Super Ken.
That's retribution committed by Super Ken. But since BTR have already started and Kyle Teasy still has his on cooldown, AP Brent can't go forward and contest it. Bigatron Alpha, again, they're just like clockwork. As one sequence is happening in one part of the map, they're making sure there's someone else, there are other members on another part of the map to get something.
Admittedly, I would imagine that AP Bren is just a little surprised. Like, oh, they took the turtle, but they used Retribution. It's one of those moments where you're trying to hit a skill shot and your opponent just walks in a straight line. But wait,
exactly.
Saken, he might be in some trouble here. Kaltizi gets some initial damage, but Superman is nearby. He's going to use his red Retribution to steal away some attack damage from Saken to make sure that he minimizes the damage of the T2.
Yeah, and you can see there the patience that Kaltizi was showing. That's because he had a feeling that Superman was there. With how he was moving, he wasn't going all out. It's like Kaltizi was saying, oh, why do I feel like there's a Franco nearby? I don't want this end up turning on my face here because I'm still wanting for resources. That's why the damage on Kaltizi's Fanny isn't that high yet. Yeah, he's 3-1-0, but it could have been so much worse for Bigatron Alpha, but they've applied so much pressure into this jungle, and even more so now, Saken already has the wind of nature.
Yeah, and despite all the oppression and invades coming in from Super Ken, it's still, the level is pretty even, right? 11-11. Now this purple buff, once again, it's a very big red flag. BTR looking for an opportunity. Feathered Airstrike to try and zone out the rest of Moreno already using. Gets the stun onto 1-2. Raise Blade into the back. Flaptisia has to get on the way as the airlines has already been activated. The Bloody Hunt on towards Super Marco's side. The BMI is going to get him out just in time, but Saken still healthy, still strong, but is able to deter the rest of them.
Somehow, AP Brand got to walk out of that with a kill and no one going down on their side. That's the best they could hope for in that scenario. And Flaptisia getting out of range of Saken's crossbow of Tang just in time to minimize the damage it could dish out.
Can we talk about the fact that Moreno has just been solely, like even though Flaptisia and as well as Few have been standing side by side, he didn't want the Feathered Airstrike. That's too basic. Give me the bravest fighter.
He wants that stun. And again, I think this proves even more the point we were making. Bigatron Alpha made this lineup and are playing to set up Super Ken for success. They're not getting the Feathered Airstrike. They want to maximize control so that they can get a nice crossbow of Tang. It's going to be a trade. Bren is going for the tower down bottom while Bigatron Alpha will be able to get a free first Lord in this game number 2.
Yup, and Few is sticking nearby just in case Rizzo wants to show himself off once more. But here we go. Bigatron with very clear lead. Super Ken is able to stop Ogren in his tracks as Cerezo tries to take this 1v1 against Kaltizi, but in the meantime, Saken is able to break the mid-tier 1. Clockwork, like you mentioned, Bigatron Alpha in Terminator mode.
Man, BTR, they're going to continue pressuring the jungle again of Kaltizi, who's going to get this purple buff.
No, they lock down Super Ken, and now they're making sure that he doesn't have an opportunity for the Airstrike as well as the Bloody Hunt onto one Super Marco's side. The BMI couldn't be activated. Cerezo's still alive, and Kaltizi ends up falling. No members of the bigger troopers fall. AP Bren wiped out.
And this looks dire. In a crucial game number 2. Minions coming in. Lord marching on their side. Close the 7 to 12 seconds on the timers. AP Bren were taken out of the map in a snap. Supervin landing a massive hook and catch onto Super Marco!
And he does it again! Moreno pushing Ogren back. Feathered Airstrike looking to punish. They find it as Super Marco will proxy the way with his and take his BMI away. They lose 2 inhibitors. They need to clear up these waves as much as they can. But Supervin right now, he does not miss.
The teams who were interviewed and asked about Bigatron Alpha, who is the player on BTR that you're watching out for? A lot of them say Supervin. BTR got stronger because of Supervin. And Supervin right now is putting on a signature Franco performance for the ages. But again, it's not just him. It's the entire BTR. It's the Terminators working like clockwork. And now AP Bren will have their backs against the wall. Dude, that's 35% skill accuracy, but the ones that landed have been massive.
They have been massive. High impact iron hooks so far. Super Ken can take the damage, put down the 60%, but Cerezo tries for the flank on towards Kaltizi's side. Almost good, but can't connect.
There's always something with BTR. Their conditions, they're always checking something. There's always a plan B. And right now, the plan B are the fists of Cerezo. If they can't get the initiation they want around Vin, around Moreno, there's always a Paquito behind them looking to punch them in the livers. Hit these? Livers. What hurts more?
I mean, both hurt pretty bad. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's true.
The liver punch, though, I will say, particularly hurts. But in the meantime, Saken is finishing off his last couple of items here because now with Bigatron Alpha breaking into the 42k mark, you can expect that the marksmans with no deaths whatsoever.
Wow.
4-0-2. Saken is one big boy.
And again, this is considering that he's up against a lineup with a Farsa, with a Fanny. It just goes to show how well BTR have set up Saken for success and how well Saken has been positioning himself and maximizing and knowing that, yeah, my range isn't that high with my ultimate. I am going to be as safe as I can. Oh, Chorizo! Not going to be able to burst down Kyle Teasy. But Bigatron Alpha, this looks like a free lord.
Yep, it looks like they're going to get this no matter what. Feather Airstrike to try to be the deterrent, but Bigatron Alpha, they're not even worried here. Purple buff is stolen away by Kyle in the meantime, knowing that he's not going to get his own, but at the very least, keeps him in check, keeps him in play.
They're just looking for scraps right now, AP Bren. AP Bren saying, please, I want more, another bowl of porridge. Bigatron Alpha is just telling them no. But you can get the scraps that are left on the map. They continue to invade the jungle of Kyle Teasy. Again, Kyle Teasy has a purple buff, not too worried. Will AP Bren be able to withstand the oncoming storm that is BTR Alpha?
Here we go, here we go. This could be the final moments here. This could be match point. Super Ken trying to zone off the rest of them as the last inhibitor begins to fall. Cerezo is just buying time, wasting Kyle Teasy's energy, forcing him to go back underneath the fountain. They need to look for the clear, but here comes the conceal. Reno has the bravest fighter. He finds it in the back line. Super Marco once again hits it. He's dead. And now we know damage. Cerezo takes out Flap Teasy, and Saken is able to free hit. That's GG. Well played. Supervin left the kingdom because he sees the future with Bigatron.
Another massive hook. Another massive iron hook to cash out Super Marco. Supervin, as he takes a sip of water. BTR are feeling it. Istora is feeling it. It's match point.
I can't believe he hit that iron hook. The wave was just spawning at the same time. People were walking left and right, the fadeaway even. Oh no, a disaster there. Super Marco can't play the game.
How? Our theory is there's a homing beacon on this iron hook. But no, I think Supervin is just that good. Analyst, please explain, how is this even possible?
I mean, honestly, Reptar, honestly, Gideon, we were shaking our heads throughout the entirety of that game as well. We were shaking in disbelief of how dominant Bigatron were in that game at number 2, and it was so crazy. They were able to win it 14 minutes, just one more minute above the game number 1, and even in the early game, we saw that Kyle Teasy actually had a level lead, and yet they let everything go. They let all the objectives fall to the hands of Bigatron, who eventually snowballed out of control yet again.
You know what? Looking at what happened, a very great approach from the side of Bigatron is they want to fight. They are just look for skirmishes, look for fights as well. And again, Saken, 504. Take a look at the items, right? Almost full item. Even he almost built towards that rose gold meteor. And what do you think, Elias? I mean, this is Bigatron at their peak.
I think Bigatron is just playing Tai Chi, you know? Yes, when Bren playstyle is like having the team fights, they are waiting for the team fights itself and then just counter set up the team fights, what happenings. Because they just starting the team fight, or initiating the team fight when Supervin got the enemies by his iron hook. But the others, they are waiting for the brand itself to come in first.
Remember, ladies and gentlemen, even though Vin moved team, he was RRQ at M4, and even at M3, there were a lot of moments where they just banned out the Franco every time they went against RRQ. Why? Because of Vin. He knows the map so well. His macro skills are out of this world, and it just makes it a lot more scarier.
The map awareness from Vin are crazy, Eternal, especially when he's using the Franco itself. Like, you see the accuracy of his iron hook are so legit. It's 35%, so it's once that on the 3 hook, right, it will be connected.
Yeah, I mean, a very great display again from those hooks. It seems like Bren, especially towards the end, they got overwhelmed. Super Marco didn't get his farm very, very soon, which caused issue, right? I mean, Bren, they need the Farsa and the Claude to deal damage.
But he did, right? He was the highest damage dealt.
Ooh.
And
That's
this is
so
it.
unfortunate, but this is it. Saken on the 1-1 MVP, 504, 69% KP. And if you take a look at the emblems as well as the talents, he goes in for a little bit more sustain here, the tenacity. But he goes in for something else, attack speed as well.
I know Vanny is the counter of 1-1. I know Farsia is the counter of 1-1, but look at this boy, 504. No one can touch him.
Yeah, very good positioning as well, right? I mean, almost towards the Rose Gold Meteor as well. And the highlights. Oh, Moreno is feeling him, but again, the hooks, man, the hooks.
But yeah, I think it's because Saken have two bodyguards, right? It's Baxia and Franco. Whoever wants to try to aim at Saken, just use the Bloody Hand, use the Tortoise Poisons to aim at the enemies.
That's why there was a lot of follow-up coming in, right? And even here, you can already see how that was able to be translated to weakness points for Saken to pick up the kill. Kyle Teasy looks for a little bit of a trade over there, but in the grand scheme of things, Moreno taken down once. It wasn't really much of a problem with Saken not being able to be taken down a single time.
Because yeah, Eterna mentioned it behind the scene before that when 1-1 is flying, 1-1 is kind of counter of Vanny. You say, right?
Yeah.
And yet it's proof on this game. Every time Vanny want to use the steel cable to aim at 1-1, but 1-1 already using the crossbow tank.
It really is a skill matchup here, Gani. What do you think was the element that AP Bren needed to level up in this game?
I think rotation-wise here can be adjusted going into Game 3. But then again, seeing how Bigatron rotates, it's very hard to read them here. Meanwhile, Bigatron, they almost read maybe Bren like a book in that game. Very easy execution in a sense, and that is why Bigatron is very scary, and they potentially, you might see a clean sweep again in this best of 5.
I hope not. I don't want that. Please, please, AP Bren, come on. You know, like, that would be so anticlimactic after everything that they built up, being the strongest team, and then falling to Bigatron 3-0. I would not want that. I want this to go full best of 5. There's still room for adaptations. There's also still room to rework things around. Because let's go back into the game. Earlier on, Colius mentioned behind the scenes, you were like, why isn't the Fanny targeting Saken?
On the early game. Yeah, I mean, like, there's a lot of chance to Vanny for do that. Right? Because Saken is always alone on the early game at the gold lane, but
exactly
didn't want to aiming for Saken.
I think the most issue, I think why the reason Fanny cannot be always targeting that 1-1 was you're going up against a Baxia who will rotate towards invade and invasive towards your jungle as well. So again, Fanny, sure, you can take on the 1-1 early game, but then you need to also secure your jungles, your camps, your buffs, because if not careful, that Baxia will definitely invade your jungle.
Yeah, and Bigatron Alpha is playing the heist game. They're always aiming for the purple buff, so the Vanny will not feeling comfortable, not enough energy to doing the instant kill combo to 1-1.
Oh, then if that's the case, then that was so brutal for the 1-1. No, not for the 1-1, the Fanny. No purple buff, Fanny is like a fish without water. It doesn't function properly, right? So let's take a look at the item builds again real quick. Does anything unique catch your eye, or is there anything in particular that you'd like to highlight? Because face value, I feel like everything's quite equal. I find really crazy the fact that Farsa was able to dish out the most damage, even though she was so far behind, 2,000 in gold.
But I see that 1-1 here is building the Magic Blade, who's gonna be the Rose Gold Meteor. I think it's a good respect item to have a little bit shield absorb ability if Vanny just doing his combo to him.
And there's a trick, right? If you bought the Magic Blade, and it will proc the same passive as well, and then you buy the Rose Gold Meteor, so he can proc it twice, is what I'm trying to say. You buy the magic plate, let's say...
Hold it first.
Hold it first. Get the, let's say you take the feather air track and then you bought the rose gold, the passive will reset once you bought the full item.
So it's gonna be double passive, yeah.
Yeah, so it's, I think, why 1-1 is holding off that rose gold meteor.
Oh, I was today years old when I found out about that. Well, I mean, technically, I'm not like an MM player or an assassin player, so I don't know about these things. But it's actually quite valuable, especially in high-ranked games. And speaking about ranked, I think I want to play a little bit of rank here on my Samsung
we need to...
that I have right here.
Can I see? Can I see the device?
Yeah.
Wait, I'll open it up real quick. Oh, there you go. Oh. Look how beautiful that is. You want to borrow it?
I want to borrow it. Please,
right,
please,
okay,
please.
Fine.
Let's see. Coleus, let's see, right? I mean, this is in-game. Look how clean it is. And let's see here. What will they go for?
Yeah, it's super clean because that is the new Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Unmatched speed from the newest, fastest Snapdragon platform ever. Available only on the Samsung Galaxy devices. With epic power comes epic gaming. Level up your game and play like the pros with the new Galaxy S23 Series. And not to mention, Goni, I've played on that phone for, I think, 72 hours. I haven't charged.
Whoa, that's a long-lasting battery life.
Since we started the finals.
You can try to push rank to aim for the mythical Immortal.
Yep. And if I'm going against something like the Selena, who's a little bit sneaky, or someone who wants to bypass my retinal responses, I don't have to worry because of the dynamic screen.
Yep. And you can use all max setting on this phone, guys.
Yeah. Oh, look at that beauty. Oh.
It's so smooth.
Yeah, I don't think Goni's going to be casting next game.
Thank you.
He will. Let's just
I'll be busy.
You only play with 2 fingers? Are you a nerd?
No, I play with 3.
I just want to let you all know that Goni is a top global Kufa player. He's only been able to be beaten by Keyboy.
So Goni is the master of Yaoi and Keyboy?
Yep.
Am I?
Yep.
That's scary.
Why is that scary?
Because I would not be here if I am the master of Yaoi and Keyboy. I'd be down there playing.
It's okay. It's because you love us, right?
Yeah.
You want to be with us casting. Let's not forget. You don't love us?
I do love you guys.
All right. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I also love to get into the drafts here. Remember, we are at match point. One more game for Bigatron Alpha to take, and then it's bye-bye. Sayonara. See you later for AP Bren here at the Snapdragon Pro Series. So, coming into this third game, Joy Minotaur once again banned out, Eve as well as the Kaja. So, it's still the same approach.
Same side as well, which I'm quite surprised, right? I thought there will be a switch side, but no, AP Bren will stick on the blue.
They're just changing to the red side. And is it gonna be happening that I mentioned before when I said that Bigatron, if they win those 2 games easily, that maybe it's gonna be clean sweep from Bigatron.
Oh, let's see. I mean, with the Franco band out, remember in game 1, Super Vin pulled off the Angela, and they made it work. Let's see what will be the bans for Bigatron here in that first phase.
Ling is still open if they want to, because they are always banning Ling before on the first game and second game.
Ling is an option. Ling is definitely an option here. Aldo is still discussing it with their players, with his players, seems like. I mean, if not the Ling.
Or maybe they just want to leave it open.
Paquito.
Because they are on second pick.
Oh, okay. So they're not going to let the Ling slide at all for 3 games in a row. Kyle TZ not going to be able to get his hands on it. It really shows that Bigatron Alpha, they try their best to secure that early game even through the drafts, right?
Wow.
Because with the Ling, I guess it's a little bit more of a power pick for Kyle TZ as well. There's a lot more to work with in comparison to a Fanny. So the Ling is the choice of ban here for Bigatron, as now AP Bren, they pick up the Angela. There's a lot that you can work with Angela.
It's been a while since Angela going to be on the first pick, right?
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, the one who did it before when Rekt still playing at EVOS.
Yeah, they
MPL
really...
season 6? 7.
I think around 7.
Yeah.
There you go. The Valentina and Paquito is still open if they really want to go for it. Or Fredrin, right? I mean, work for them. But no, it's going to be the Valentina and Paquito as expected. Asking AP Bren a question. What are you going to play here? Angela. Wait, have we seen Ogwen on an Angela yesterday?
Ogwen on an Angela? Let me check. Yes, he has picked up the Angela before. So we do still believe that Pew hasn't picked up a hero. These are fast responses though coming in, Claude as well as the Fredrin. So now AP Brand going a little bit more flex.
Ooh. With Fredrin, they already have the Sandbag and Cloud that need to do the early farming well and then do the combo with Angela using the hard guard. But the problem is, I think Paquito can stop Cloud when he's using the Blazing Duet later on the team fight. So Cloud needs to make sure that Paquito champion stance is already out before he just jump in using the Blazing Duet.
Yeah, they need to figure that out indeed. And let's see here, what will they pick up for the side of Bigatron? They have a chance to pick up Rogue Kadena, perhaps, if they really want to go for it. But then again, no clear target apart from that Fredrin. There you go. A more secure hero here, secured by the side of Bigatron. It's that Grok.
I'm thinking about this, right? Because if Ogwen is on the Angela, then I'm thinking of a Farsa pick for AP Bren, which is why perhaps Bigatron Alpha is like, no, don't take the Farsa, we'll pick up the Grok to try and counter it. But coming to the second phase, Bigatron still need to pick up a gold laner and or roam and or jungle and or EXP.
Yeah, Melissa is still open for a second if they want to pick it or ban it from AP Bren.
What do you think here, Gani? What do you think AP Bren's going to take out?
Very tough question, but I feel like they will try to limit the options for Super Bin here. Kufra ban perhaps here, but then again, the Grok can enter the roam position. So you know what? I think they should just ban out the Martis if they don't want to go for the Martis approach. You know, banning out the jungle because the jungle from side of Bigatron is very, very tough. But no, they will commit to a gold laner ban.
They're going to respect Wan there being able to get that MVP as well. So now Saken does still have a few options. Leslie is still one of them.
Melissa is there, Leslie still there, even Brody if they want to pick Brody.
It really depends on who the jungle is, right? So if I were Bigatron, I'd probably want to flex that out.
Okay. So perhaps that is the case. AP Bren, last ban. They just ban another marksman.
But like, what's the point of banning the marksman?
To limit Saken's hero pool.
But Saken has a lot of options. So if you want to go for a gold laner, ban, you choose a gold laner who is going to lane horribly against the Claude. So Leslie is not an option to ban, I believe. I'm going to go for Dairoth. Dude, they do still have a possibility of picking up the Uranus here.
Yeah, for the XP lane and Fredrin goes to the jungle. It can be works. Because the combo between Angela and Uranus, Fredrin or Cloud can be very nasty, especially really annoying during the pick-off situation or the team fight situation that's happening later.
Wow, that's a big bluff though, right? I mean, with that Dairoth ban, will Bigatron bite the bluff here and take the Uranus away, putting Grok in the roam, putting Paquito in the jungle, or will they ignore it, right? I mean, find a hero that can burst again the Uranus.
I think they're gonna pick the late, Brody. They want to like flexing the jungle right now to be on the last pick because they have that surprise things for this third game because they are on the second pick now.
Yeah, that's the flex that Bigatron have, right? Jungle and EXP. They want to leave it. They want to see what Bigatron is going to put in that jungle and the EXP lane matchup as well because here we go. Fredrin is still flex. We're not really sure where. Okay, let's see. Let's see the players. They're hovering over it. Because at this point, I don't really know what they should pick up. What's good? They want to opt for Abaxia again? Try to out-rotate Bigatron in the early game? fight fire with fire.
But yeah, if we're looking at the first 4 pick from Bigatron Alpha, I think they're gonna play very quickly. And Varamis and Arlat, they love the team fight, man.
Wow, that confirms it, right? I mean,
That's
they will fight with fire. Varamis mid, Fredrin jungle. Arlat, not a good positive win rate.
Yeah, but this is a good composition for an assassin.
Yeah, so this game, it's all about who are pressing the cult altar timing better.
Yeah.
Go for assassin here.
Go for assassin.
Super Ken, let's go.
What is left?
There's a lot.
Hellcurt.
Hayabusa, Hellcurt. Still there. Maybe Saber.
Oh, Mirko would be so angry.
No.
But yeah, they already have 2 sustainability heroes, Grok and Paquito here, if they want to play with assassins. But
Baxia.
But seriously, with this kind of draft, they need to play very quickly on the early game. They need to secure the early game. If it drags to the late game, I think every brand draft have a stronger probability to win this game right now.
Why?
Because of the cloud, because of the Varamis. It can sustain because on the late game, most of them gonna play on the team fight.
But Brody also can scale with the Weapon Master talent. Okay, I get your point though. In team fights, it's a little bit more valuable to have the Cloud. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring out the casters. Match point. You there? Hello?
Yeah, we're here. All's good. Let's remind the viewers again the promise that these 2 teams want to deliver. For Bigatron, it's to be the Terminators of the Philippines. They've swept RSG, they've swept Echo. They're 1 win away from sweeping Bren. While Bren want to make it back to a matchup against Onyx to deliver on the age-old promise of Bren lang malakas, that they will be the strongest by the end of it all. 1 more game, potentially. Is this the right draft for AP Bren to force this series to continue?
Here's the thing. Even amongst BTR and as well AP Bren, they're very similar in terms of the achievements that they have been looking for. They haven't been able to get an M Series title, and they haven't been able to qualify in a while. But everything outside of that, BTR has been getting wins. AP Bren has been getting qualified and achieving championships across the board. Both of them so similar in nature, just need to make it over this last hurdle, this last leg of the race to take on Onyx in the grand finals. So let's begin here with Bren on the blue side and BTR on the red. Let's see how they play it out as the first Lethal Wanderer is immediately going to be fought for. Cerezo rotating early on with the changes to his jab, making sure that Arlart's a little late to the party, but here comes Flapteezy, and now Few, he might be in a little trouble. First blood achieved instantaneously, and now the rest of BTR will start chasing them down in their jungle. Kyle Teasy 2 levels down.
This is AP Bren that want to buy time. This is Bigatron Alpha who wants to end it now. And the fights continue. The skirmishes will not stop. That is Super Ken with all the confidence in the world, knowing that he has a massive lead already over Kyle Teasy. We have been talking about this behind the scenes. BTR are not allowing Kyle Teasy to play his game.
Super Ken right now, he is in kill mode, stealing away the purple buff in front of Kyle Teasy's face and then rotating backwards to continue to fight some more. Now, with this lead, it is confirmed that Super Ken is going to have complete control over the jungle.
Taking a look at the emblems here, look at all the penetration that they went for. Look at that extra bit of tenacity on that Grok. They know they want to be aggressive and they want to end this fast. Does Bigatron Alpha.
Well, now, take their time with this. AP Bren are unable to actually walk up anywhere remotely close to it, but even so, Supervan can open up the map just to get some kind of confirmation. It's going to be Turtle falling into the hands of Bigatron Alpha. Supergan decides to show up. He's trying to steal it away as well. Almost gets it. Kyle, he's currently level 4. No dash. Lock people down, but with no dash, he needs to make sure these combo points are helpful. And Fraser's Wrath almost taking him out. A stolen away trades for Call Altars. They walk away. The Cold War continues.
Could have been difficult. Could have been bad for AP Bren, but they minimized their losses and they still got to secure a purple buff there for Kyle Teasy. BTR with their beauty of a first rotation. 4 men invading the jungle of Kyle Teasy, his orange buff. This is why they already have this much of a lead, almost 3 minutes in. Flapteezy is going to do everything he can to catch up and minimize the impact that Cerezo has, but his fists are just that dang heavy. And Bigatron Alpha are in that dang control of this game. Kalti is trying to get something, but he still can't. He still can't. But Super Ken can.
Oh my goodness. Super Ken with a man-to-man defense against Kalatizi, just mirroring him wherever he goes. You want that beetle? No, that's mine, buddy. You ain't getting away from me. My natural passive is going to counter your natural regeneration. And Supervin just confirming these neutrals. Wait, hold on. Chorizo, he might be going in a little too deep here. Praisers Wrath coming up as well. What? The sprint has been popped. Super Ken going to block any more aggression coming up from the side of AP Bren, but they still have the heart guard to work with.
Chorizo holds on. Vin and Saken apply the pressure onto Super Marco. Again, just like clockwork, no matter what's happening in the map, there's always a sequence going on for Bigatron Alpha, and they continue again this constant invade of Kyle TZ's jungle, not allowing the young star jungler of Bren to play.
And even Flapteezy is trying to help him out. He even used the final slash to maybe pull the purple buff towards their side. And Super Ken now sees that top side. Saken is taking some damage. Super Marco has to protect himself. He's got to live. Flickers away hard guard to keep him alive. Down by bot time. Chorizo getting attacked by both Flapteezy and as well as Kyle. He finds a kill back and will give the turtle to Bigatron Alpha.
Because of that sequence, yes, Bren got a kill, but Bigatron Alpha got another turtle. Constant pressure onto Super Marco. Ogwen now has to babysit him. They keep getting pushed back. AP Bren. Bigatron Alpha really just want to end this now. Really just want to make it to the grand finals. The Tower of the Claude falls very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the marksmen aren't going to be able to scale in time. Super Ken, he's currently just too big. He's too thick with two C's.
Too thick. I did not expect that coming out. But yeah, Super Ken, man. The confidence he has, knowing that he's going to be nigh unkillable, nigh untouchable. He's just rolling all over AP Bren and Bigatron Alpha. They continue the pressure. The jungle, the gold, they're pressuring it at the same time.
Oh, Saken, he was winning the laner. Wait, hold on. Supervin could get punished here, but now here comes the reinforcements for Reno as well as Super Ken rotating so fast. And Saken just getting the coverage that he needs. He won the lane prior to his friends showing up, but now he's guaranteeing this lead. Purple buff stolen once again. Pop it on the swing. Wait, hold on. Ogwen, he might be in some trouble. He's going to pull back Super Ken underneath the turret. Appraises Wrath as well. But right now, stealing away the call and keep it alive. But Saken is able to break the tier 2. They're trying to run away. Super Ken finally getting punished as Flapteezy with the final slash and vengeance takes him out.
The clutch cult altars coming in from both teams. Oh, so Rizzo finds Flap.
All right, he gets the champion stance, but now he's got to wait for at least 4 more seconds until he, 5 more seconds until he gets his jab back up. Is it going to be able to secure this tier 1 down bot side? Bigatron Alpha with a huge lead to 3K now against AP Bren 6 minutes into the game.
From MPL Indonesia Season 11 to now, Bigatron Alpha have reprogrammed themselves. This is the new era of BTR. This is the new Alpha. And look at them. All major objectives secured. Turtles all to BTR. Only the middle outer turret of AP Bren holds. If that falls, this snowball will be nigh unstoppable.
Now Super Ken, he's taking the damage, trying to bait something up. Supervin is nearby and Chorizo can actually go for this flank. They're looking for information on where Ogwen is, but now Flapteezy taking a little too much. They start to back away. This mid-tier 1 is so important for Bren. They're getting invaded already, but without that tier 1, they're going to lose absolutely everything. And now they jump in for the fight. Supervin finds the wall time, not the fight! Members, they go into the back line, and Saken finishes them off! What a play coming out from Supervin!
What a super set by the roamer of BTR! Blink and you'll miss it. The flicker wild charge from the Grok. Only Ogwen fell, but that opened up the avenue of the mid lane for BTR. Again, for the entire series, this has been the story. Quick scaling by BTR, not letting Kyle play, and total control by the Terminators.
Oh man, Super Marco has been feeling it. Look at that lead onto Saken. And the people who question him, what's Saken doing? Man, he is making sure that he's making sure his oppression is felt. Supervin making a lot of damage, pumping on the string. He's gonna pull him back, but it's not gonna guarantee it. He almost call Ultra, saves Few's life. Supervin wild charges, hits nothing, and now they're in the middle of the fight. The hard card is not enough. 2 is already down. Double kill for Saken. You ask him, do you feel it? You gotta be sucking on these nuts. Bigatron Alpha, change that name. Bring it on, Alphas, as they break the inhibitor. Take another kill. They're stuck. Kyle is locked. Chorizo gives it to him. Mega kill for Saken.
The Terminators are ruthless and relentless. They've built a lineup that can end this game fast, and they will now get this Lord without a problem. Every time it looks like AP Bren can find a turnaround, a pickoff, something that can make them crawl and claw back into this. BTR says no. BTR says we're the ones going to the grand finals. 7,000 closing in on 8 on the gold lead for BTR. Maybe, just maybe, this is it. But a flurry of items have come in for AP Bren. Lightning Truncheon for Few, Golden Staff by Super Marco, and Clap Easy with a Thunder Belt. I don't think that's gonna be enough, but will AP Bren find a way? Hold on.
The final slash pulling Super Ken underneath the turn. The call altar is going to keep him alive for now, but they're waiting for the opportunity to turn this around. Appraiser's Wrath is going to put him low. Call altar traded instead. 24 memories have already been used. He's out of position. Wild charge to put him out of his misery.
10 seconds for the Fire Mist to come back. That's going to be another. Maybe make it all of the base turrets of AP Bren going down, but they're holding on to the top one. They've held on to the mid, but the Lord is here. The Faramis is back. Full 5v4. Super Ken is down. Can Bigatron Alpha end it here?
They're holding on. Looks like Bigatron Alpha are waiting for the second Lord as they usually do this time round. Very, very patient. Rizzo has been finding so many flanks, so many dispositions against AP Bren.
Wow. Just wow. We are left speechless at what Bigatron Alpha has shown this series, and look at that. 7,000!
How does Chorizo have more gold than Super Ken? How? There's no explanation for this. Super Ken has taken every single one of these jungle camps, every single one of these buffs for himself, and yet Chorizo still is second top most gold. The next inhibitor now under threat. Wild charge only landing on towards Flapteezy's side. Not good enough. We'll wait for the second. We've already gotten one inhibitor. That's all we can ask for.
It's not over yet for AP Bren. Bigatron Alpha, no. We gotta respect. We gotta respect the turnaround. So they've turned that aggression into cold calculation. Ogwen just picked up the Necklace of Durance to help with the regen. The Bigatron Alpha has in their ability kits, has in their items, 37k to 29k. This is still going to be a very difficult comeback for AP Bren if they can find it. No damages done yet on any of the outer turrets of BTR. Chorizo making like a chorizo with the most umami Paquito performance I've seen my entire career.
Oh man, considering how Chorizo has been playing, I don't know. They already have a skin for Manny Pacquiao, but Chorizo, he might earn himself one by the end of this year if he keeps playing like that.
And if he keeps lifting, he's got the body for it.
You're right.
He has the arms for it.
He literally has the arms of a boxer. True to the word. Now, Bigatron currently with an 8,000 gold lead at this final slash on towards Supervin's side, trying to punish him. Power of Nature is going to keep him alive here with no more CC to be expanded. He lets go of it. He is a little low. He will recall and come back in once he is topped up, but look at the macro from Bigatron Alpha. They're making sure that AP Brand, if you want to walk up to this Lord, it better be with only 4 bodies.
The constant split pushing and minion wave clearing from Chorizo is why he's gotten so much gold. The resources he's single-handedly taken away from AP Brand as the rest of Bigatron Alpha are getting resources elsewhere. The demolition job of the AP Brand squad is almost at completion for BTR Alpha. They will get this purple buff. No more base turrets except for the middle one for AP Bren. An enhanced Lord marching in. Who will be able to deliver on their promise? Will it be BTR? Will it be AP Bren?
Oh, Moreno's damage actually topping the chart. It's not even like remotely close to Saken or Chorizo at all. He's literally almost doubling their damage in the numbers. Now, this might be the end game here. Chorizo looking for opportunities. The Superkin zones around. Tier next inhibitor has already fallen as they continue to push on forward. There's not enough damage from the side of AP Bren as they're looking to chunk down this line. Superman finds two. Blazing Duet to try and clear out the wave, but it doesn't matter. Saken wins of nature. He's trying to kill this out. GG! Well played! Bigatron Alpha are gonna make it to the grand finals.
The Terminators have delivered on their promise. They have swept RSGPH, Echo, and now AP Bren. Istoras Tenayan swells with Indo pride as it will be an Indonesia versus Indonesia Grand Finals in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
History being made here. We haven't seen an Indonesian versus Indonesian Grand Finals at an international in years. Wow, what a game.
Promise delivered, and a showcase of respect and sportsmanship between these two teams. What Coach Aldo, what the new introduced members of BTR Alpha have done in such a short amount of time to change their fortunes. They will be now meeting their fellow Indonesian squad, the MSC champions, the defending MPL Indonesia champions, Onyx. What a series and what a journey it has been for Bigatron Alpha, but of course, GG, well played, and thank you to AP Bren.
Look at that logo in the background. Well deserved by Bigatron. We had our doubts they wouldn't make it all the way to the grand finals, that somebody would be able to shake them up. But man, reformed, renewed, reborn with the help of Supervid. There's a reason why he left the kingdom. This is the future of Bigatron.
And the future is now. They are not champions yet, but they have made a hell of a run here in the playoffs to make it to that stage. You see the Bigot Troopers swelling with pride for their Indonesian Terminators, the Filipino Slayers, the World Slayers at that, if they will be able to continue this.
Oh, truly a beautiful day it is here. Championship Sunday never disappoints. I got a waxing appointment to unfortunately get to in a little bit. But with that being said, Reptar, it has been quite an honor having you here and casting together. Whew, what a day this has been.
And it's been an honor joining you here all throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series. Again, it's not over yet. We're still going to be hearing from the members of Bigatron Alpha. Here they are.
Dan juga Rose bersama sang Philippine Slayer. Mereka sang juara di final lower bracket dengan 3-0.
Okay, guys. First of all, let me just say, Moreno literally walked the walk and talked the talk, because I think we can officially say that in the Snapdragon Pro Series, Bigatron Alpha shall be crowned the Filipino Slayers.
That's right. Mereka memulangkan semua tim Philippines, 3 tim berturut-turut sampai hari ini. Wow. Dan Moreno, sesuai yang kamu bilang loh. Kamu ngelakuin apa yang kamu katakan?
Ya, sebentar pengen ngomong sih, kan orang-orang bilang aku mirip Tan Boykun kan. Cuma beda, kalau Tan Boykun mungkin mukbang makanan, kalau aku mukbang PH aja sih, kenyang juga.
Mukbang is food feast.
Yeah.
It's like, it's the difference between the YouTuber.
Yes, I understood
Oh,
what you
okay.
said. The difference between YouTubers and him is that they feast on food, he feasts on the Filipinos.
Oh, Kapten, gimana hal ini kamu bisa, mungkin sebagai kapten ya, kita ngelihat Bigatron mulus banget berjalannya, mulus banget melawan tim Filipina. Kekuatannya dari mana, Kapten?
Soalnya Moreno udah bilang gitu, jadi kita harus laksanain.
Because Moreno already said that, so they did it, they do it. Okay.
I like that. I like that. They're like, okay, you know, Moreno already said it. So if we don't send them home, we're gonna be embarrassed. So we gotta send them home fast.
Committed.
Yeah, they gotta stay committed. Okay, so now that you guys are advancing to the grand finals, finally achieving your Indonesia versus Indonesia full Indo grand finals. Moreno, how are you feeling? Are you ready to face Onyx later?
Aduh nggak tahu lah ya kalau King Onyx, tapi kalau PH sih bisa-bisa aja, tapi kalau King Onyx nggak tahu sih.
Oh, he's gonna confuse.
Tapi nggak apa-apa guys, yang penting gue udah tepetin janji kita sama Onyx kayak full Indo buat grand final. Jadi kita kasih yang terbaik aja, doain aja.
Oh, okay, so he said going against a Filipino team, he's not nervous, he's not conflicted on whether or not they can actually take the win. But going against the Kings, Onyx, he's not sure, but as long as, you know, he fulfilled his promise for a full Indo Grand Finals, he's good. Just pray for the best.
Yeah, not so confident, but how about Captain Vin? Gimana Vin? Super Vin?
Gue nggak mau dijulukin sebagai PS Slayer sih, gue pengen menangin turnamen ini.
Oh, they just don't want to be a Filipino Slayer only, but they want to be the champion.
Okay, I like that, I like that. Okay, so we see that Istora Senayan is technically full house for your match, and I'm pretty sure it's gonna be even more packed later on for our grand finals. Let's start with Moreno since he's beside me. Moreno, what do you want to say to your bigger troopers that is filling up Istora Senayan right now?
Mau ngomong apa sama Big Troopers dan juga mungkin yang ada di rumah karena ini udah rame banget, nanti juga bakal lebih rame lagi. Moreno, ada yang mau dikatakan?
Ya buat Big Trooper sama apa ya fans Indo semuanya terima kasih banyak udah dukung kita terus sampai kita awalnya dari lower bracket kita bisa masuk grand final sekarang dan mungkin ntar sore kita akan ntar lawan Onyx. Doain aja yang terbaik, semoga kita bisa ngasih ya permainan yang seru lah.
Mode set boy Moreno, gimana dengan Captain Vin?
Thank you semua yang udah datang support, ya terima kasih banyak. Kita masih ada match lagi lawan Onyx. Ya siapapun yang menang, ya tapi kita yang menang sih. Ya dukung aja guys.
He want the support and he wants to be the champion again.
Supervin is hungry for the championship. Meanwhile, Moreno is like, you know, calm. He's a little calm. There's no more Filipinos to slay.
Ya, tapi pada penasaran nggak sih kira-kira untuk grand final nih nanti apa yang benar-benar kalian nantikan untuk match kalian nanti?
Tahu. Ya udah lama sih nggak ketemu Onyx di final. Kalau dari gua jadi ya pengen mereka menang lebih baik daripada gua, jadi gua pengen menang kali ini.
Oh, because they won already a lot of trophy. They want to be the winner now, and then I think because they never met in the grand final because on Alpha and Onyx, it's their time.
It's their time to shine. All right, everybody. So, wait. Before I throw it over to the panelists, I want you guys to do a little cheer for your bigger troopers. Okay?
Bigatron, and then they will answer.
All
Kalian
right.
Bigatron, mereka akan jawab ya. Kalian jawab ya.
All right, jawab, okay? 1, 2, 3.
Bigatron!
One more time.
Bigatron!
Bigatron, well and win.
All right, so let's throw it over to our panelists to break down what happened in the clean sweep in our best of 5 series. Panelists, kind of take it away.
MVP for the Red Robots. It truly is a new era for them here at SPS, being able to take down yet another Filipino team in Bren, the favorites to win.
And in a clean sweep style again. AP Bren, what happened here? I saw their drafts. As soon as they pick up the Arlet last, I already have massive doubts that they're able to pull this comp off. Seeing the trend that Arlet brings, sure, very positive win rate, but a very positive stat, but Bigatron again. Moreno, Valentina, it's just too much.
Guys, quick fun fact. In the 3 games that they played, it's an average of around 14 minutes.
Ooh.
That's all it took for Bigatron Alpha. But
Yeah.
continue, Kalius.
I'm the witch doctor. I already told you guys. It's gonna be clean sweep if the Bigatron win. The
Two
two of
games.
their games are easy. Right, I can say it's an easy game because, yeah, the fun fact you said before Eterna, it's only around 40 minutes. And look at this, on the 3rd game, they are playing very aggressively. Even feel with his pyramids cannot do anything with the cold outer.
No, I feel like very limited what few can do here in this game. And Supervin, again on the grok, going for the right engages, going for the right wall charge as well, just collapsing Bren in that mid towards that late.
There was barely any room for Brennan to play there. It was so difficult because of the lack of mobility that they opted to commit to. Baxia last pick, I didn't realize until I saw it in the game that that was the perfect way for them to once again snowball into that early game. Just not allowing Bren to get a single piece of the pie. No turrets whatsoever, no objectives. It was complete domination by the MVP as well here, Saken 403. He steamrolled through that game. Kolios, what are those talents and emblems?
Wow. He's using all of the assassin emblem except for the weapon master because he really needs the additional attack from all of the items. But 403 without taking down again. Saken is the MVP boy for this match, I think, not just for this game.
I completely agree. I mean, again, provided that it was facilitated by Grok, by Sorizo as well. But Saken positioned himself in a very effective. Here, you can see the dive from the side of Paquito and Grok. Saken, meanwhile, in the backside was just free hitting with his auto. So a very good style. Here, take a look at Supervin. Sure, it catches one, but it opens up a plethora of engages, of options for Bigatron Alpha to exploit.
Yeah, and we know how Brody can capable are when he got the snowballing moment on the early game because like Bigatron already set the tempo, already set the movement from the early game. Even AP Brand on this third game, it's like the game one. They cannot touch any of the Bigatron turret.
Yeah, a Brody that snowballs from the early game is a scary Brody because that is exactly the best case scenario for someone or a team to pick up the Brody. You want to be able to get those items real quick. You only just need one or two, and then you already have the base damage to, one, deal damage onto your enemies, and two, go for the complete siege. And we saw that those turrets, they went down like flies, like ashes of a previous kingdom there built by Bren.
Wow. But I cannot speak too much because honestly, I'm seeing like different AP Brand from yesterday.
I agree.
I'm just sensing like it's lost of their spirit. I didn't see the spirit that they have yesterday.
Which is very, very odd, right? I mean, considering the series that they had against Onyx yesterday, it was really very tight. It was very back and forth. Both teams really adjust each and every game to a better, I must say, a better version of themselves. But in this game, we didn't see that. We didn't see that from the side of AP Brand, from the draft and execution.
I don't know, do you think it's a mental block? Like they went so all out yesterday. It was so close as well for AP Brand to take that win against Onyx, but it ended in a loss. That maybe affected their performance today. I think that definitely is a possibility.
Can be, because actually they still have the chance, right? If they won this final lower bracket. But if they already have that mental block, I think it's really dangerous. And see, this is the result.
Yeah.
Maybe if that's the problem.
But once again, we just want to say thank you so much towards AP Brand for your participation in the Snapdragon Pro Series. You went by just almost all the stages really well. You flew through it. I think a lot of people thought that you guys were able to make it. You guys did your best, and we're super excited to see your journey the next tournament. Hopefully we get to see you at M5.
Hopefully, right? I mean, seeing their evolution, perhaps they might and will go all out, learn a lot from this tournament in their MPL PH. Perhaps then, if they make it to the grand finals, then we'll definitely see them at M5.
Yep, not just M5, I mean, for next season SPS.
Ooh, is that a, there's gonna be another SPS next year?
Please, SPS, please.
Yeah, we're all hoping for it because we really had a fun time, and I can't believe this is the last day.
Oh yeah, I just remember this is the last day.
I don't know when we're going to be casting together again as well.
We're going to go to the last match as well. Last day.
Yeah, this is my last shift, so this is my last match as well. It's been great. I just want to thank everyone, all the casters. It's really been an honor. Production as well. It's been great. And you know, if we're going off the sad note, I want to go back to a point here for Bigatron. I think Bigatron, I don't want to say that word because it's inappropriate to say on broadcast, so I'm just going to say they like playing long games. Right? We saw it, remember, against Aura Fire back in the challenge season. They won a total of how many games? I think 10 up until that point, and now they're going to have to go another best of 7 against another Indonesian team. It's not Aura this time, it is going to be Onyx. But taking a look at this heat map here, Super Ken everywhere on the Baxia, and this is the beauty of the Baxia, the fact that it can mobilize around the map super quickly, it can clear super fast as well. It's so hard to follow a rotation of a Baxia.
And looking at the first 13 minutes of his rotation, he only recalled once. Right, so a very effective Baxia. Again, just being that presence, being that hero that will invade. Very tough for Kyle TZ to respond.
He just lost his way to home, I think. Too much time of playing like in outside of the enemy's area, that always aiming for the enemy's. Fredrin, of course, wherever Fredrin is, he always like try to looking for him.
And not only that, in that heat map we see that there's no kills at all. So he didn't take all the kills to himself. What Bigatron were able to do, they were able to funnel all that gold, all those kills onto the important members, Moreno, Saken. And I think that's brilliant.
Yeah,
if you want to steamroll, you can, that's what you do.
Because Baxia's job is not actually getting some kill points.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like having a sustainable body and then get the Lord or Turtle, the objective one. That's it.
Which we saw that, right? I mean, this Baxia, again, in general, the Baxia is a very annoying hero. And after the patch, it seems like it's very, very clear that this Baxia is a popular pick.
Yeah, it truly is.
It's a monster.
I was about to say that, right? Monster in rotations, monster in clearing, and monster in energy as well. Quick shout out here to Monster Energy. Thank you so much for facilitating the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's been amazing. The casters have been hyped all the way from the beginning till the very end, as we are going to our final match in just a bit. Once again, a best of 7, a full Indo-Indo finals, grand finals.
After 4 years on the offline event, finally we gonna see on the international offline event, Indo versus Indo.
It's like a quick tear. As an
Finally.
Indonesian caster, it's been so long.
We are waiting for it.
True.
And you know, this next matchup is insane. But before that, let's take a look at the interview.
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are now with the Biga Troopers from one of our grand finalists. Say hello everybody.
Hello Biga Troopers, halo dong. Happy banget kayaknya. Nih gimana sih ngelihat 3-0 barusan?
Kayak gampang banget gitu ya.
It's super easy. How is it so easy?
Very easy.
Sangat-sangat mudah. But it's super fast. Itu game yang cepet banget. Game yang sangat-sangat memukau juga dari Bigetron. Kalian 3 hari kesini berarti kan ya?
Ya benar.
Betul. Dan gimana kalian akhirnya bisa ngeliat nih finalnya Indonesia lawan Indonesia. Dan apalagi kalian deg-degan gak sih kemarin Moreno pas ngomong kayak gitu?
Biasa aja sih.
So cool. Dingin sekali, biasa aja sih. Dia udah bisa jadi pro player. She can be a pro player because pro player used to be like, yeah, it's normal, it's biasa aja.
Like very chill and calm. So how is Moreno a pro player? Moreno is quite, you know, slay the Filipino teams.
Dia spesial sih dia. Spesial. Tapi beneran deh, kalian excited gak sih ngelihat Bigetron sampai titik ini?
Bahas lah. Jelas sangat excited ya kita ya semua ya.
Makanya benar-benar kerasa ini benar-benar teori bantai atas bantai bawah.
Oh, they slay the upper and they slay the lower bracket. So both Indonesian, they slay upper and they slay the lower. So they can meet.
So they can meet in the grand finals, which they did. Bigatron Alpha is gonna be meeting Onyx later on, so I think that's gonna be very exciting. Do you guys think Istoras and Nayan later will be super loud?
Bakal rame nggak sih? Ini bakal review sekali di Istora Senayan nanti buat final.
Pastinya sih bakal rame karena Indo lawan Indo, tapi kita full Bigetron sih.
Yes, because it's Indonesian versus Indonesia, but they are full Bigatron, all in.
All in. Best of 7. Okay, I want to ask, to make this interesting. Best of 7 match, anything can happen. A score prediction.
Berapa coba prediksi best of 7 nih nanti ya?
4-3 sih, 4-3.
4-3?
4-3?
Iya, 4-3 juga.
Ya, 4-3, 4 Bigatron jelas dong. 4-3.
Oh,
4-0 lah biar cepet pulang.
4-2.
4-2.
4-3. 4-3-nya buat siapa dong?
Bigatron lah.
Oh.
Tapi ini lucu ya, dimana tadi Moreno, mereka yakin bisa mulangin semua tim Philippines. Tapi ketika melawan tim Onyx, Raja dulu, King Onyx, wait. Dia seperti ragu-ragu what happened menurut kalian deh. Tadi Moreno tuh rada-rada pas ngelawan Onyx tuh kayak ragu-ragu gitu. Jawabannya ya kalau Kapten Vin dia yakin. Kalau Moreno rada deg-degan, ada apa emang?
Gimik doang sih sebenarnya sih.
It's only gimmick for Moreno.
It's only a gimmick just now.
Gimmick.
So he's actually ready to face Onyx. He was just kidding just now on stage that he's afraid of facing Onyx, blah, blah, blah. I see. Okay guys, who wants to give a message to Moreno right now? Who wants to give a message?
Siapa nih? Ini tim Bigatron lagi pada nonton semua. Ada yang mau kasih salam-salam gak sih? Buat tim Bigatron boleh atau mungkin yang buat di rumah Bigatroopers boleh semuanya. Buat keluarga, buat Ayang boleh. Oke, dapat satu-satu aja. Ini kita bisa. Untuk ini spesial untuk Bigatroopers karena kalian udah ngedapetin 1 slot Grand Final. This time is for you guys.
Kalau aku sih nggak satu-satu, aku pengen semuanya untuk Bigatron terus semangat, semoga nanti menang di Grand Final. Dan untuk penonton tetap di komen ya, jangan lupa Indopret bro. Bigatron sudah membuktikan kalau Bigatron itu counter PH.
Oh, Bigatron is the Philippines counter.
Bigatron is the Philippines counter, and I don't think we can actually argue with that because they did prove it by sweeping and sending home 3 Filipino teams this playoffs.
Yeah, and a perfect score yesterday and today.
Exactly. Okay, your turn. What do you want to say to all the Bigatroopers watching and to Bigatron who's watching backstage?
Artinya apa?
Mau ngomong apa nih buat Bigatron atau Bigatroopers yang lagi nonton? Salam-salam, pesan-pesan boleh.
Bigatron tetap semangat, terus semoga menang. Jangan kepedean tapi harus optimis. Buat Saken semangat terus pokoknya.
Saken Iles, semangat Saken. Kepengen lihat Saken pakai hero apa nanti?
Apa ya?
Hero apa? Cloud lagi?
Saken. Leslie.
Sniper, boom. Bakal dilakuin nggak? Ada lagi yang mau menyampaikan pesan? Oh, halo.
Saya cuma mau ngasih satu doang sih buat CEO-nya BTR. Pokoknya jangan datang kalau mau menang.
They believe that if the CEO comes to watch, they cannot win. So it's the CEO curse. So don't watch Koet. Koet please. Setuju semua nih?
Oh wow.
Coba.
Wow.
Koet permisi ya.
I'm hearing CEO
Ada lagi?
Ben Koet.
Ben Koet. Koet is the CEO.
Okay, don't allow the CEO to enter. Guards, watch the doors. Don't allow the CEO to enter so that, they could win.
Ya. Tapi gimana kalau kalian nih ngelihat, tadi udah untuk Bigatron, untuk Sobat Onyx dong. Nanti kan mereka bakal datang nih, ini kayaknya lagi pada jalan juga. Ada nggak sih pesan-pesan atau salam-salam buat Sobat Onyx? Mungkin kalian mau ngajakin yel bareng, mau ngajakin nyanyi bareng, atau mau ngapain nanti sama Sobat Onyx nih? Karena kita full Indonesia nih. Apa nih, boleh?
Buat teman-teman Sonic, kita tetap dukung siapapun yang menang, entar siapa yang kalah kita tetap respect. Ini pertama kalinya, bukan pertama kali untuk selama itu akhirnya Grand Final Indonesia versus Indonesia. Apapun yang terjadi, entar tetap Indopret. Mantap.
Mantap. Oke.
Buat Moreno,
Wow, okay. Dan memang because it's Indonesian and Indonesian, it's been a long time that the grand final between Indonesian teams, they want to give their best and cheer for both of the teams.
Yes, I agree. I think later's match will be amazing. It's a full Indonesian match. We are in Indonesia. The home ground buff will be through the roof later. So I think before we let them go, maybe we should do a little bit of cheer for Bigatron.
Yes, kalian mau nge-cheer apa nih? Kayaknya kalian punya banyak, mau dikeluarin berapa nih? They have lots of
they have
lots of cheers. Mau ngeluarin yang mana? Mau semuanya, mau satu-satu?
Bude mau album.
They have one albums. You want to
Just
hear
one,
that?
just one.
Just one. Pick the best of the best, guys. Save it for later.
Yeah, the other one should be later.
Kami Indo Pride, jadi kami ingin nyanyikan Garuda di Dadaku. Bagi yang tahu semuanya bisa ikut nyanyi ya.
They want to sing one of the Indonesian anthems.
Oh, okay.
Garuda di Dadaku. Siapa nih yang megang mic? Ayo.
Okay, they're gonna sing.
Dirijen. They want to sing
Okay,
in this stage. Wow.
All right, who wants to
Bigatron,
sing?
well, let's go. They want to sing.
Who wants to sing? I'll hold the other mic. Who wants?
Yeah. Ayo, let's go.
Garuda di dadaku, Garuda kebanggaanku. Ku yakin hari ini pasti menang. Kobarkan semangatmu, tunjukkan sportivitasmu. Ku yakin hari ini pasti menang.
Bigatron!
All right, so we're gonna go through a very short break. Actually, it's not gonna be a short break because that was a clean sweep.
Yeah.
So we're gonna go to a long break. But after that break, we will be witnessing the amazing clash between two Indonesian teams, Onyx and Bigatron Alpha. So don't go anywhere because we will
Yes,
be right
jangan
back.
kemana-mana. Full Indonesian Grand Final akan kembali untuk kita semua. Stay tuned.
Gue masuk aja. Gue dapat kari. Oh nggak dapat. Depan dulu ya, depan. Kaltisi guys. Mati. Lihat gue. Target dong. Kari. Gue mati ya. Apa? Lorte gue tahan. Aman. Lorte gue tahan. Cowok. Sabar, pelan. Agak balik gue habis gue. Nice kan. Kalau lu salah gue battery. Rata sih dia. Buang katut. Nice guys. Atas guys. Salah masuk gue. Lihat gue. Apa? Gue makan. Gue mati ya. Gue mau bisa kan? Bisa. Udah dulu ya di mid. Gak apa lu di bang, gak apa terus. Guys, perang guys. Cloudy guys. Guys. Mati. Dapat gua. Nice. Sabar. Santai guys, jangan terlalu guys. 3. Lihat gua. Lihat. Paris kan ulti. Gue TP. Lu guys. Boleh. Pakai badan gua. Gua dapat armor. Mati Farhan. Depan lo ya. Angel ulti. Mati. Ayo tengah habis lord ya, enggak bisa guys. Guys, malam aja ya, guys. Kalau mau coba masuk, boleh. Bolehan. Oh, puri dia. Gua usah tower. Bisa tower, pelan.
No protection from the rain.
For me, the hero need to buff is Guniver. I think Guniver is quite OP, but need a little bit touch up so that it can be in the meta.
Yuzong needs buff because the patch right now needs XP lane hero that can sustain the turtle attack and pull the turtle at the same time.
Kalau nerf untuk sekarang Uranus sih kayaknya. Uranus strong banget gara-gara patch emblem baru, jadi bisa makin tanky banget. Sekarang jadi most pick juga di turnamen, jadinya mungkin boleh di nerf sedikit sih.
Hero ដែលខ្ញុំគិតថាត្រូវការ buff គឺ Natalia ដែលខ្ញុំលេងជារោមផ្ទាល់ cost ដូចជា patch ចាស់កាលពេលគេអត់ទាន់ nerf វាគឺវាអាចពេលដែលយើងចូល passive ដែលចូលក្នុងស្មៅ passive វាគឺ enemy អាចមើលឃើញបានហ្មងអញ្ចឹងយើងស្រួលក្នុងការ flank ទៅ shield enemy តែឥឡូវ patch ឥឡូវពេលដែលយើងមាន passive ដល់ក៏គេអាចនៅមើលឃើញយើងបាន
I think they need hero buff because I like play Faramis. I will do buff Faramis like the ultimate cooldown.
Mungkin kalau untuk hero yang mau di buff mungkin Batroc sih, karena kan itu hero power gua kan, jadi kayak pengen aja di buff biar tambah kuat.
Hero yang menurut gua sekiranya bisa dapat buff paling cowok lagi sih, jadi dibalikin kayak dulu, dia bisa ngereset skill 2-nya pakai skill 1 ke creep, gak harus ke hero musuh.
I think Hellcat needs to be nerfed because his second skill has so much damage, especially with the DHS.
I think Hellcat. I think his ulti is too long and he doesn't get assist anymore whenever he uses his ulti and your teammates get kills.
Kena buff, maybe saya pilih Hanabi. Hanabi tu perlu buff lagi lah sebab dia tak ada escape mechanism. Well, I tend to buff Badang because I feel like there's a lot of nerf on him lah. I will prefer he's more stronger than before. Then more people play also.
I think the hero that we should nerf should be Angela because of the big shield that she makes rather and low risk but high reward gameplay that she does. The healing in this patch is really busted with how big the healing factor affects the team. And it's the global presence of Angela that makes it hard to fight her. If you're facing an Angela, you should play the game perfectly. But if you make a mistake, I think she and her partner will snowball the entire game.
We pick Sans because he is so aggressive. MPL Season 11 Final MVP.
Yes.
Kabuki.
We pick Kabuki because he is good at mechanics.
I pick Sanford because he has no fear in his body. He likes to gangster all the teams.
Yun, because he's handsome.
I pick Kyrie because he's the best jungler for me in Indonesia and he is so aggressive to play and he is so mechanical player and he used the assassin.
Yawi, because Ogwen idolize him so much. Especially in Chu.
Ogwen, idol.
He's afraid of Yawi.
He is afraid of Yawi.
Vitamin aja.
Lebih gampang.
Brody gini, vitamin aja.
Gak bener itu.
Nia.
Posko. Farsha. Oh my god. Boy, kan mana ini? Waduh, rupanya tanduk. Oh, kayak mirip jalan. Itu mirip, Cok.
Kalau 3 hero yang gue suka sebagai mid laner, Paramis, Harley, sama Valentina. Kenapa gue pilih Harley? Karena mid laner yang punya mobilitas tinggi sama mandiri sih. Jadi dia juga bisa 2 tipe lah, bisa tipe pick off, bisa perang juga. Jadi ya cara mainnya sebenarnya simple kayak hero-hero mid laner biasa, kayak farming sampai level 4. Nah di level 4 itu Fatin power spike pertamanya dia punya ulti. Jadi coba geng bareng temen. Harley ini tipe hero yang snowball, jadi kayak dari early itu mesti main bareng tim supaya dia bisa dapetin snowballnya dari kill.
Sedangkan tas, retribusinya lebih on point tapi Psychos harus mengorb.
Nanti kalau udah masuk late game ya bakal lebih gampang lagi mainnya kalau misalnya udah snowball di early. Paling buildnya item wajibnya itu Genius One sama Glowing One sih kalau jadi mid laner. Sisanya nyesuain.
1-1.
1-1.
1-1.
Funny.
Funny.
For 1-1, I think because of her second skill, many tank heroes have difficulty dealing with this.
I think about the 1-1, he's very powerful in the mid game and also in the late game.
1-1 in this meta, Carrot Punch, I think it's not really strong. I think he's gonna have a low win rate.
I think because 1-1 it's hard to counter and sometimes like I return lah if I pick the 1-1.
What I think about the Fanny is if you have a good early game, I think you can dominate till the late game.
But Fanny, I think he's still bannable, especially if you're facing strong Fanny user like our assassin user. Kind of easy, right?
And then Fanny it's the most assassin with the high pressure.
Nggak ada sih, memang hero-nya OP sejak season kemarin juga di MPL, di MSC memang hero-nya OP, jadi tim juga masih nggak mau lepas karena emang hero-nya overpower.
Kalau menurut gue kenapa 2 hero itu sering di-ban karena itu salah satu hero yang overpower lah di Mobile Legends.
So both 1-1 and Penny are heroes that need to be picked early, and therefore there are a lot of countermeasures easier to counter them.
I think the 2 heroes have a very good mobility, especially Fanny. He can like segue even without buffs.
Walaupun penggunaannya susah, tapi itu kalau di tim kom yang benar, hero-heronya di set itu bisa jadi hero yang susah di counter lah.
Don't mind the enemy and also don't mind that if you make a mistake, they will bash you. I'm just thinking about bouncing back and getting stronger and learning more.
I think the tip that I can give is that don't focus on your performance in the scrims or in the other games. Just focus on the game itself. I will feel disappointed with myself, but After a while, you always look back and all these disappointments, it will make you to a better person. You should never stay in the past, but you should learn from it. Always know that there's always a next game.
Selalu ingat aja tujuan kita buat main turnamen itu apa. Jadi kayak nggak terdistract hal-hal lain. Jadi fokus ke in-game, tujuan kita buat menang. Jadi selalu tanemin mindset itu aja sih.
I think for me, just love the game, because if you love the game and whenever you're playing, you just like, you won't think of anything else but play. That's my number one tip. Easy.
Love.
Stop. Easy.
What is this? Glue. Tuh. Minotaur.
I think he's riding because he's this ahead, and it's like, I think it's Barat.
Gusion.
Joehead. Yeah! Nice on it! Champion!
What?
Joehead.
Hey, is this like Joed? Joed?
For this current meta, I think it's really hard to gauge because there's a lot of emblems, new skills, and new synergies, especially the synergies. But I still cling to the side that Assassins will be the #1 pick in the jungle here.
Kalau menurut gue sih menguntungkan sih, karena jungler kita, misalnya jungler Aura sekarang kan Fun kan. Fun itu dikenal sebagai player assassin juga lah. Jadi kayak oke lah, jadi kayak cukup menguntungkan buat meta sekarang.
Meta sekarang bisa dibilang hampir sama sih kayak patch sebelumnya. Cuma mungkin sekarang lebih ke arah assassin itu jadi lebih gampang buat di-pick. Hero-hero jungler damage itu jadi gampang di-pick.
Actually, I'm not even sure yet because like I think at the moment the meta is still fresh.
Meta sekarang, menurut gue sih sekarang metanya ya kayak lebih ke gamenya lebih agak lama sih. Gara-gara sekarang tuh war-warnya jadi kayak makin lama. Terus emblem baru tuh juga ngaruh di sekarang tuh kayak nggak gampang mati lah setiap orang. Jadi kayak impact-nya bakal lebih lama aja sih.
Mungkin kalau sekarang ya kalau meta lebih bervariatif, cuman mungkin meta healer bakal kuat lagi sih.
I think this meta, the assassin user is OP.
Saya rasa yang paling strong is support meta in combo with jungle tank. That is so strong, so hard lah to fight.
I think current meta is just about how you make full use of the emblems. So if you're able to make full use of the emblems right now, and I believe the team with the most creative thinking will win.
I think this event is great because the venue is located in the center of Jakarta. For the F&B booth, I think it's also quite delicious.
Menurut saya ini event yang sangat besar ya. Kalau untuk saya sangat merasakan atmosfer hype banget ya gitu. Iya, lebih mewah dan kalian pertama kali datang ke sini tuh tidak akan tersesat gitu.
Kayak rapi dan tertata banget lah pokoknya.
Yang aku paling suka karena walaupun kita misalnya udah selesai nonton, kita masih bisa ke tempat-tempat lain kayak Glory Area. Ada barang-barang lain kan, kayak ada photo booth, terus ada main basket, lain-lain juga. Jadi seru banget semuanya.
Aku lebih suka stage-nya, karena apa, dia full LED.
Panggungnya bagus banget. Itu sih yang paling aku highlight ya dari event SPS ini.
Terus dari lidah stage-nya untuk jalan itu full LED juga sih.
I think the lighting is quite great. Design I think is also great.
Yang membuat acara ini berbeda dengan acara turnamen lainnya, mungkin ada acara signing session itu.
Kalau di event ini kan ada kayak bisa minta tanda tangan, kayak Marsha gitu-gitu, bisa foto bareng sama misalkan player Onyx gitu.
Mempertemukan pro player dengan fans-fansnya, itu menurut aku sesuatu hal yang baru dan bagus banget yang bisa ditiru di turnamen lain.
Untuk yang belum pernah datang ke sini, disarankan kalian datang ke sini karena event SPS ini seru banget kayak gitu.
The next SPS I will join, definitely.
Saya pengen untuk acara SPS adakan lagi sih, kayak gitu. Untuk game-game yang lainnya, seperti itu. Nggak cuma Mobile Legends doang.
SPS 2023, semangat!
I think it's the passion of every player.
I think the chemistry.
Buat tim kuat itu ya chemistry dan kerjasamanya sih.
I would say it's the amount of confidence each member have in each other.
First, you should have patience with your team. You should build strong bonds.
The mindset. Dorang perlu set mindset yang sama lah untuk 5 orang kan.
Komunikasi chemistry itu benar-benar penting buat di game ini.
Teamwork.
Only Indonesia is the most strongest team.
I think it's still Philippines.
Buat tim sekarang ya yang paling kuat jelas Onyx.
I will still consider Philippines to be the strongest region, but the strongest team is definitely Onyx right now.
And team yang saya rasa cukup kuat, Echo dan Blacklist lah.
Region yang paling kuat ya masih Filipina sama Indonesia lah buat sekarang.
I think everybody knows it's Indonesia and Philippines.
What's this?
Balik, donat ganyan. Balik ka tumingin. Hey, don't look. Don't pick, bro. What's this? Ini. Ano yan, gago?
Bro, paling sih bro. Isuan bakya.
Buset. Ini ya? Cyclops. Oh my god. You don't know. Luna? Wow, it's correct. Lunok sama mana? Lunok ba? Hindi ko alam yung drawing na lunok eh. Ano ba yung lunok? Joke.
Oh, ketahuan. Ketahuan.
Langsung dikit ya.
Gue tahu banget. Udah. Oh, nggak boleh ada words. Jangan. Harus nama hero.
Ini jangan gambar Indo.
Jauh.
Reng. Ngereng.
Oh, ketahuan. Ketahuan.
Iya. Hayabusa.
Palir.
Berlering. Loh, hampir.
Valen.
Kok Valen kan?
Valentina, Cok.
Valen kayak gini. Gua kira api, Cok. Palir lu kasih api, Cok. Ini kayak Valir nggak sih?
Iya, beneran.
Valen gimana kan bentuknya Valen anjing? Ya, makanya.
Download anjing. Kita lihat. Oke, buat sama ini penting. Oke.
Bro,
Pak bisa. Ayo. Ini. Aduh. Come on. Oh, Moskova. Yin.
Yin. Oh,
atau Kufra.
itu Cupra. Isi.
Enak ya.
Yin.
Kamus. Yin.
Kesian itu. I don't know anything, Pak. Kenapa gue sih? This one. What?
Myself.
Because when tournament I wrong band the hero.
Dia
Oh ini sering nge-lag dia nih.
Ini
nih. Sulit.
Always late, Bang.
Sulit to ready.
Okay. Always throw. Win. You throw, man.
Yesterday.
Ini aja deh gue pukulin lah. Udah amat. Yang suka main tik.
Ini ya.
Ini deh pukulin aja. We just follow.
No, I don't know. Ini nih. Ini
girlfriend.
No left. Oh, this too. I don't know anything, Pak.
What surrender? Oh, ini.
Nah, this always surrender, people.
If I so many die, I want for surrender. Let's go with for surrender.
Spicy food and Mobile Legends.
Luas, tempatnya luas. Yang gue suka itu turnamen ML.
Maju.
Foods and Onyx.
The food, turnamen.
Food, the spicy foods.
Rame, macet.
Fans in Indonesia really supports their MLBB players a lot. So compared to our local scene, I can feel the drastic changes. So it feels more lively here. It feels like an actual sport.
Amazing food lah.
Nasi goreng.
Spicy food. I think it's same like Cambodia. The weather and the people also.
Nasi Padang.
Oh, I know what that is. Oh, no. Acau get bal. Bal ka dito min ko.
Parang ang dami niyo parang.
Oh, I know what this. Oh, no, no, no.
Hey, tell me.
Sorry.
Wait, man.
The nut. What the?
Oh, wait, I don't know. Zilong.
Angela.
Pakito. No?
It's Tamus? No? Tamus but diet?
Oh, wala.
It's lapu-lapu.
Lapu-lapu.
I think it's a minion wave. One of the minion.
Oh, this hero, bro, hero.
Wait, here but Kubo.
One more try. Lapu-lapu. Yeah.
Kutik semua harus sama nggak sih? Kan satu tim. Yang kutik Albert aja. Tuh. Because so strong. No, so aggressive. Oh, so many rolls. Yeah, can. But mid lane now.
I will pick this guy. Yeah, because he's one of the aggressive mid laner now. I think he's Parsia and Kadita.
Ajaib. Pick diri sendiri.
I choose myself because I love myself.
Mana sih? Oh, you pick ini aja, Cak. I pick this because he's agresif banget. So agresif. Because he's so good roamer. Ya, Chow idol. Ini.
Can you explain why you choose?
So aggressive in laning, in team fight. Oh my god.
So this is our dream team.
Oh, God. First is that I can more focus on the game itself. Second, it's the cheers from the crowds. It really hypes me up and makes me motivated to play my best game.
I will like play on stage because all my negativity is gone on the stage.
The audience, and like whenever there's clash and the favorite team wins, like they're so hyped.
Dengan turnamen offline mungkin ada penontonnya, jadi kayak lebih seru aja gitu kayak mainnya, terus bisa bacotin lawan juga. Jadi kayak lebih seru aja lah, kayak nyata gitu lawannya di depan.
Atmosfernya lebih dapat aja sih, karena kan kita bisa lihat musuhnya secara langsung. Terus juga ada penonton yang nyemangatin kita, yaitu mental boost buat kita juga lah.
I used to say that my performance is better online, but now I think offline is much better because of the communication wise.
Lebih suka turnamen offline sih, karena dari hype-nya itu, terus apalagi kalau main offline kan biasanya ada penonton, jadi teriakan-teriakan penonton itu bisa buat memicu adrenalin juga lah, biar makin semangat kayak gitu.
Playing online has no pressure. I mean, you can play whatever game you want, but on stage with many crowds, I think you can be more pressure, and then you'll be scared to play, like make more mistakes like that.
I'm very excited if I play offline because like I have a boost my energy. It's getting fun like play offline.
We can see AP Brand here already taking out the Kadita as well as the Ling. Meanwhile, once again here Onyx going to respect the heck out of AP Brand, taking the Minotaur away. And interestingly enough, the Joy as well.
I guess they don't want that option of a potential flex pick coming in for Flap TZ and even giving that over to Kyle TZ to a certain degree, right? Both sides can play the assassin style. Generally, Kyrie is like, I would rather an assassin over a utility style jungler, but that's not the same case for AP Bren.
But yeah, don't forget, Kyrie's favorite hero on SPS, Vanny, is still open yet. Are AP Brain gonna ban it on the third ban? Or they just gonna ban the other heroes like Valentina is still open?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh yeah.
I don't know, because they are on blue side and they do have the option of first pick. So maybe just giving the Valentina over and then looking to maybe get the Fanny. But then again, Onyx could respond with Hilda.
Hilda is a very nasty hero that can just disturbing the farming pattern from the jungle itself, but it depends. Like Keyboy can use a lot of heroes here that he can use, maybe Hilda, Choke, the Kufra, even the Kaja, or some of the healer meta like Angela or Florin, the 0% win rate.
Ooh, this is tough because now the Uranus is also opened up as well. So that's definitely a possibility that AP Brand can go for, unless they want to go for something a little bit more safe, like Fredrin, who can be flex. Arlet is also still available. Even the Paquito at this point. What do they want to go for? Angela? No, I don't think it's going to be Angela.
I don't think it's going to be first pick Angela.
I think a lot of this is going to be very reliant because the fact that Onyx decided to ban out the Valentina themselves does kind of tell us that the option of Farmis is wide open. There we go. Farmis first pick coming in. AP Brand not going to let up on this. And it's good to have it because now that you don't seal it away, your team is very team fight oriented right off the bat.
Fanny.
Yeah.
Fanny. I'm feeling a Fanny game here.
When facing against Faramis, usually Onyx is picking Fanny. That's the problem, I think. Are they gonna pick it on this first and second pick? And
we'll see. They're gonna go for Claude first, secure that for CW. And it's gonna be paired up with the Fanny. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a Fanny game from Kyrie.
All right.
The crowd is cheering.
You got to give him the signature, man. He's got to show off to the Indonesian crowd. But more importantly, we are seeing that the win rates for both the Fanny as well as the Claw, both at 59%, which is above average so far.
Okay, but here, they still have the option to pick the Fredrin or even the Terisla. It can be good for them if they want to pick a sustainable hero that can make Carry Vanny is not having a good time to picking the kill points.
All right, I'm just gonna allow this time for my co-casters here to increase their volume real quick, okay?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because the crowd is loving it. They're loud and we can barely hear ourselves, and I'm sure those of you at home can hear it too. But here it is. I think this is a wise choice. Kaja as well as Paquito.
Yeah.
If ever the Fanny does go for a split push, if the Paquito is in the EXP lane, this Paquito is going to have a good time in that 1v1 situation. Unless, of course, the Paquito is so far behind, but I'm pretty sure it's not going to be. And now the Kaja. These are the two heroes that I believe is going to give the Fanny a hard time, and I'm assuming that AP Brand want to pick up something like the Brody next.
I love how they choose the heroes, both of the heroes, I think. Paquito is the stopper for Cloud. The knockout strike can stop the blasting duet from Cloud. Even Vanny, when using the steel cable, if the knockout strike is connected, Vanny will stop at that moment. With Divine Judgment, it can stop Vanny too, but look at that. Keyboy is using his signature hero, Gideon. What do you think?
I think this is a really good draft for the first phase for both sides, right? I love the insurance policy coming in from AP Brand. As you mentioned before, 2 ways to potentially stop the Fanny as well as the Claude, and they're interchangeable at the same time. But Coach Yep, he's smart enough. What do both of them have in common? A lot of dashes. You want to dash some more? Bouncing ball is going to stop you.
You're right. That actually does make sense. But now, Onyx bans out the Akai. Why so?
Disengage. I guess they want to be able to dive a little bit harder. It does give us an idea that maybe Onyx want to go for a harder dive comp. We could see that maybe AP Brand might lock in a Beatrix, and you could look to punish it with a hard diver in the backline with maybe a Yusong, like we saw how Sanford was playing earlier.
Yeah. Because Sanford is like a really annoying playstyle, right? Joining the team fight, even like he do really well to calculate the damage output, like how he can sustain facing against some heroes. It's kind of similar gameplay with the AP Brand right now that they gonna pick. Are the Paquito is still versatile? Are the Paquito gonna be on the EXP lane or even it's the jungle? It's still possible to have both of the lane, but they are banning Terisla like now. I know Terisla is a very annoying hero that can dive in using the flicker and the penalty zone and can stop everyone who just want to join in the team fight.
And I think it's so bad against the Faramis, right? And so they understand that. They understand that Boots is able to find that small opportunity when that Cult Altar gets popped off. And if he does so, Terizla. So no security there. They're going to take that out for sure. But there are still alternatives towards this. They still have the Arlet to play around with. And on top of that, now Onyx, they actually ban out the Mardis. So they're really signifying to Bren right now. It's like, what are you going to choose as your jungler here? We're taking away two heroes that can potentially disrupt the pattern coming in from the Fanny. And that only kind of leaves, in my opinion, Balvin. Is that something that he could pick up?
Possibly, if he really wants to play it safe. But I think, you know, at least for AP Bren, they have to pick their poison here. It's either they decided to ban out the Masha, or instead they had to go. They had to also ban out potentially the Arlet. But they both play two very separate roles. Arlet more towards that team fight. Masha, he's looking to make sure that Super Marco doesn't get too far ahead in the game. But the fact that they banned out Masha does give us an idea. AP Bren, they want to play around their marksman. They gave over the Arlet, and as expected, where is AP Bren going to go with their marksman? Beatrix is a possibility.
Beatrix.
Yeah, I think it's Beatrix, or even lastly, if they want to play the long game.
Oh, I think it's a little bit too scary against the Fanny.
But I'm thinking about Onyx right now is lack of mid lane, right? Their last hero gonna be the mid lane, and I'm thinking about one underrated hero that might be good against the AP Bren draft, Luoyi.
I was thinking more to Novaria, but...
Novaria?
All right. I mean, it could work.
I'm thinking about it. I can definitely see the idea, right? You have a lot of combo starters. You're able to kind of spread out the yin-yang, the yin as well as the yang, making it very disruptive for AP Bren, especially if they want to kind of clump up together. You could really punish this Faramis in the mid lane. I like the idea and the concept as well. They also, AP Bren, lock in the Fredrin at the same time, so plenty of peel. And yes, this comp is designed around this Beatrix, so very smart of Bren to ban out the Masha. But let's jump back to Onyx, right? They recognize this. If they go for the Loyi, hats off to you, Coolios, because that would be a genius pick.
But it depends on the combo itself. If they miss the combo, it can be the disaster for them.
And it's very early game, in my opinion. It's really difficult for Loyi in the later stages of the game, so I think a safer pick, even though it's not exactly as safe, is Farsa or Novaria. And there you go, the Farsa does come through.
Gotta stick to what's good in the meta right now with Farsa with a steady pace that she actually scales into the game. Oh my goodness, this crowd. This crowd are making sure that their voices are heard. But yeah, as mentioned before, with this Farsa, she's able to scale at a steady pace, and especially since we have seen a couple of alterations to her emblem sets, emblem talents in taking Weapon Master to scale harder in towards the later game like we saw from Yudu Red Giants. I think there's a couple of good pathways for them.
All right, I mean, right now you can hear the crowd is loving it. Let's see if the casters are loving it too.
More than just loving it, we live for this. Welcome to the desk. It's Leo and Mirko bringing you game one in this best of 5. It's the upper bracket finals. And if you understand, that's exactly what's going on. It's AP Bren going up against Onyx.
There you go. I mean, again, though, here, caster prediction, we saw on the desk Gideon was alone going for AP Bren. But here, they all actually went for 3-2. They expected to go all games. We don't expect the same.
Yeah, no, I think we know these two teams well enough to say that once momentum comes into play, then there's almost no stopping both AP Bren and Onyx.
No, not really. I mean, we saw what Onyx can do when they get game number 1. Same goes for AP Bren. We saw in the group stages up against Onyx, if they're able to get that momentum, if they're able to start strong, they can end even better.
Yep, some highlights in that draft that I personally love is the fact that Coach Yeb, of course, with Addy's decision, banned out the Minotaur early on. Just no beef, Ogwin.
No, because again, for AP Bren, the way that they kind of counter a lot of different engage-heavy initiation heroes from the side of the other teams is that Minotaur. You utilize every single initiator in the game, and for Onyx, with someone like Keyboy on their team, they want to utilize that.
And now it seems like the shoe's on the other foot because it's Keyboy who's actually calling the shots. Keyboy here is rocking a Kufra, so everything goes through him, and it's not going to be as easy a job for Master Ogwin to pull through and pull the perfect target. Let's get into the Land of Dawn. 30 seconds in, we see a purple start for both of our junglers.
There you go. Interesting start from Kyle TZ here from the purple buff. Usually you would expect the orange buff start, but Keyboy already first onto the orange buff. Kyrie walks in, but Kyle TZ with a beautiful retribution. 50-50, this time won by AP Bren.
The young man, Kyle Saison, so sharp on the retry. Keyboy!
He's gonna be caught. First blood over to flat TZ.
Man, I don't think Keyboy expected that much of a response. And it was so close, though, that really could have been a coin flip. Onyx could have stolen away an orange buff, committing Grand Theft Orange as early as under a minute, and would have put AP Bren down so far. But right now, oh wait, AP Bren crossing the river.
Gonna be able to invade, taking a few of the camps away from Kyrie, delaying that level 4. Well, let's take a look at the emblems. Both teams going for practically the same, only the difference in the roamer and the jungler.
In the long week that we've had here at SBS Challenge Finals, this is as varied as the emblems get, right? Not much of a homogeneity across our emblems, not for teams, not for roles here so far. And I like the way that the emblem metagame is going. I like that we're getting into these niche picks and players are getting more comfortable in the way that they want to play an early game, a mid game, and how these emblem choices make sense. Now, Turtles spawned up already, 2 minutes in. 2 members of AP Bren here at the scene. Oh, Onyx just leaving it open.
No surprise here, AP Bren with the Fredrin. The fact that they were able to secure that orange buff basically guaranteed the next 2 neutral objectives for them. They have secured a better trio mid with that skirmish early. And Onyx, now they're falling behind. And when they fall behind, when his jungle is vulnerable, that's where it gets scary. But easy though, brought back into the feather airstrike boots. Equalizing in the kill department. Onyx 1-1.
Last second. Final Slash opening up this top lane tier 1. Look at all the gold that Onyx is grabbing from here. This is going to help close this gap, definitely. AP Bren sitting tight, close to the chest. 3 minutes in, 1-1. Something I'm noticing here so far is that both of these teams understand and are exhibiting amazing decision-making. We've seen this from Onyx, especially in the games that they win so decisively. I'm remembering their opening match here in the playoffs, and it looks like now they've met their match. They've met a team that knows exactly what their outs are at any given moment.
Both teams have done their research really well against one another. And both teams are trying to exploit those weaknesses that they think that the opposing team has. And for AP Bren, it's trying to neutralize Kyrie from the get-go. 3 minutes in already, Kyle TZ with a level lead, 2-level lead.
Yep, again, this is as clear as day, a message sent to the Porcupines, because it's so easy to actually just send all the bodies, send all the dudes down bottom and bear down on CW. Homie's rocking a sprint, so it's so easy to actually just pressure him and neutralize that gold lane. But no, they're like, Kyrie is the key, man. He is the one. If we can stop him, then that mid-game, late-game potential for Onyx to actually clap back after that great start, it's gone. So that's what AP Bren is hedging on. And they've done well, again, to stop that snowball, especially coming from top. You could have seen a team that would have just let that top lane go and then go from there. They would have just buckled under the pressure. But here, AP Bren said, yeah, let's just keep invading. Let's just keep taking these small camps, and that'll give us priority once more here in the second turtle.
Saw that setup earlier, bottom lane, cut in, Ogwen, Flicker Divine Judgment, bringing him to the near basket, but a final slash, connects onto the back, Call Alter coming down, CW, the Blazing Duet, and Kyrie secures the turtle. Now jumping back and forth, Kyle TZ with an Appraiser's Wrath. Oh, they bear down on Kyle TZ! Cutthroat takes them out though, Flap TZ next on the top, they block him, with a Tyrant's Revenge and the Rage. Flashbacks to MSC, as Onyx dismantle Bren in this fight.
AP Bren unable to get anything out of that engage. As beautiful as their answers were, Onyx just stepped on the gas, leaned hard on their advantage, and now are converting through the roof. Not just did they get a 3-kill streak, but also stole the purple and even the turtle.
What a play to equalize. I mean, again, that wasn't just equalizing, that was Onyx taking control of the game, and it was through a sacrificial play of someone's lane. Boots left that lane to die. He said, Flap, if you want the turret goal, if you want to shove, go do you, man.
And I think that's one way that AP Bren didn't read into that situation. They were like, all right, they seem to be bearing down on Turtle, but what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? The answer didn't come quick enough. That's why, again, even here as early as 4.5 minutes, 5 minutes in, Onyx are forcing AP Bren to think on their feet faster than they ever have here in SPS. And with that said, this next turtle here, 30 seconds in, it's all yellow. I mean, Onyx, it doesn't help that I'm just calling it yellow, all right? It's all for Onyx, 1,000 in.
We've got to talk about Kyrie's decision here to go for a very unique emblem set. In a world where Fannies go Lethal Ignition, go Master Assassin, we're seeing Kyrie on a killing spree and a Festival of Blood. Just wanting to out-sustain AP Bren, understanding that that's been the reason that AP Bren has been able to win a lot of these skirmishes against Onyx and almost every other single team in the group stages.
Oh, concealed play by Keyboy. Let's see, do they know that Kyrie is in their midst? Oh, wow. Look at the respect. And as well, just the awareness of Onyx to say, hey, they're not going to fight us. CW, take it. I'm loving the approach here. What you just talked about, Miracle, is an offensive sustainability that Kyrie is presenting. And once he stacks up on these items, he's going to get so much better. Final slash by Boots!
Call Alter popped in, Keyboy! Time to revenge and the rage! Into the feather airstrike, and even the retribution goes to Kyrie! Now Flap DZ dealing some damage right now. Divine Judgment locking him down. Kyrie taken out by few. And both teams disengage.
Super Marco finds the flank and punishes, taking Kyrie along the way. So despite Onyx having, again, a clear victory on the map, that's AP Bren's efforts of actually getting some punches in, getting their licks in, so as to not lose completely here in the post-laning phase. Again, just to quickly check in on the item game, where are our players at exactly? As you can see, CW picks up his golden staff, and that's his second core item away. Flap TZ!
Trying to force it out now, jumping back to the BMI, slowing Flap TZ down. Feather airstrike coming down. Kyrie with a cutthroat. Flap 1-3-1. AP Bren don't stay quiet though. They look for a trade below and they find success.
They sacrificed him so that Super Marco can breathe a little easier, so that Super Marco can find farming space down bottom. Now Kyle TZ, attempting to go for this purple buff.
Oh, beautiful steal. Just like that, Kyle TZ has brought back stability to AP Bren and what they want to fight for.
Not just stability, the fact that it came at the cost of Kyrie's purple, all the more amplifies this up-and-coming clapback from AP Bren. Looking at the map, huge priority on top lane, and that's where the gold laners are going so far. CW needs a wee bit of items. He's up by just about 200 gold here, has a pair of pants. So I'd say here in this phase in the game, 8.5 minutes in, he has that advantage, not just because he's ahead and not just because Onyx was in the winning, but wait!
Keyboy gonna be engaged on, has the immortality, not popped just yet. Final slash used up, Kyle TZ with the re-engage, taunting him up. Brazer's rat dodge away from Keyboy, now the revenge and the rage! Canceling it out, Ogway gonna be kited back to Alter. Not enough to save his life, CW! In the back with the blazing duet all the way, Super Marco tries to cut him down, but CW escapes, Marco as well! Now, TZ!
Kyrie! He's looking for bodies, finds Super Marco! Oh! He jukes him! He's still alive!
What a juke by Super Marco! Meanwhile, two-man down. Shadow Stampede bringing Kyrie back for the airstrike! One drop to take them all, one last to take Fulo.
Oh, a close call there, but just the same, Onyx still finds a big dub there. Ballooning on forward, 3,000 gold here, 9.5 minutes as they go straight for the jugular, taking this Lord. And it's a blitz. There's really no response from AP Bren. Yeah, you can count your blessings and say, hey, at least Super Marco did die, but that's not what Onyx was looking for. They were actually looking for the better win, the bigger moves, and right now, I'm slowly looking at a future, Miracle, where all of AP Bren's turrets outside their base just crumble.
Wow. Very chaotic, yet they're able to pace it down. The Onyx we saw at MSC, now we're seeing in Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge Finals, in the upper bracket finals. AP Bren, they still have these power spikes that have yet to hit. Super Marco is still waiting. No, he's already gotten the Melvic Roar, and this is the time where that mid-game power spike is going to be massive for AP Bren. They need to try to look for a cheeky little engage, a cheeky little pick-off here in the next siege coming from Onyx.
And that's going to come in two ways, right? If Ogwin can actually get in there, pull CW, pull Sans, that's a check. Maybe even Kyrie, if he's lucky. Second is Few has to be ultra on point with his cult altar, right? If that happens, then maybe. So far, all of the cult altars have been maybe a second or two too late. Now, Onyx can't rely on the fact that maybe AP Bren is going to get caught sleeping, but here we go. The Siege and the Feathered Airstrike.
Half HP, no, a quarter HP left for Super Marco. They're still able to deal with the Lord. Taken out, no tier 2s other than the top side has been taken down for Onyx. Meanwhile, Flapteezy down below, Kyrie spots him, but will not engage. Both teams taking it real slow.
Huge gold lead here for Onyx, looking at about 4,000, 5,000, and that's why AP Bren are actually just clumping up, right? They're moving around as a unit because they're more likely to survive, and it's less of a threat. If anything, they're the threat. If anybody, let's say maybe Kyrie or Boots, walk into this 4-man unit of AP Bren, and that's what AP Bren is working out for. That's what they're doing to shrink this gold lead, keep it close and keep it manageable. The fact that Flapteezy here currently only has the Dominance Ice and the Bloodlust Axe doesn't spell any good, especially when Boots here has been so sharp. And wait, they jump on him.
Ogwen flickered. No flicker for the next fight there. Brilliant bait from Kyrie. And he has the purple buff still now. What do you think? Flicker, 90 seconds. Onyx, do they try to force a fight now, or do they just take it slow and wait for the Lord?
I guess they're going to take it slow, man, especially since Lord is coming up in 30. They know that this Lord is going to be relatively easy, given that Ogwen doesn't have the flicker. Even if Ogwen does conceal and find a weird bush, it's not going to be as free. It's not going to be as good a catch. So yeah, Keyboy and Boots are going to do so well to act as enforcers to make sure that Ogwen doesn't catch key and core members.
Big power spike item coming in from Super Marco. Now he can stay.
There you go.
He can just space. He doesn't need to stay all the way in the back lines.
Wind of nature.
He can play in the middle of the team fight and still make it work. We'll see what Marco does with this as he swaps his weapons to clear out the waves up top. CW starting the Lord. Onyx, they want to dance.
Here we go. It takes two to tango. And there's the Magic Sentry. The coast is clear. AP Bren knows there are no stragglers. No one's hiding in no bush, at least in their purple side of the jungle. And with that, Kyle Tizzy says, let's go. He's pulling it towards him. Boots taking control of this river bush, and he's spotted, and with intent, right? This is purposeful. He's giving false hope. And right now, Few, oh, this is a good call. They're giving the purple to Few.
Giving the purple over to Few, giving him much more of a chance here to pop that call altar. Wait a minute. Conceal play, Keyboy. Taking space, getting vision. Count easy in that bush now. Still able to dodge away, getting the taunt down, getting the reset. CW with a good basic attack. Few, good splash, back to Boots. Ogwen still holding on to the Lord, now taken very low. Sans in the mid lane base. Meanwhile, take a look at Flapteezy. He's cleared out that bottom lane. Keyboy charging in.
Ogwen spots Sans. They know Lord here at a fifth of his health. The good Flapteezy coming in. Oh, final slash spent.
There you go, Boots in the back line. Super Marco's still able to gun him down. Shut down, picked up by Super Marco as the Lord goes for free. Keyboy returns revenge and the rage. No follow-up coming from the side of Onyx.
Cold altar spent in. Keyboy gets the immortality pop.
Jumping back in once again with the Appraiser's Wrath. Box at CW without jumping with the blazing duel. CW still able to escape. Now getting Flapteezy down. One more hit for Flap, but it's CW who wins it out. Divine Judgment.
Kyrie's cleaning up. He spots one. It's 3 members. Down goes Keyboy.
Cutthroat, not enough to take anyone down. Kalteezy 1 HP, but the damage there isn't enough. AP Bren, they've walked out of this with a win.
As messy as it is, it looks like AP Bren have read the room and said, all right, if that's the Indo way, if that's how Onyx wants to dance, let's dance. And they won out, but just barely, all right? Just barely. The only other way I could say that Bren won that clean is if CW went down, but no, CW was so aware. CW was just ultra in the zone. He's in a state of flow right now, the young Calvin Winata. As you can see here, just making quick work of the Lord.
My goodness. Both of the teams showing their mechanical prowess and their macro powers as well. AP Bren, they were very objective. They got the Lord, but also the setup that was started up by Flapteezy in the gold lane. That was really what, 1v1 coming out. Flapteezy, this might be a solo kill. Kai!
Where's the damage coming from? Homie has, just now, the BOD, Heptaseas, Hunter Strike, and Malefic Roar. There you go. Flapteezy's lone Dominance Ice and Oracle weren't going to do anything to Kyrie, and he wasn't even going that fast.
No, he wasn't. He was just chilling, using the cables efficiently. now with another purple buff at hand and a one-man advantage. Onyx look to push the pace. Now I do want to talk a little bit about Claude, CW's items here, because in the fight previously when he got the win in nature, he actually didn't have the boots yet completed. It was still the small boots coming in, so it was a very greedy build. Now he sold the steel leg plates and he's going for that Malefic Roar. This is a big power spike for the Claude. And for the Beatrix here, it's kind of the same. He's going for the Haas Claws next, I believe, here to give him a bit more sustain in these fights. And CW, he might be out-sustained when it comes down to the close skirmishes.
Yep, and there you go. The aforementioned Malefic Roar and the Haas Claws for CW and Super Marco, respectively. Interesting to see that CW, clear threat, right? Super Marco is just but one of two clear threats. I'm waiting for Few to actually deal more damage here. He's not just a Cult Alter machine, folks. He's actually rocking now a COD, a Lightning Tranche, and the G-Dubs, Glowing Wand. I'm guessing maybe one more key item, and he's gonna be as feared as Sans. It's no question, right? Gila Sans, happy birthday, by the way. He's dealing so much damage. Every time Feathered Airstrike drops, you can watch AP Bren just Delta split, they disperse, right? So I'm waiting for that moment where it's AP Bren's turn, when Few comes on and says, hey, we're not gonna die here, they're gonna go.
Both teams, I would say, does the same thing. When Few walks up, Onyx split. When the Feather Airstrike gets popped, they split. Keyboy, conceal. Oh, the Lord knocks him up. That setup now gone. Top side pushed up. Render's happening, but almost able to spot Kyrie out.
Yep, and I wonder if that was enough information, if there was enough of a map presence. Oh wait, they catch Kyrie!
Divine Judgment coming in. That's gonna be the shutdown. Massive, look at the timer, 17 minutes in, 40 seconds. Keyboy with the rage, knocking Few down.
And there's a Cult Alter coming in, final splash!
Cult Alter gives Super Marco the space to take Boots down. And now, Onyx are forced to run back, to fall back. Bren take the lead.
17 minutes, 40 seconds in, the first big win for AP Bren. This whole game one, everything actually came in messy so far. Prior to this, oh wait, Sans.
Super Marco! With a snipe from downtown!
That bullet had his name on it, wrapped with a bow. Happy birthday, Gila Sans, he says. And all this while, they were pushing, they were taking Lord. 18 minutes in, I wonder if it came in just in time to be evolved, because AP Bren are now in a clear lead for the first time in game one, seeing at a 2K advantage.
And it's a big lead now, Leo. AP Bren, they've taken the enhanced Lord. 18 minutes in, Super Marco selling his boots.
That's it.
For the Rose Gold Meteor. Now even Sans will struggle to take him out, to poke him down in these team fights. AP Bren with 3 waves.
And now it's come to this, Miracle. Even Few deals a lot of damage. He picked up the Divine Glaive. So yeah, here we go. Final slash coming in.
Divine Judgment locking him down though. Keyboy now with the Time's Revenge, not able to find that range. Boots is down. Kyrie, no purple buff at hand. CW trying to clear the wave right now. Backing up with the BMI. Kyrie on this fanning, we've seen him do magical things.
Oh, Keyboy coming in with the jump!
Revenge and the rage into the back now. It's gonna be Super Marco slain by the Tyrant. Sans in the midst of it all, jumping back, Baptiste gonna be cut down, but he's still able to dodge away from the cables. Now one more shot for the airstrike as Keyboy respawns back with immortality. Now in the midst of it all with a bouncing ball, but Kyle takes him out.
3 for 1 so far, the economy here in casualties as Kyrie clears the wave. All turrets have fallen for Onyx. AP Bren smell blood in the water.
Baptiste taken low, taken out, immortality now Few going on the base, but Kyrie refuses to take this all the way. Ogwen going, whipping the base down, now Boots is back, the final slash brings him away. Kai has taken another! How did Onyx do it?
Ogwen, the only survivor left. Few respawns just in time via his passive. Onyx successfully defends the MSC 2023 champion, still breathing.
What the hell is this game? It always happens, Leo.
This is what we asked for. This is what the thousands of people here inside Istora Sinayan have came for. This is what the drums beat for. And now, with a Bren, AP Bren, with a small map advantage given that all the base turrets of Onyx are down, they have to reconsider, they have to contemplate, where did it all go wrong? How did we get that wrong? What do we have to do next?
What do they have to do next? I think that question is mostly to Onyx. No base turrets left. They're gonna have to fight. They're going to have to force AP Bren.
And that's what's so beautiful about the situation. That's what's so beautiful about this game one. 20 minutes, 45 seconds in. Questions are answered with questions, and you can't help but ask more. And you're still here for it. Oh, as you can see, folks, just a few seconds until the next Lord spawns. This is an evolved Lord. It'll continue scaling for just a few more minutes. Right now, Kyle says it's time to dance, guys. He pulls for it as Onyx takes control of the river bush.
Both teams slowing it down a lot, way down. 21 minutes in, one mistake can cost them the game.
Yep.
The gold lead be damned.
We are in TikTok timers territory, folks. This is not a spot you want to be in. Maybe save if you're Few. Few can actually play with his life here. Few can actually commit himself here to a bait play, but he's got to protect that cult altar. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, damage on Kyle.
Good damage, CW on the Claw. This is what you can expect from the Malefic Roar and the 3 attack speed items. That DPS is definitely something that both teams will have to respect from both of the gold laners.
CW and Marco, they're both barefoot, man.
Yeah.
They don't
need
care.
shoes.
They understand that if I make the call, if I commit to this fight, this is the only thing I'm doing.
Thing is, though, we gotta talk about these two heroes, Claude and Beatrix. When Beatrix goes barefoot, it's a big weakness, but when Claude does it, you still have that passive, the 5 stacks always on with a common emblem. He's gonna have much more mobility compared to the Beatrix. But take a look at what Ogwen and Flap are scheming.
Oh, they're setting up for it, and it's Flap who decides to reveal himself. I wonder if Onyx, I wonder if the Porcupines know that Ogwen are playing here. Ogwen and Flap are playing here with the distance, with the space, and they send back Kyrie. Oh, they're skittish. Where's Sans? They caught one!
Conceal already from Ogwen, holding on to Divine Judgment, now pulling Keyboy back. Even with everything, bringing Keyboy all the way back. The flicker forward. CW with the blazing duet as a final splash connects.
CW gets out of there, but Marco slays him.
Fade away now as Kyrie goes in the midst of the team fight, loses his immortality right now. He buys the winner truncheon, able to pop it just in time. Few with the flicker as well, dodging away, but Kyrie down the road. Oh! Kyrie!
It's not enough. Boots the only one left. He's fighting with his life. There's an ultimate, a final slash, double kill for Few. It's the wipeout.
AP Bren! They've coin flipped to victory, despite the rose gold, despite the juggle. The monsters from the Philippines.
Inevitability. With a wipeout like that, no one's coming back from it. Game one goes to the newly minted AP Bren.
Everyone needs a breather after that.
That was just game one.
That was game one in a best of 5. A best of 5 that a lot of people say is going 5 games.
I'm ready.
I am super ready, just like Super Marco.
Hey, hey. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? Analysts, y'all see Super Marco, y'all see CW?
Oh man, that's a tough one there, Leo.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minzathar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
I think they keep up. With none of those bans. They instead get rid of the farmers and get ready to... Well, I mean, I'm sorry, Keyboy. If there is one big fault, it's the fact that he doesn't play Enchanter-style supports. Because I'm telling you, Diggy can save a lot of lives here.
Yeah, especially during that kind of team fight that happens on the first game. But yeah, we gonna see our Keyboy gonna use the other Initiator Roamer or the Enchantress Roamer like Angela, Florid, and the others.
Like, you know, learning from the Udo Red Giants, you gotta play to your strengths, okay? So I understand the value of these support type of heroes, but for Keyboy, I feel like that's a waste of mechanics on a Keyboy. Have you seen what he's capable of? And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring you to the drafting phase here for game number 2. And unfortunately here, it is still going to be the same set of bans. And here you go. Again, Faramis is going to be first picked.
Yeah.
Now, though, Onyx does have a chance to adapt. Last time they picked up the Fanny and the Claude. Will they do the same again?
And answering your wasting Keyboy potential, in my humble opinion, sometimes you need to sacrifice something to get something bigger.
It's true. It's true.
Maybe if you sacrifice Keyboy mechanics that playing for the healing meta, that you can win the game.
Look, I understand that prospect, but the problem is who is going to be that playmaker from Onyx if you take that away?
Well, I mean, if you take that away, you're probably looking at either Kyrie or you're looking for probably Sans. It's a little tough because for Mages to actually have playmaking capabilities, it's either you're looking for Valentina, maybe even a Yves, but most of the time, that's what AP Bren has been shutting down. The fact that they're banning out the Kadita, the Yves every single time, just making it a little bit more difficult. However, I feel that Coach Yeb, he's looking at good guy boots and it's like, I'm sorry, somebody's gonna get shafted in this draft, and I think it's going to be good guy boots again.
Ooh, it's a lot of stopper from AP Bren right now on the second game because Akai is getting banned on the second banning phase by Onyx before on the first game. But now they are picking Akai because it's really important to make Akai either play in the jungle or the XP lane.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a good flex coming in from Bren right now. Meanwhile, from the side of Onyx, you know exactly who is going where. There's a different, I would say, strategy coming out from Yeb here, picking up the Melissa. I think it does do well against the Paquito as well as the Akai. A little bit more cover, especially with the go away. Now coming to the second phase, we can see that Onyx actually opt for an Atlas ban. Atlas ban?
Yeah, I don't know. Both teams are making some hard reads on each other. First of all, the Akai, I feel like it was a little unprompted here. Like, I understand you want to be able to displace the Fanny and be able to kind of save your teammates when somebody gets hit by the Divine Judgment, but was that really necessary? I would much rather to go with the flex pick Fredrin again and then hold off on that Paquito, but again, you can't have like triple flex picks when you're only already flexing 2 roles. You gotta, cut your losses at some point.
But this Melissa have go away now. It can stop Paquito from coming to him. And of course for the Akai he wins too. That's why Melissa positioning must be better. It makes AP Brand thinking about like how to reach the Melissa. They don't have any burst damage except Oramis on the late game.
I suppose.
This is difficult, right? Because now Farsa's taken away, so Sans doesn't have that option anymore. If they want to pick up the Novaria, that means that they have to really play the macro game. Utilize information to get around the map, avoid these really heavy engage heroes like the Akai, Faramis, and even the Paquito. But Onyx, they're gonna go for the Fredrin first. That's definitely an EXP laner. Is that a good matchup against either the Akai or the Paquito?
Well, either the Akai or Paquito really doesn't matter because he's not going to lose the lane, but neither is he going to really win the lane at the same time, right? It's about sandbagging your opponent. It's kind of like the Uranus, except without the wave clear. More importantly...
By the way, Uranus is still free too. Yeah, they want to use Paquito as the gold laner, maybe?
It's so hard against a Melissa, though.
It's super risky, though. I personally think that it's extremely risky. My head can't wrap around what exactly was the call for Coach Ducky to go in for the Akai. Are they still thinking that maybe they want to go out of their comfort zone here? Yeah, okay, so EXP Grok, they're going to put the Akai into the roam position to make sure that there is instant impact. I could be wrong about this. They could switch it up at the very end.
I think it's Akai jungle.
Akai jungle?
I understand what you're going for, but I feel like that's a comfort pick.
We'll see. We'll see at the very end here, because I want to know where Onyx is leaning towards, because I feel like their comp is already strong enough, but then what does Sans actually play here?
Lilia's still there. Oh, Lunox still there if they want to like playing the burst damage, but Lunox is a very dangerous one. If they want to pick, they are very bravely because a lot of people can aim Lunox, but yeah, no Varia for Sans.
Okay,
they're gonna play the macro game.
They are going to play the macro game. There's only one large burst. I mean, Navari will take some time to scale, but at least with Kyrie on this Fanny, they should be able to make something happen if Keyboy does get that initial pick.
Like, for some reason, the composition that Onyx are going for here, it doesn't compute in my brain. I don't know how it works. It doesn't feel like it synergizes as well as what Bren is going for here in the second game. But with that, we are going to throw to our casters real quick. What do you guys think about the drafts? Hit us.
Hey, not too quick. We're just about to recover. Again, game one was intense, but with the way that AP Bren here has drafted, I'm expecting for fights to go very, very fast and furious, while for Onyx, they're going to try to play with space and the re-engage. That's where you talk, bro.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. I completely forgot. I was just still mind-blown by that item swap. But even the endless battle bot by Super Marco, my goodness.
Oh,
but
he
yeah,
did that too?
Yeah. No, he didn't do it mid-fight, but endless battle to bypass it with the nature.
Switched it up. True damage.
Absolute genius from the True Damage. Back to the drafts, though, in game number 2, Team Fight. Man, that's the name of the game for AP Bren. For Onyx, it's a bit more macro, like the analyst mentioned, so they want to take it slow.
And when you want to go slow against a team that knows the outs to almost every single situation that they find themselves in, or worse, put themselves in, then you're really playing with fire. Let's get into game number 2 here, into the Land of Dawn. It's a counter mirror start here. Kyle TZ on the purple first, while Kyrie goes for the orange. So what this sends is a message that, all right, Kyle TZ, he's going to go into a lane first, and then Kyrie, he's going to go into his purple next, and then play with the turtle. I'm guessing turtle here is going to be more of a priority for AP Bren.
I think now as well, this mid prio. What do you think about this mid duo? Wait a minute, Flap Teasy very early on, doing damage. Kyrie able to secure the lethal Wanderer, but gets chunked very low.
Yep, again, he went for a lane, and that's going to be mid. As for Kyle Teasy, just going to clean up the aforementioned lethal Wanderer claimed by Kyrie. And then, talking about that mid lane duo, AP Bren, it's not going to be worth much unless they're going for fights. Onyx, though, this mid lane duo allows for them to really go slow. Like this is, all right, Astral Echo, we know where they are. All right. Divine Judgment, okay, someone's coming in or not.
This is something that we have seen many times before for AP Bren throughout the tournament, I think. Looking at Ogwen, when he goes for the Grok, he always goes for Common Emblem. He just really loves spamming his resources, his abilities to get more prio, even to do this exactly, to stop the waves from hitting, to take that slow gameplay and say no.
Yeah, no, again, the reason why for a majority of heroes, not just the Grok, not just roamers, people put Common Emblem on heroes is because they want the sustainability. Ogwen wants to minimize the time he actually goes home so that when fights do happen, again, fights that they're looking for, fights that he and Few want to engage on happen, he's not going home. And now, Keyboy put down very low.
Almost. AP Bren were able to replicate game number 1. No first blood yet. Boots already now in the midst. Appraiser's Wrath coming down, but you cannot beat that Retribution. Heavy spin, locking him down, pinning him down in the turtle pit, and that's a burnt flicker.
For 2 minutes, Boots doesn't have an extra layer of mobility, so that'll at least be something AP Bren should be noting. As for the rest of Onyx, though, again, their goal is to take it slow. The fact that no one has died yet, and that Kyrie can actually farm up, get his purple here relatively safely, and even CW, right? We haven't really talked about this gold lane matchup quite yet. How do you reckon this goes, Deputy Miracle? What's this gold lane like between the Brody and the Melissa?
Melissa definitely has a big advantage here in this matchup. The Melissa can completely bully the Brody. That's why we're seeing the steel leg plates, I believe. Yep. From the side of Super Mario. No, no, he's not going for the steel leg plates. Greeting out.
But he does have the tough boots. Oh, warrior boots.
Oh, Divine Judgment coming down. Kyrie with a cut. And that's first blood over to Onyx. Now Torn Apart Memory used up to clear the way. It's beautifully done. Kyrie jumping in, but it gets stunned up. Taking a few turret shots, gets down with the cables.
A preemptive called Alter coming in there from a Few. Better say the story, and what this sends to Onyx is the fact that, yeah, AP Bren won't want to take fights, at least nothing that's free or nothing that's sure, in the next minute or so. Up until Ogwen is back, they have better positioning, and they have a cult Alter to play with. Looking at the XP lane, though, this time around, again, the flicker off of Boots just coming up in about 30 seconds here, maybe a minute and a quarter. But Flapped Easy, he's been planting himself into that lane a little more than usual. Oh, there you go. That's why.
That's why.
Going for the deep cut.
I mean, again, for AP Bren, we did see a very early rotation already from Flap. You know, the natural level 2, go into the mid lane, try to force something out of the jungler, maybe even a first blood. That worked in game number 1. Almost worked in this game as well. Remember, Keyboy was taken low, had to burn a flicker. Flap now, doesn't read out that the orange buff is still there, but still, he is putting down pressure.
Yep, and Boots is on him. Boots keeping tabs, saying, hey, Flap is on the way, so am I. This is going to be a big turtle take here. First one went over to AP Bren. Let's see if Onyx can lay their claim on this one this time around.
Kyle has that heavy spin. It all comes down to Keyboy if he's able to lock him down with a Divine Judgment. So let's see. What? Kyrie takes it out with Retribution. Boots, though, bringing all the way back in the wall. Beautifully placed.
They changed his zip code. He's in way too deep. Wait, he's going to live.
Boots.
Oh, now Super Marco's in trouble.
Oh, no way. Pinning him down with the go away.
That's negative synergy right there. It's difficult when you want to get in, but just the same, getting in gets you in trouble. All right, something to note here. Both Boots and Kyrie played the angles of that fight so well. They played the map. They placed themselves near walls that will never get punished. Few here forced to use a cult Alter.
Used up already, Caltesi, no heavy spin just yet. Kyrie takes it away, but Super Marco now. One more shot, Torn Apart Memory. Oh, is it in range? No, it wasn't in range. Super Marco doesn't find the kill.
He was way too far, and Kyrie moved fast enough just to get out of range. And so far, Onyx, they're moving around the map with impunity. They have yet to been punished. Nothing surrendered over to AP Bren, and everything is going well for them. Oh, wait,
Looks scary there. Wild charge. Go away, plays down. They're not going to be able to pin him down just yet, but the Torn Apart Memory has come back from cooldown. And Caltesi, the Panda, has taken the kill back. Now he's going to be taken very low. Sans there, still looking for the Astral Spear. Dodged away. Caltesi, fancy feet.
Better than playing the angles, he just moved around very well. There was no interaction between the walls and him. If anything, they put up an extra wall just to make sure that no further aggression from Onyx would come through. But right now, Boots, oh, they're fine. They're good. Okay, so first kill for AP Bren. They put it right on Kyle TZ, but wait, will Ogun survive?
Good conceal, beautifully done by AP Bren. Kyle TZ picks up the anti-Quiris. Already the respect given over to Kyrie on this Fanny. And the turtle has spawned in. This is the third turtle of the game, but Kyrie is all the way in the top lane.
Yep, again, with this lane switch up, it allows for Super Marco to breathe a wee bit more. Because again, it's clear that CW, as you mentioned, has been bullying him all throughout. So the fact that he needs this space now and is threatening a turret take, all the more allows for the rest of AP Bren to make better moves on the lower quarter of the map. Now Boots, been keeping tabs on this turtle, pulling it in and out, in and out. Oh, it. Kyrie spots Marco.
Oh! Even with the stun, the targeted stun, Kyrie was able to bait it out, leaving the space, the proper space, the timing necessary to take him out with a cutthroat.
That's a Malefic Roar item, first built.
Oh.
You know what they say about early Malefic Roars, man? The pundits, the analysts, the critics online have done the math. The earlier you build it, the more it allows for a snowball. The damage is there, the math is there, it's sound. I've seen it. So it's great. And now Flappy's in trouble!
Even with the flicker! P-Boy, the timing, the spacing. My goodness, the calculations. But now Kyle TZ is looking for a steal, looking for a contest. Kyrie versus Kyle. The battle of the K, the junglers, heavy spin coming down. What? It's T-Boy who gets it now. It's going to be Kyle TZ engaged on.
3v5, wild charge.
On to 3, but Kyrie jumps to the back. The call altar has been dealt with. Kyle TZ hits the wall. CW wreaking havoc in the back is few. Now is running away. Good stampede, bring them back. But the wall doesn't get the right angle, and Kyrie is able to escape.
Kyle TZ was cornered like a wild animal tamed into submission. Muddles was placed perfectly there. He was hitting every angle. He was taken down. Kyle TZ even before Kyle went down.
Oh man, I've never seen this, but I have thought about it. You know, 1-1, doesn't need the boots. Apparently, for CW in this game, he has enough peel, so he doesn't even need the boots. Corrosion, DHS, and that's why you're seeing the immense Golden Staff in 8. Oh, that is disgusting on a Melissa.
And again, you have Quantum Charge. It's free, it's fair for you to think this way and enter engagement with this mindset. This works for CW so far, 1-5. Now, Kyrie and CW plus T-Boy!
Even with the call alter, the go away is going to pin him down just enough. Knockout strike coming out, but Kyrie cuts him up. Now taking a few, too many turret shots. A good shutdown by Few, but the turret will still fall. Meanwhile, Super Marco and Oakland, they don't stay quiet. They go to the bottom lane.
The damage output of Onyx has hit a critical mass. Now Boots versus Ogren and Marco. Here comes Stance to the rescue as well. Turret falls, and they knock him up. Let's see. He does have a torn apart memory. Oh, all right, they're gonna back off.
Good power of nature as well from Ogwen. Both teams trading equally in that department, but honestly, with the kill on Kyrie, we can say it's definitely worth it for AP Bren.
Yep, it's a shutdown. So far, Kyrie has been sitting at 3-0. So from there's a little bit of a gold rubber band effect. Economy is going to be a little better for AP Bren. Shrink that 3K gold lead down to about 2,000. A manageable space. Now approaching the 10-minute mark, 2-7. Onyx have a better go at this Lord, but it's not as free, all right? Super Marco picks up his Blade of Despair. Okay, but something to note, he's down 1,000 away from CW. So still, firepower-wise, you have to respect Onyx.
And I'm looking at CW now. He's built the Legion Sword. I think he's building it towards a Haas Claws, but he is prioritizing the boots first. We'll see what he goes for later on in the game. Kyrie again with the 1v1 against Flap. Flap, let's talk about him. In game number 1,
let's.
He was an absolute nuisance. He was the main reason, I would say, that kind of forced Onyx into these positions where they hesitated. Always in the side lanes, always is clearing out waves, and he's doing it again now with the help of Super Marco. Onyx, they decide to ignore it and go for the Lord, and it's not going to be contested. They'll just look for a trade on the other side of the map.
Okay, so that's the call here. AP Brand says, yeah, there's no use fighting for the Lord this time around. Give it to Onyx, we'll find something else, and Onyx happy to take the Lord. Minion waves enhanced. It's going to be marching up through top, and that's something that AP Brand have to deal with. Now, Astral Echoes thrown out. just to keep AP Bren at bay. Wait, Kyrie's here. Did he spot him?
Beautiful stun reaction time. Turn upon memory.
Boom!
All the way fade away. Kyrie still able to dodge away from it though. Flicker was burnt out from view. That was value.
Yep, and he has a pair of pants to thank to save his life. He just built a pair of steel leg plates. Well, one steel leg plate, but you know, it's a pair of pants. Going back here so far, Lord up top, as you can see in the Lord cam, and all the other waves, yeah, no, cross the river, all across. Now, Onyx looking to take down huge objectives.
Tier 2 instantly punished down. Remember, that wasn't just a flicker burn, it was a cult altar as well. 2 massive resources for few. The 2 resources, that was the game changer for Bren in game 1.
Now, Lord's here knocking on AP Bren's door. Watch out, Cult Altar is online. Flapteezy clearing in mid.
Model placement into that top side. They're looking to take it down, but it's still going to be defended. Good models again placed down. Kaltizi, brought back with a Divine Judgment. Let's see if it's going to be enough. The wall charge goes to the back. Only knocks up 2. Doesn't hit connect on the wall. CW, free hitting in the back. Heavy spin, pinning him down. Kyrie waiting for the right moment right now to look for a cut through. Kyle who falls to the cables. Flap, flicker forward. Now 1v4. Kyrie picks a double.
And it's 3 for none. AP Bren are reeling as Onyx, specifically Kyrie, tears him a new one. 5-1 and 3 here. It's as if the shutdown never happened. And if I know what's going on, if I've ever seen Onyx this way, they smell blood in the water. They want to finish.
Keyboy waiting on that timer boost. Stuns him up, and now the base is wide open. No mini waves caught yet though. Ogwen looking for an opening. Sans and CW with a dash forward takes him out. You Stampede, CW not brought far enough. Onyx, move, rotate back.
Woo! This is best case scenario for Onyx. It was close, it looked dangerous. The punish could have come in, but the fact that Marco wasn't there, Few didn't make the call and said, you know, I'm gonna flicker, pull him in, and then y'all do the rest. The fact that didn't happen allows for Onyx to reset, regroup, and maintain their massive lead. 6,000 gold ahead, 2-13. Folks, I'm sure a lot of you remember games that you played in ranked that look like this. Imagine how you would respond. Imagine what you would do if you were one of AP Bren's members right now. Exactly. You wouldn't know what to do because AP Bren, despite having played game 1 out of their minds, this is a situation they've never seen themselves in before. See? Oh wow, Flap crossed the river too deep.
We just spoke about this nuisance always on the side lanes, pushing, and pushing, and usually it's AP Bren in game number 1 who has backup. That's why Flap can continue. My God, the accuracy on Sans. I don't know if you have the stat here for the accuracy on this, but he's been hitting a whole lot. Back to the point though.
Yeah.
Now it's Onyx who have the backup, who wants to initiate, and when they did, they fully committed, and that just gave them a free lord.
That's right, because Onyx here, just sitting 14 minutes in, right? This is just about 14 minutes. This is a Luminous Lord scaled up. The reason why they're so in control and the reason why this whole nuisance/body hunter playstyle on Flapteezy on the Pakiro isn't working is because Onyx are covering their corners too well. There's the Astral Echoes, there's Keyboy who's cleaning up bushes, and there's Kyrie who's way way more mobile than Kaltizi. So that stopped AP Bren from getting away with what they did in game 1. So now it's so much more difficult. This is a hard defense, Miracle. I gotta say, if this doesn't end here, at least all the inhibitors are gonna fall. That's it. That's the best case scenario for AP Bren.
But for AP Bren, the way they can defend is through a team fight, Leo. We spoke about these team fight composition in game number 2, the start of it. So we'll see if they can do exactly just that. Team fight to victory. Coin flip.
They threw out the Astral Echo already, and they do spot 3. It's about the timeout right now. Looking for a pull from Keyboy.
Holding on now. They know the Lord is still up and ready. Now it's cleared out. Now they might want to go for a pickoff. Sans in the back with the Astral Meteor. Spawning Few out. Going back. Divine Judgment now locking down onto Ogwen. CW positions himself perfectly onto the back with the goal as well. Perfect peel coming down. With nature used up by Super Marco. Kyrie jumping back and forth. Picks up another. Keyboy is the one who takes the kill now. Astral Spear coming down.
Another Astral Echo making their hitboxes a little larger. Flapteezy flickers out.
Able to escape with the flicker. Now Boots though chasing him down. Few brings 2 members back, but CW is able to sustain back up. Lord of our memory from Super Marco. Takes Boots down. Kyrie back.
Here he comes. Oh, falls out of just the same. Now AP Bren focusing on clearing the waves.
Let's see now CW on the base. Equalizer Onyx 1-1.
the birthday buff. It's the birthday buff. Sans died not once.
I got a thorn in my side. You can run, but you can hide. Yeah, this is magic in a way, but no remedy in the head. Let me go where it hurts. Hold me tight while you inside. Rip my head for the Halloween. We're gonna make a mess. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in it like a bunch of bones. Come, let me be your voodoo doll. Push it in and make me scream and cry. Baby, let me be your voodoo doll. Stick up in gonna make me scream and crawl.
Call the Babel out, call the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. The birth of a legend, the past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it. Now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said to me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Woo! You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my ish, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of becoming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something.
We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work.
Onyx invited here.
basically have an unstoppable run, while Bigatron Alpha, they clawed their way through from the challenge season, and now we are here at the Grand Finals. Welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. This is going to be a promising Grand Finals where it will be Indonesia going up against Indonesia. My name is Ophel. Alongside with me is an amazing desk with Coleus as well as Reptar on the Grand Final stage. How are you guys feeling?
I'm feeling excited. You can feel the electricity and atmosphere here in the Istora Senayan.
Even it's a full house in here right now. They're gonna watch in the Indonesia versus Indonesia Grand Final.
Dude, I feel like our side is the Onyx side. The opposite side is Bigatron Alpha. But I gotta say, man, so far, they've been looking very good. They've been looking very strong. And this Grand Finals, here's the thing. Onyx, everyone knows is strong. Previous MSC champions, well, this year MSC champion, right? But Bigatron Alpha, man, they've been ending games way too quickly.
Oh man, the run through the lower bracket. It's sad. The Terminators of the Philippine hopes and dreams. That's why we're coining that term on the English desk earlier. They aren't just the red robots anymore. At this point, they're Terminators.
The process that they have been through. Even they are lose against the Aura before on the challenge season, but now they are on the Grand Final.
Dude, Bigatron Alpha going up against Onyx. The challenger wants to face against the current MSC champion. If Bigatron Alpha wins this one, man, it's going to be a big message. I feel like I'm casting MPL Indonesia.
It's so epic. And with an Indonesian crowd, that's why it's so poetic that for the first time in a long time, we're getting an Indonesia versus Indonesia international tournament Grand Finals. Yeah, it's poetry in motion right now.
Especially for the offline tournament, because last time, Indonesia versus Indonesia on the international offline tournament is on the MSC 2019 on Philippines.
Oh, wow.
So long ago.
4 years. Yeah.
And now let's introduce Bigatron Alpha. It's going to be Sarizo, the EXP laner, Super Ken, the jungler, Moreno, the trash-talking mid laner, Saken, an amazing gold laner. And we've seen the setups from Super Vin.
My goodness, the Terminators look strong. Chorizo played an amazing game in the EXP lane. Super Ken and Super Vin showing why they added supers to their names with how they handled AP Bren.
Not just the super on the name, but the super on the gameplay too. We already see that it's a clean sweep 3-0 win against the AP Bren. And we know how good Moreno using his Valentina.
I gotta say, they played so many games and their average game duration 16 minutes, 17 seconds.
Wow.
You usually see more games you play, it will stretch out a bit more, but no, they've been making sure games end by 13 and 14 minutes.
Yeah, it's getting faster and faster. And BTR with how they defeated AP Bren with Onyx being a similar team that loves the early game. I would not be surprised if Bigatron starts drafting for early game control yet again. But what Onyx has shown that they can do differently, Onyx are kings with making comebacks.
Especially when the Bigatron later, when they have to do the mistakes, Onyx will punish it.
Oh yeah, BTR needs to be careful.
Dude, but honestly again, BTR is one of those teams, you give an inch, they'll take a mile. Whatever small advantages you give them, they'll make it big. Now let's look at the most pick and ban heroes. Current win rate, 66.67%. Most picked is Grok, Angela, and Valentina.
Yeah, and we saw just how well they play around these picks. The Grok is flex. It could either go Roam or EXP. That Angela on the hands of Supervin, my goodness, his timing has just been so good. And which is why AP Bren earlier, we're like, oh, do we ban it? Oh, do we pick it up for ourselves? But the thing we really have to watch out for Bigatron Alpha is their creative EXP lane picks. Coach Aldo looked at the EXP lane and said, yeah, that's where we're going to put our focus in.
Especially don't forget about their Paquito.
Yeah.
Their Paquito is so versatile that can be used on the jungler on the EXP lane. It makes the enemies confused.
Yeah, and they've already shown they can play, what, Xborg is back with Bigatron and even a Khalid in the EXP lane. Diablo smiling somewhere.
I mean, look at this, even most banned by opponent. Supervin only showed the Franco later in the stage, and then once he shows it, people are like, oh, we should have banned that, man. I mean, like, going up against Bigatron, you kind of feel like there's so many things you want to ban out from Supervin.
Yeah, man, Super Vin and Super Ken, how they played together to make sure that Super Vince Franco would hit those hooks. And now we're looking at the last 5 games of Bigatron Alpha. Look at that.
They've been having a win streak.
Yeah. Look at those picks. Valentina across the board for Moreno, the Angela, Export, Khalid. And of course, Baksha has been doing really well for BTR. They love drafting heroes that can empower their marksmen because their early game to mid game is so good, Colios.
Yep. Because they can play very aggressively, diving into the enemy's jungler, pressing them not making any gold from the jungle itself.
Dude, honestly, looking at Bigatron Alpha, it looks like they understand how Philippines like to play.
Yeah.
Going up against Onyx, will it still be the same? Especially later on, maybe perhaps during the draft. I want to talk about the coaches as well, where the coach from Bigatron Alpha, Aldo, has been with Onyx before when Coach Yep was there. So with that, we got to introduce Super Can here. Lancelot, 71%, 80% on the Joy, 75% on the Baksha. Super Ken so far has been earning the Super title.
Yeah, man. Super Ken has evolved all throughout the Snapdragon Pro Series. Right in the beginning, Colius, we were like, oh, Super Ken, he's going to do the flashy plays, he's going to carry BTR, but then he's grown. Now he's learned as well how to empower not just the rest of the map, but really empower his relationship with Super Vin in terms of taking control of the game.
Yeah. If Coach Aldo want Super Ken playing with his assassins, so be it. If want to play by the utility jungler, so be it. He can do anything that the coach programmed to do.
Yeah, the architect, the Sunday night messiah, Coach Aldo has a lot of options.
Dude, looking at the stage right now, I feel very small. I feel I am drowning. I'm surrounded by a sea of Indonesians, man. Look at this crowd.
I love it. It's spicy.
Yep. Because they know it's all Indonesian Grand Final, and it doesn't happen a lot back in the day.
Yeah.
They must to see it on this international tournament presented by the SBS.
Yeah, it's a major international tournament. They are all here at home, and they are flocking in. And there's more and more people coming in. But now, here comes the Yellow Porcupines.
Yeah, we got to introduce the Sky Kings, the EXP laner, the nice guy, Boots, and Kyrie, the one, the only, the crazy assassin player. Sans, one of the fastest reaction times I've seen from this mid laner. CW can carry games no matter what marksman you give him. And Keyboy, man. Talk about the playmaker. Talk about the guy that will make it happen for you.
We got an honor to watch MPL Indonesia live during our first few days here in Jakarta. And LaFell and I, we were looking at each other and going, what the heck happened to Keyboy?
Keyboy,
it's like he got even better. It's like he even got stronger after winning an MC title, Colios.
Yep. Because having high mechanic is not enough. It's either between your decision or either it's between you need to cover your friends. And that kind of decision always Keyboys have.
Yeah, and LaFell, you mentioned it earlier, the reaction time, not just on Sans, but Keyboy as well. So on point. Or as the kids would say it just a few years ago, it's not, people don't say it anymore, on fleek.
Here's the thing, man. I kind of feel like Sans and Keyboy, they're only limited by their devices.
Yes.
When they get a Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, max potential, man.
We saw it in FPL Indonesia, and we've been seeing it in the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Yep. No one can stopping them in case of the mechanics, but we gonna see because a lot of draft strategy will be shown on this match from the Coach Aldo and Coach Yep, because we already see that the most pick from Onyx, I think it's Cloud, Arlott, and Masha. 3 of this is really important heroes for them.
Yeah, and actually looking at the most picked and banned, this paints such a fantastic picture of how Onyx loves to play. Pretty sure Bigatron's going to be looking closely into CW's hero pool, and most importantly, those picks coming in from the EXP lane. It's not as crazy as Bigatron's, but a good Masha, a good Uranus pick at the right time is so devastating when you're up against Onyx.
Here's the thing, man. Onyx, part of their most banned is the Melissa. I think it will happen again, just to give a bit of respect to Sake. But we gotta say, man, it is the best of 7. A lot of experiments can happen in the first 2 games for them to really dictate. It's like, okay, now we know what to do at game number 3 and then start stomping from that point on. The last 5 games for Onyx has not been as clean as Bigatron Alpha. They went against the same opponents, AP Brand. But AP Brand push Onyx to all 5 games.
Yeah, and I think we got to see here the best quality of Onyx and, again, the best quality of Indonesian teams as of late. Their patience. They know how to make a comeback. They lose the early game. Somehow, some way, they'll find something to make sure they get the win.
Yep. Because Onyx have a different playstyle with Bigatron Alpha. When Bigatron Alpha tried to pressure the opponent on the early game, but Onyx, he's gonna try to play the long game. Gonna wait until the late game, like on the game number 5 yesterday between Onyx versus AP Brand.
Dude, I gotta say, when Kyrie is having the Fanny, it almost looks like it's a high ground hero.
Yeah.
It's just like, oh, that's a lot of creeps. No worries, guys. I'll clean all of them up. And it's like, you're not supposed to do that. That's Barca's job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Cable in, damage, cable out, regen, cable in. Here comes Kyrie flying in. 100% win rate on the Joy. That's a unique stat line. I didn't realize he's already at 100% with this hero.
You have the 100% for the Joy. But don't forget about the Fanny. I called it yesterday. It's Bald Eagle hunting mode.
Bald Eagle hunting mode.
Yeah, because he never land. Always on the sky.
Yeah, always just fly. That's why they call him the Sky King.
Yeah, speaking of Sky King now, player head-to-head between both amazing junglers, Supercan and Kyrie.
Man, what a matchup we're going to be getting. If you've been following us and been with us since the Snapdragon Pro Series Challenge season, that's where I feel like Supercan really introduced himself to the world. One of the prodigies of Indonesian MLBB Esports going up against the one.
Yep. Who's trying to be the best player in the world.
Yeah, who's trying to be the best player of the world. And I think by the end of this grand finals, we're going to be seeing who's the best jungler in Indonesia for now.
Yeah. That's why a lot of stories have been drawn for this grand final match, and even the team head-to-head. We already see that the status is not too like on the Onyx side or even the Bigatron side, but looking at the average team participation, it's 64% against 65%. So both of them, I love to have the team fight.
Dude, honestly, even looking at the head-to-head just now, Kyrie's been talking about he wants to be the best in the world. At this point, if he's number 1, I don't see a number 2 just yet. That's how insane in my mind Kyrie is. It's just like, okay, Kyrie, you're number 1. Okay, who's number 2? Okay, give me a sec.
Think
That's
about
our
it.
key boy.
Yeah.
But those are different roles.
Yeah, and those are his teammates.
And guys, for you guys at home watching over at Twitch, give us your prediction because we have our predictions, but even I'm not too confident with my prediction. So make sure you guys give your predictions down below. Remember, it's a best of 7. So one has to be a 4, the other one up to you guys.
Yeah. And wow, I can't believe it. We're at this point. It's finally the grand finals. And yeah, it's tough to predict. I can't wait
Really
until
tough,
we
man.
have to finally explain ourselves for our own predictions.
Dude, I mean, here's the thing. Looking at how Bigatron Alpha has been playing, they could actually beat Onyx.
Yeah.
I actually believe that.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
Because Onyx facing a hard time against AP Brand, but today, Bigatron Alpha, they just clean sweep the AP Brand. 3-0.
Dude, I mean, if you want to talk about giving a statement, that's a statement.
Yeah.
That's how you get the title Terminator.
Yeah. That's why they're the Terminators, and let's see if they can continue it. And that's why it was so interesting to me. The energy change in Moreno when they interviewed him earlier. He going into the match against AP Brand, he was
Spicy
like,
boy.
we will destroy
Yeah.
all the Filipino teams, and he stuck to it.
Hey.
But when asked about Onyx, what did he say?
We don't know.
Oh, we're not so sure, yeah.
Guys, here's the thing. The grand final is going to be insane. We have a lot of performances for you. In fact, we're going to throw it over. Let's see what we got. Oh, later. Sorry, I misheard just now. But either ways, this grand finals, down there, you guys can't see it just yet. We have a grand opening performance for the teams here. And again, they deserve it, man. Like, being at this grand final stage, it's an epic ordeal.
Yeah, I wish, and I can't wait until you get to get a good look at Astoras and Nyan right now. What a thing of beauty to see this sea of people in a major matchup.
Yep.
2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series Grand Finals. Inilah pertarungan terakhir yang dinantikan oleh dua tim terbaik yang akan bertarung di All Indonesian Grand Final. Istora, bersiaplah untuk kedatangan the lower bracket slayer, the Terminator, Bigatron Alpha. A grand finals wouldn't be complete without the Raja Langit of Indonesia. It's now time for the Kings to show us what they have for this epic showdown. Istora Senayan, give it up for Onyx!
Revolutionary guy, let out the streets. Locked in a cage, I'ma let out the hood.
It feels very good that we beat Brent because they are also very strong, and we got to like come back with 2 games, and yeah, it feels very good.
Satu bar yang udah dikeluarkan, sorry di bagian bawah, Lord dari bagian atas. Tapi untuk superkannya berada di bagian tengah, berusaha untuk bisa kembali dengan rekannya Superfin. Mencari celah di bagian belakang. White double flicker dan juga udah ada blessing dari Super mencoba untuk bisa mengatakan damage ke arah beberapa pemain yang besar. Tapi Bestnya 3-0 All Indonesia Final.
All Indonesia Final yang kita idam-idamkan, yang kita impikan.
Ya pasti seneng lah karena emang kan kita dari lower bracket run kan, terus berhasil masuk grand final ya pasti rasanya ya sangat puas. Gue seneng sih bisa lawan Onyx karena dulu gue di grand final lebih sering kalahnya lah dibanding menangnya lawan mereka. Cuma kali ini gue bakal buktiin kalau gue yang menang. Ya buat Onyx kali ini gue nggak bakal kalah.
I think we're just gonna play like usual. We actually don't care that much about who we are going against. We just like to give our best.
Superfin has something to prove. He said whenever there's a grand finals against Onyx, they lose. This time, nothing personal, but it's not going to be the same script. this time, Supervin says they're gonna win.
BTR, so far they have walked the walk with talking the talk. They've backed it up. The Terminators, the newly minted Terminators, look good going into their matchup against the Eater of Worlds in Onyx.
Yep. Because the title of the Terminator is not enough until they can beat the king of Southeast Asia. It's Onyx right now.
Dude, right now look at the fans. Onyx, they're fired up. Bigatron, they're fired up. I kind of feel like for Indonesia, they're like, we're not emotionally invested with Eater, we're just gonna have fun. But here's the thing, when you have two teams that make a lot of plays, dude, this is gonna be exciting because this is gonna be one of those matches when you see an opportunity to fight, you take that opportunity. You fight.
You fight, you brawl, and you show who is better with your skills. Goosebumps, I can't explain the excitement here, right? You feel it on the back of your neck in places I can't even begin to describe because I might lose my job too.
Dude, I'm just gonna say, I don't mind if this is one of those matches, it's all just about mechanics.
Yeah.
They have amazing coaches, but maybe even the coach is just like, yeah, you know what, just be better.
Of course.
Just be better.
Just go all out, just be better because they know the opponents are not human at all.
Yeah, both of them. And now, before we see them fight, we're gonna see a draft battle between the Architect, the Sunday Night Messiah, Coach Aldo, and Raja Yeba.
Again, we gotta talk about the history between both these coaches, man. They used to work together in Onyx. During MSC, Aldo was not there.
Yeah.
It was Coach Yep and Adi. But during that time, Coach Aldo has been training Bigatron Alpha, and we've seen the result of it, going to the grand finals. This is, for me personally, if Bigatron Alpha wins this, in a way, it's revenge for Coach Aldo, saying that I can go on any team and they'll be amazing.
That's why it's kind of proof match for Coach Aldo itself. But if you look at the draft right now, that Cloud has been first picked by the Bigatron.
Yeah. Wow. And now they're gonna have a carry on their hands already, taking it away from CW. And as expected, Onyx will pick up the Valentina and priority on the Kaja for Kiboy for the pickoffs. At the same time, we know how well Kaja can buffer the early game attempts of your opponent to invade. It's not necessarily an anti-invade hero, but it helps with mediating that and controlling it.
Yeah, it can initiate, it can counter setup, depends on the situation. But we didn't see Finn using the Kibo using the Kaja before because AP Brand kept banning the Kaja yesterday.
And now Moreno picking up the Eve. It was my question whether they want the partial the Eve here. The Eve is better control, so it looks like having the Fredrin now, it's still a very flex pick. So far, it does seem like it's going over to Super Ken and a very quick pickup on the 1-1. So both already showing their mid laners as well as their gold laners. The Kaja is going over to the roam. Fredrin is still a question. So now Onyx, what are they looking to ban?
Yeah, they are probably going to be looking into banning out the roamers potentially available for Supervin because there are some picks shared there with Chorizo in terms of being able to flex it. We're looking at specifically the Grok, and they do ban out the Grok. So BTR this time, they might even consider banning out either the Baksha, the Martis, or Assassins because they have an Eve on their hands. Again, when you have a stationary hero like Eve, you want to take out the high mobile Assassins.
But they still have Hellcurt option, but we didn't see any Hellcurt on this playoff stage, I think, until today.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing one Hellcurt game, but it just didn't go out, so I just can't remember the specific match.
There is a Hellcurt. So far, Onyx, would it be wise to actually ban out the Franco?
Taking away from Supervin? Oh, definitely. But at the same time, if ever Onyx do give it, that means they'll have access to 2 suppress abilities if ever Sans wants to get the ultimate of the Franco, so they're not banning it. But there's a chance Supervin might actually take it in the roam, and it's going to be a suppression battle.
Do they want a Uranus here? That's why they're betting on the Dyro?
That is a possibility, yeah.
That's a possibility because the Boots love to using the Uranus. He's just loving to proxy the minute until the enemy's base, at least giving his teammates best time to do the farming or even aiming for the objective like turrets.
Yeah, and at the same time though, if Onyx do pick up a Uranus on their side for Boots, Bigatron Alpha already have the tools that can help contend with it a little bit. One of the things Uranus doesn't like going up against is just a marksman that can free hit and have fast basic attacks. Burst magic damage as well. BTR sort of has that with an Eve, so this Uranus pickup, if ever, will be a difficult one to get. You see there the box picked up, but no. Yeah, Onyx says we still want it. We still want to go for it.
Yeah, because again, like, we gotta look at how Boots plays, man, because the way that he plays, he almost likes to isolate the EXP laner. And if he's really having a very good time, not just the EXP laner, he will make sure that he's isolating maybe perhaps the gold laner as well, maybe even the mid. Even if he dies, he grabs like, what, 3 people worth of attention?
Yeah.
His entire team will just wreck the entire team fight and then get a wipeout. So I kind of feel like even though there are ways to deal with the Uranus, if they choose to deal with the Uranus, they're kind of playing into the strategy of Coach Yep. So I kind of feel like it's definitely worth it.
Because Sorizo and Boots have different playstyle. But we see Alice and Florin here, so it's gonna be Alice jungler from the Super Can.
Yeah, wow, look at Bigatron. Still, up until now, they do not fail to surprise us. And that's why they banned out the Baxia. Onyx now, I want to see them with a tanky, high-control jungler because that's what they're lacking. They have tanky. They need just a little bit more of control.
Dude, innovation, man. I kind of want to see it go on, but we see the Hayabusa. But again, this is not any normal Hayabusa. This is Kyrie's Hayabusa. Looking at the draft, I like the creativity coming in from Bigatron Alpha, but I gotta ask the casters, do you guys like the draft?
A draft battle between Raja Yeba and the Architect. Who would believe that just about 6 months ago they were playing for the same team and now they're fighting for the championship here?
And you can really feel the collision and the different perspectives, the different minds here just clashing in between. Back when they were working together at M4, now that both have been given creative freedom, we are seeing the best of both worlds. For Onyx, stable, controlled environment. For Aldo and Bigatron Alpha, it's more of a chaotic experiment by the Architect.
Welcome to the desk. At your service, my name is Leo here with Mirko. We'll be calling this best of 7 to crown our Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3 MLBB champion here in Jakarta, Indonesia. Here's what we think is going to happen in the predictions, and someone is a little too brave. That's I gotta call y'all, man. Not a single one for Onyx.
I mean, it's a bit of a stretch, I'll be honest with you, but every prediction so far for Bigatron Alpha, right after they got knocked down to the lower brackets for me, has been correct down to the score.
They've beaten the odds.
Every time.
And the universe denies you the opportunity to kaldag.
No, they just, no.
Exactly. So who's to say that tonight it still won't happen and the Terminators will continue their reign? Starts here, game number 1. And something to note, before we closed up the draft and waited to load into the Land of Dawn, you said you didn't feel the Hayabusa.
No, I don't like it, right? I mean, I can understand why they picked it. It's Kyrie on a Hayabusa, a signature pick that we saw him on at M4. He was able to perform then, and now in front of this crowd at Istora Senayan, I don't think it's going to work as well as it did before.
With thousands in attendance, Bigot Troopers, Sonics, and all. Welcome to game number 1. This here is Bigatron Alpha versus Onyx. And we see Superken starting on the purple, and it's likewise for Kyrie.
Let's see here, Superken on this Alice. Let's talk a little bit about this because we have seen it before in Season 11. Superken, when he joined the MPL, one of the pocket picks that we were able to see from him was not just the Alice, but the Hanzo as well. He was utilizing these crazy picks, and he was making it work. Thing is, in Season 11, every single time he tried to utilize this exact strat up against Onyx, they always crumbled.
Maybe this time, a minute in, and you see these two roamers, Keyboy and Supervin, just playing footsies, dealing damage to each other, amounting to not much, and Superken continues to farm. Real quick, a check on our emblems, and again, the sustainability coming in from BTR. Oh, Kyrie underneath!
Shadow kill coming down, first blood for Kyrie. 1 minute in, Onyx already pushing the pace.
utilizing the Hayabusa. This is what they want to do, but Super Ken on the other side, getting Keyboy low, trying to invade in the jungle.
Interesting. In mid, Onyx is looking to up their tempo, looking at the snowball, but down bottom, it looks like Super Ken has a plan of his own, stealing away a small camp from Kyrie. 20 seconds up until this turtle comes up. Let's talk about the XP lane matchup though. What's this like between a Uranus and a Fredrin?
It's more like a non-lane. Chorizo's not really going to look for these trades. He understands that, you know, the Uranus is just going to constantly clear the waves, and even if he does try to force it, it's not really much he can do. I don't think he can get boots lower, even threaten a kill. Kyrie, no purple buff this time, but Super Ken as well. I think Super Ken might be a bit more reliant on that purple buff than Kyrie on the Haya.
At this point, yeah. Especially as we ramp up into the mid game, but now first turtle up already. Keyboy spots 2. Oh, Super Ken not going to be able to contest. Kyrie scores.
Retribution, Onyx for the first kill and the first neutral objective. Bigatron Alpha have been placed into a spot where they will have to try to weather the storm. And I think that might just be the case for Bigatron Alpha. They understand how much early to mid game power Onyx composition has, especially their trio mid. They're going to be able to rotate more efficiently, and overall they're going to have a better time. So Bigatron Alpha are just banking on that later stage. Mid to late is when they can actually strike.
Which is counterintuitive to how these two teams have been played so far, but way Super Ken spots 1. Not enough damage quite yet. He has the back, RWM.
Oh, they're going to go in. Divine Judgment bringing it back. Super Ken getting the healing right now. He's going to be able to sustain. Keyboy caught it to sustain. Super Ken equalizes for the Terminators.
All thanks to that common emblem, and as well the build he's used. You can see here that he actually has the do on him, and he was unpunished. Onyx seems to have miscalculated the amount of damage and aggression they can put on a single hero in that mid lane engagement. So with that, I'd say even if Onyx does have a 700 gold lead, even if they do have Turtle, this early game isn't as quite a big dub for them. Bigatron Alpha, I'm loving it. If they want to make it to the late game, this is definitely the way you want to go.
Oh, big mistake by Sakin there, jumping with the BMI, but now Kyrie, oh, watch Sakin with a juke now, blazing duet. I still think he's gonna die here with a shadow kill placed onto him. A good juke delaying the inevitable, but it still happens.
It took him a second or two longer to go down, but Onyx still got their prey, and now 1,000 gold ahead. Let's see how much more pressure they can apply on the map, how much more they can deny Bigatron Alpha, the late game scaling that they so badly need. More now at the 4-minute mark than ever in this game 1. Bigatron Alpha are crossing the river, and they're looking to posture up for this turtle, but it's not going to be for free. Down bottom.
They're looking for a dive here. Oh, good escape away from the real world manipulation, but Keyboy still wants to dive right now. Sakin waiting on the BMI, perfectly timed now, jumps back. Weak side, but Sakin says it's all good. 3-man gank, this should give over. Super Ken, a free turtle up top.
Oh, Vin's very low. Boots wants something. Putting some stacks on. He needs one more. There's the heal.
The Bloom coming in clutch for Super Vin, getting him back to an HP bar that is not there. That can be risked. Boots not able to kill him.
Mastery mechanics, not just in that engagement up top, but even down bottom for Bigatron Alpha. Sakin using to its maximum potential the damage reduction underneath that gold shield on his turret. 25%, folks, that's huge, especially when you're looking at, what, quarter built items on early game heroes. Now Keyboy gets spotted.
Oh, Divine Judgment and the Shadow Kill used up onto Super Vin. Now it's Ken and Moreno forced back out of their own jungle. And Kyrie, despite it only being a 2,000 gold lead, he is up 2 levels earlier. Now Super Ken finally getting back in. Sakin forced back Kyrie. Oh, the Shuriken's here! Sakin pops in a blazing duet. Has that Brave Smite, keeps him alive.
Just barely though. And here you see Onyx are limit testing. They're seeing how much they can get away with and how much pressure they can put on to Sakin. And here up top, we see again the non-battle, the non-lane between these two just hunks of meat, Chorizo and Boots. Down bottom, the first turret goes down. Onyx scoring, again shrinking the space that Sakin can take farm from.
And this is going to be a very, very good position that Onyx can utilize to further capitalize, to further take their lead in towards the mid-game. Neutral objective control will still be on their side with Sakin falling so far behind. Taking a look at the gold lead, yep, almost 1,000 between the gold laners And for CW, remember, 1,000 gold lead normally would already be big. On a 1-1, it's even bigger because CW has not built any defensive items, hasn't built boots at all. It is full damage.
And he's greeting out. And he has all the right in the world to do so. You're looking at Sakin, who only has, again, Warrior Boots and Demon Hunter Sword. Against 1-1, not gonna lead to much. Here we see last turtle of the game up. Keyboy with a conceal.
Retribution battle, it's gonna be Superken who wins it right now. Zorizo taunts them up in the back. Boots also doing the same thing. Saga the Blazing Duet, unable to kill anyone down. Boots is acting as a distraction. CW looking for all the weakness points, but Zorizo flickers out to safety. CW pops in Inspire, but gets chunked down. And Bigatron Alpha, they go back. Appraiser's Wrath coming down on Boots, but again, it's only onto Boots.
CW Airlines fails to take off. One-way trip to Game 1 victory delayed. And with that, it's another gauge of how much Onyx can put on the Bigatron Alpha until Bigatron Alpha is ready. And this is what Onyx should be doing. This is their key to victory. Because if we go past the 12, 15-minute mark and Bigatron Alpha haven't been buried underneath the ground, buried in value, buried in economy, then it's over. Bigatron Alpha will take over the game. Looking at the item build so far, Superken is looking great, man. He's on his way to a Dominance Ice, COD. He's almost unkillable at this point.
And once he gets unkillable, that's when Onyx will really struggle. Even with their pickoff comp, remember, the Bloom will deny, will take every single anti-region effect that Onyx has away from them. Right now, we're already seeing 2 Dominance Ices built up, but remember, the Bloom takes it all away.
And with that, Bigatron Alpha are moving around. It's like the tier 1 down bottom hasn't even been taken. Tier 1 up top too. They sent CW to once more shrink the real estate that BTR can play with. Onyx, 3,000 gold head. CW and Kyrie up on top of the leaderboards with Sakin just marching up forward. It's not a slow farm. He only has really died once. So that's not good, but it's okay. Especially now looking at 8 minutes, 30 seconds in. He's on his way to his next core item. Sorija just built himself a Radiant Armor. Against CW, not gonna do much, but at least against Sans, against Keyboy, against Boots specifically, he's okay. So at least they have that one lane that they can just hunker down.
Oh, Flicker Divine Judgment, bringing Superfin back, and that should be, yeah, but crossbow attack with the Inspire used up. Superfin falls, now on the Supercan, who's still on the Purple Bomb, and Blazing Duet on the back line with Stockhead in the real world. Manipulation, not enough though. It's still Onyx.
There we go, the bonk from Chorizo, a little too late. Now it's Boots just holding his ground, making sure no stragglers push on forward. Sans ain't done. Looking at the damage output, it's clear that Sans and Kyrie, and even CW, even if his crossbow tang just came up and flew, take to the skies just for a second or two longer, there's great damage coverage, and with that, Onyx just convert like in a snap.
Absolutely beautiful from Onyx, understanding their limits. You mentioned earlier they were testing it. Now they understand their limits. They're utilizing it now to completely punish Bigatron Alpha, capitalizing in this moment. As Moreno, let's take a look at his item as well as Sakin. Sakin finally building up the Golden Staff. That is a power spike, but it's not going to be a big one. Look at CW already on the way to that Wind of Nature, trying to neutralize the BTR power spike.
Kyrie just picked up the Heptases. So if prior the engagements came up short, all the more now. I wouldn't be surprised if he picked up a Sea Halberd. Now Boots in trouble.
Still gets out. It's that Onyx buff, man. They're just unkillable. And they're utilizing it here in this game to pick turrets off the board. Boots is acting as the distraction as CW acts as the assassin.
And as soon as he takes to the skies, which with the help of that Wind of Nature, again, it's gonna keep him immune for just a little more to proc those weakness finders. And of course his weakness marks, it'll be all the more trouble for Bigatron Alpha. Onyx pushing their lead, coming in through mid. Top lane's gonna crash on down as well. 10 minutes and a half in. This is a very, very massive 7K gold lead. And finally they take care of the Lord.
Oh, Kyrie jumping in, looking for the shadow kill, but he will just hold on to it. Lord cleared up top by Sakin and Superken. As Bigatron Alpha are still able to defend. But Onyx, remember the gold lead, it's still building up. It is quite big now with a 2.72K Lord advantage at their hands, it basically forced Bigatron Alpha in their base. Now they're forced to just turtle and farm in their base.
My God, look at Birthday Boy. Look at Sans here. In some parts of the world, you could argue it's still his birthday. So the buff is still active, and he is playing this Valentina to a T. The burst is there, the acquisition of ults on point too, and that's what bought here Onyx this huge lead. Approaching this Lord, 45 seconds in. Where else can Bigatron Alpha find value? You said that they're going to turtle up. You said that they're going to try to stay in. When Onyx starts to freeze, there are no stacks for Supercan to get.
Not at all, and that's why it's just so brilliant from Onyx. They understand that if you want to go for a composition like this that tries to weather out the storm, if the storm is too massive, if it was just literally a natural disaster that just takes you out, there's not much you can do against it.
A force of nature, an act of God. And that is but what Onyx is bringing. So these are spotted. Of course, Onyx not gonna oblige. Oh, RWM!
Oh, CW is still able to fly right now. Gets out, he's fire popped in. Supercan caught in the bad situation. The Bloom is able to help him out, but not for long. As Kyrie disintegrates the back line. Now with the shadow kill. Been able to flicker out, but Supercan's down. So Rizzo surviving barely.
Onyx happy with what they got. A pick off on a key hero. Supercan could not do anything with the suppress laid on him by Keyboy. And now Onyx are going to convert straight into this Luminous Lord.
They've enhanced 12 minutes in, and now with the Starlium, wow, Sans, Starlium Scythe. You can see the confidence here from Sans. He's been recalling non-stop, and Keyboy's following through as well. It's the Sans and Keyboy recall special.
It's a deadly duo. They not only wreck you and ruin you in game, but also your mental. You can only imagine what Bigatron Alpha is going through right now. They can't even leave their base, and they have to plan for the defense of a lifetime. Luckily, they have great high ground defense, but how far can that take you? Lord crashing in the mid.
That's the base turret taken down. Bottom lane also coming down as CW is able to do quick work. Whoa, Kyrie with a shadow kill, only onto the minions right now. Supercan's going to be able to jump in into the back. Wasakin gets bursted down. Now the crossbow attack, and he's fired. We're going to crunch in his spot, placed in time, but he will fall. 13 minutes in, and Onyx will wipe BTR down to their last member.
The Terminators have done well to go by their word and knock out all of the Filipino teams, but here it looks like Raja Langit still reigns supreme. Game 1 goes to Onyx.
Onyx, cleaner, more composed, understood their assignment. Heck, they didn't just understand the assignment, they did extra credit. They went all the way.
Teacher asked for 500 words. They gave him a novel.
A big, big novel.
Front page, Hayabusa.
2,000 pages worth of absolutely macro class.
I'm loving it. Hope you guys at home are feeling the same. Let's throw it over to the analysts.
It's been a while since Bigatron Alpha felt the loss, but it takes Onyx to be like, yeah, you know what? We're gonna serve you your first one for the day. And Kyrie is just one of those guys. It's like, is it a bad Hayabusa game? Is it? Do you still want me to use it? All right, it's all good. I'll make it work. Yeah, with how he was moving and grooving all throughout the map, the proactivity of Onyx to take control quickly, because Colius, you're pointing this out to us behind the scenes. BTR, very mid to late game focus with their lineup.
Yeah, because they have Alice, they have Cloud. It needs the scaling first. Even Alice needs the Blood Orb first. That's why they gonna play the mid to late game. It's different strategy between AP brand that they always pressure the early game.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a different BTR. And I'm not surprised that we're seeing this because you saw it from Moreno in their interview earlier. They're looking at Onyx way differently here, and I think it affected their draft. I like that you point out Moreno as well, because when we see Bigatron Alpha moving aggressively all around the map, part of it is because of Moreno. And the fact that Kyrie on this Hayabusa, the moment he hits level 4, he went straight for that middle lane gank. And then after that, we see Kyrie all over the map. Supercan is focusing on getting his items, counter jungling. Kyrie is just like, I'm gonna make sure my side lanes are having a good time. and his sidelines were having an amazing time.
CW had an amazing game, being able to farm up because he was helped out by Kyrie and Kiboy really well. They were able to break the tower of the Claude before the 7th minute and get a kill onto him. So that was a tick in the right box of the gold lane matchup. And then, yeah, BTR just ended up becoming way too reactive for my taste here. This was not the BTR that we saw, but Onyx knew that they couldn't give BTR time, so they choked them out quickly.
Yep. That's why when you feed 1-1 on the early game very well, the Captain 1-1 gonna give you a good flying experience.
It's a CW Airlines, 1-1 Airlines.
Yeah,
that's what BTR experienced. Too turbulent.
And here we have it. The MVP CW3 0-5, Onyx starting the best of 7 with a 13-minute win. But Sun Tzu did once say, always appear weakest when you're strong. So this is a very different draft coming in from Bigatron Alpha. Perhaps this is one of those situations where they want to get a feel of their opponents before really committing to anything just yet. And look at the early game here, especially coming in from Kyrie. Even though he's getting a lot of kills, he's being proactive in those ganks. In a way, it's just him supporting his own team, making sure that everyone is moving in the right direction to win the game as a whole.
Yeah, Onyx just capitalized on the more defensive counterpunch-minded Bigatron Alpha. And what I like about Onyx here is, again, they're proving as to why they became the MSC 2023 champions. They're just so good with their ability timings during fights. They knew what to watch out for. They knew what Bigatron Alpha want to find. And CW, man, his positioning just kiting, tap, coming in from the 1-1. He was so difficult to catch for Bigatron.
Yeah, especially when the team fights happen on the purple buff, right?
Yeah.
You see that Blazing Duet trying to aim for the CW, but CW do the kiting very well.
Yeah, he really held on to needles and flowers. That cleanse ability he had so well.
Well, congratulations to Onyx. Already making it so that Mirko's prediction is not correct.
Yeah.
First game of the day, and I'm like, okay, that's the first L, but you know what? It's all right. So we have to see for game number 2, because in my opinion, in a best of 7, even if you lose the first 2 games, it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah.
When you start losing the third one, it's like, okay. Hold up. Coach, we got to discuss something here.
Yeah, we got to change things up. This isn't the programming that we're used to.
But remember, we have the history on the M1 series. When RQ have the match point and they do the reverse sweep from Evos.
That's why I love having Colias here, man. I learned so many historical facts about MLBB Esports with him around. And you too.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I like that for one thing. Because I'm the type of guy that is the same. I don't get joy in winning. I get joy in watching the faces of other people losing. So, losing to a reverse sweep, soul crushed. If I was a coach and I can do that intentionally, I'd probably do it.
Yeah. And then while you see faces that are soul crushed, you just see joy. Pure, absolute joy from LaFell. Just like that.
Not only joy, it's the devilish smile on level point.
Look at that winning smile by LaFell. He's waiting for it.
That's why I'm not a coach, man. Because if I'm a coach and I go through fans that just got so crushed losing the reverse sweep, I'll just walk over to this like, makasih. I'm a horrible person.
That's thank you, by the way.
Yeah. It's like going to the phone and say, thank you. Thank you. You guys enjoy the game, right? See you. Thank you. But either way, man.
I think that sounded like karma.
Instant karma, man.
Instant karma on the LaFell. You good though? You good?
This is what happens when I'm trying to be me, man. I get sick. I'm a sick person, guys.
He's fine. He's healthy enough to work, and he's like powered through it. But yeah, I think that's the universe saying, hey, a little bit more good vibes, a little bit more positivity.
Oh, don't say good vibes, man.
Why?
It hurts me in the Malaysian. Our good vibes is not good vibes right now. I'll tell you why a little bit later. But
okay.
Yeah, right. You're starting to know.
I get you.
So good vibes Malaysian right now is not really good vibes. But either way. Game number 2. I think I already have the answer coming from you guys, but I'm guessing for Bigatron Alpha, changing it to a more early-oriented draft?
Yeah. It has to be because, again, when AP Bren faced up against Onyx, that's what AP Bren did well. That they knew that Onyx also loved the early game. So it perplexes me as to why Bigatron are looking at Onyx and saying, you guys have are a different team. No, Onyx also loves that early. They love being proactive in the early game.
Yep. Especially for the Sorizo. Sorizo is kind of the XP lane who loves to team fight.
Yeah.
If they play the long game, Sorizo just need to do the defensive one.
Yeah.
It's different with Boots. Boots is the XP lane of the attention seeker.
Yeah.
He wants all the eyes on Boots and let his friends just have the free farm. That's why maybe Bigatron need to move to the strategy to play on the early game.
Yeah, and that's what surprises me here. Is Bigatron not confident in their own abilities to go toe-to-toe against Onyx when it comes to early team fighting? Because again, AP Bren took Onyx to the limit and they swept AP Bren.
Yeah.
So why isn't BTR drafting like they're drafting against AP Bren and the Filipino teams?
Right? I feel it is partly because Sorizo can't move around too freely. Because I've seen interviews with Boots, and he's just like, when he's playing tournament stage, he's just basically having a staring contest with the EXP laner. It's just like, you're not going anywhere. You're trying to rotate down bot, I'm not gonna let that happen. You're trying to rotate top, I'm not gonna let that happen. Boots is one of those very intimidating EXP laners where he does see the game like it's just one lane. If Coach Yep asked me to get my eyes on you, you're never leaving my sight. And that's very scary. And I kind of feel like that really impacted the team of Bigatron Alpha, where sometimes they're just like, okay, the EXP laner is rotating, I'm going to rotate as well. Boost is just like, I don't care about rotations, man. Have you seen the mechanics on my team? They don't need me. I need to be here with you.
So it's just like, it's big boss energy coming out from Onyx right now, and BTR feels it.
Yeah, the quadrant strategy means 4 men who moving around, but Boots always on his lane. That's one that we fear about. When Onyx just play like that, usually the game will be win by Onyx.
Yeah, but then I think we also have to remember the factor that LaFell discussed, brought up a lot. It's the factor of the two coaches, how well they know each other, the history with Coach Aldo and Coach Shieb. I think that's a big factor here as well, because they know how they see their own teams, they know how they like to look at other teams, and right now it just looks like Raja Yebas trumping the Architect.
Yep, actually it would be very interesting if we do see the Hellkirk, where Boots is just like, I got my eyes on you. Wait, where's the light?
Yeah, where's the light?
It's dark. Guys, I can't do my thing anymore.
Hey, who turned out the lights?
And then be like, yo, CW, why'd you die? It's like, I didn't see it.
I saw nothing.
I saw nothing. And it would be like, sons, you can't react fast if you don't see it coming.
Yeah.
And
I don't know. Maybe it could come up.
Yeah, but that is a possibility. I think that's something BTR, if there's any team who's going to bring that up, is BTR.
It's Bigatron, yeah. But I think, because this is best of 7 series, I think there is a probability that Bigatron just hiding their strategy right now. Let's go just for the game 1. But on the game 2, I'm gonna open my card one by one.
Yeah, man. Bigatron is your classmate in school who always brings extra lunch. And it's like, people like me are happy. Thank you. You have so much lunch with you. He's always prepared. What? Why is LaFell looking at me like that?
There's people in school that bring extra lunch?
I have it on my school.
Yeah, not extra lunch.
I have it on my school.
Yeah, you know how some parents or whatever, they pack so much food for their children?
I mean, I usually bring extra snacks, but I don't give it for free.
You know? That's share, dude, man. Share your blessings.
Dude, I'm Asian. As a kid, I've learned how to be financially responsible.
Oh, it's okay. So, maybe that's why I'm
take
poor.
advantage of kids.
Yeah.
LaFell is an entrepreneur.
Yeah,
yeah.
Since kids. It's like, hey, I got some kropo here. 50 cents.
So even as a child, you were already very business-minded.
That's what I've been taught.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great.
So now going into the draft, Bigatron Alpha banning out the Fanny very, very early on. Onyx now banning the Angela as well as the Paquito.
Yeah, because they know the capability of Angela and Paquito on Bigatron's hands before. When facing against the AP brand, they know how annoying Finn using Angela is.
Yeah, and I think we'll never see Angela see the light of day in this game. Or if it does show up, it's going to end up becoming an Onyx with a Boxia pickup. And they are now changing the look of their draft. Earlier, they banned the Joy. Now it's just a Paquito and Angela. They've turned it into a Valentina ban. So now Bigatron are going to be looking at it. It's like, oh, what are we going to ban? Are we going to ban the Kadita again? Are we going to ban the Joy? Still the Kadita ban. And now it's Onyx on the blue side with the Joy open. Again, 100% win rate on Kyrie with that Joy.
But they still can use Kaja. They still can use Franco. It's gonna be dangerous if they want to pick Joy, but yeah, they are very bravely to pick the Joy. Like, come face my Joy.
Here's the thing, as a Udinese Giants fan, I kind of feel like Kyrie in his head, it's like, yeah, the Kaja can catch me, the Franco can catch me, but until they're level 4, they won't be able to do it.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna kill them level 2.
Yeah, and I think Onyx, if that's the case, if BTR does pick up the Franco or maybe the Kaja just to have attention on that Joy, then Onyx can easily draft into picking up more heroes that dive alongside the Joy. That is an equal threat in terms of being able to deal damage. Because then that way, BTR, once they've expanded a key ability on the Joy, there's going to be someone else on the side of Onyx who is dealing just as much pressure as that Joy.
Yep. That's why they are picking the Cloud and the Kaja right now. Cloud is a dive-in hero. It's not the backline hero. That's why Joy gonna facing a hard time to chasing against the Cloud.
Yeah, and the thing about that is, with the Valentina gone, and because there's a Joy first pick, Bigatron saw that and thought, yeah, I don't think we can pick up the Eve or the Farsa just yet, because if they ended up picking up as one of their priority picks, dude, Onyx can just draft more heroes that just dive backline so easily, and Moreno would have been cancelled out. So, low-key, Onyx, for now 2 games, or going into the second game, have just been trying to cancel out Moreno.
Yeah, because I do feel like Moreno is the big reason why Bigatron Alpha is looking so good. The same can be said for Onyx, because even though we keep talking about all of the other roles, but we have to say to the fact that Onyx, when Sans was not feeling well, when he was sick, they did not look that great. The moment Sans is just like, yeah, I'm okay now, you know, alhamdulillah, I'm feeling very good.
Yeah.
The entire team just became unstoppable again.
Yeah.
Something about mid laners, man, even though sure, in terms of heroes, you guys don't have the most flexibility, but you guys are like the main reason why the game feels easy for your team.
Yeah, that's why even the caster said that Sans is playing with 5 holes.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, with the Veramis, Uranus, and Joy, I think Onyx strategy right now, they want to play the dogfight strategy.
Yeah.
They want to go all out during the team fight, but looking at Bigatron picking direct. So they want a winning match-up on the XP lane.
Yeah,
if the direct is on the XP lane.
Yeah, if it isn't the EXP lane. And this is what we were discussing. We need to see Cerezo have a more proactive role for Bigatron. Something that allows him to win lane, clear lane fast, or maybe beat the opposing EXP laner so that he has more presence in the map over Boots.
We've seen Dire of Uranus before. I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago.
2 days ago.
It didn't work out as well, but having the Kaja there to ensure that they can't run away is going to be a big boost for this Diref. And it does feel a little bit desperate because we saw the Diref getting banned before. So it does feel like a little bit of mind games coming in from Coach. Yeah. Showing the Uranus very early. Basically forcing Bigatron Alpha to instantly pick the Diref.
Yeah, and you can feel it. And Onyx, I love seeing this. I just need to interject real quick. I love this energy right now coming in from the Sonics. And Bigatron going to the second phase. Yeah, I subscribe to that idea. This sort of like mind games, baiting out from Onyx. And they're now going for a Haka Moreno strat. So his top heroes, the only thing left remaining for him is a Farsa. But this does not look like a fun Farsa game already.
Well, if he wants to pick the Farsia, I think a lot of heroes can dive into the Farsia.
Exactly.
But, when facing against Cloud, facing against Direct, who are just easily to get captured, I'm thinking about maybe Onyx gonna use Keyboy's Cho.
A Cho would be great. That would be great. Yeah, I agree. I kind of feel like with Onyx, it almost doesn't matter what the opponent has, just use it.
Yep. Not even just a Cho. Along with the Cho, they could go Grok, Roam if they want to. They took out the Lancelot, so yeah, they're also respecting a super can pick up. Now Bigatron Alpha's pick here. Mage for Moreno. He did say in an interview that there are...
Di atas lagi ada Onyx. We're not being biased, we just love the song.
It's the chant. The Sonics are right beside us. We can't help but sing along.
I almost want to shut up for a little bit just so that the audience can hear
you know, yeah.
the chanting. Yeah,
let's sink it in.
Okay.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Yeah, it's a beautiful chant for them.
Yeah. All right. Moreno did say before he has a lot more mid laners available.
Oh,
there we go. Hey, Colius, you've been bringing up this Lilia since challenge season.
Yeah, and finally it shows on the grand final match. Oh my god.
Dude, first picked in SBS. I mean, honestly, going up against a Fermis, it's all right. Going up against like a Farsa and Eve, the Lilia doesn't feel great. So, if anything, this is one of the drafts that, okay, it can work. It definitely can work. The only thing that I'm looking at the draft coming in from BTR right now is just that Kaja's best friend is just the Dairoff. And we still don't know whether this Dairoff is going to the jungle or the EXP.
But with Lilia, I think they can bait the Joy, Rhythm of Joy, the ultimate.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So when the Joy is coming for Lilia, Lilia just using the black shoes, and Joy didn't have the ultimate anymore.
Yeah. So there it is. It's actually going to be a Grok pick, as I mentioned, for Onyx. I think it's because they're also looking at someone who can help hold the front line to bait out the black shoes. And then once the black shoes have been expended, that's when Grok will enter alongside more control coming in from the Faramis, if ever.
Yeah, but I think Direct can go to the jungler and they can pick the Rizla. The Rizla is the nemesis of...
It's a
Hayabusa.
Hayabusa. I don't know how to... Okay, Hayabusa is actually good against Faramis because you can bait out the altar first.
Yes.
And then go out and then use the Quad Shadow again to re-engage. But, you know, I've heard your thoughts. Now I want to hear the thoughts of the casters. What do you guys feel about this game?
I think we're in agreement, me and Mirko here at the desk, that there may be something between BTR and just the draft. It seems like Coach Mafia, aka Coach Yeb, and Coach Sexy, Coach Aldo, have gotten into each other's heads. If you know, you know. Welcome to game number 2. Here at your service, my name is Leo, and Mirko, it's another moment for us to say, what's up with the Haya?
Yeah, I mean, game 1, we didn't like the Haya. We were proven wrong. Game 2, we don't like the Haya, but I think this time, I really don't like the Haya.
This time.
Last time, I didn't like the Haya, but I didn't hate the Haya. This time, I dislike the Haya, right? So, Hayabusa in this composition against the Faramis, we've seen multiple times that it is a very good pick against the Faramis early game. You can bait out the Call Ultra. If you are able to get that lead, then hey, yes, you can bait it out and you can win the team fights in with your mobility alone.
And with that, it's clear. The image for a BTR, their programming in this game is to overload on damage. It's as clean a pickoff as it gets, but wait, are you gonna get it? This way, Super Vin, just crossing casually like a walk in the park across 3 members of Onyx this early on.
Classic Vin. Did this when he was at RRQ, now in Bigatron Alpha. It's still the same Vin, just with a super in front of his name. But this time, it's gonna be punished, forced to flicker out. Oh, the wall almost catching him off angle.
All right. Fortunate for all the Biga Troopers watching is your man's Vin here is actually rocking a fully shot together. So yeah, it's not gonna be as hard to punish. Looking at the emblems once more. This is the first time, if I'm not mistaken, we're seeing a Lilia, at least in a while.
Yeah.
At least post-patch. And here is what Moreno brings via his emblem suite. Lethal Ignition.
First time in the Challenge Finals, I think. I don't think I remember seeing it in the group stages, and especially in the playoffs. So we'll see how it works out. Against the Faramis, like Lufel said, it isn't a bad matchup per se, but it is a very difficult matchup to pull off against Uranus coming down now onto Super Ken, forcing a retribution. Up against looking for some damage right now as he collapsed onto Boots. Shadow Kill used up Boots! No, doesn't fall! Super Ken forced back and Boots just gets out with a sprint.
Short. Just one more basic attack, one more proc would have done it. Now Vin in trouble, but lives to tell the tale. A lot of close calls here. Approaching the 2-minute mark. First turtle spawning in just a few more seconds. How about we talk about this gold lane matchup? This is more of a classic compared to what happened last game. It's the Beatrix versus the Claude.
Yeah, but in the other matchup, I would say 1-1 versus Claude, it's mostly just a farming battle. For this lane, I do believe Saken will have a little bit more to say when it comes down to these trades, but it's CW with a better clear, obviously, on this Beatrix. Let's take a look here. Divine Judgment coming down on Boots.
Oh, Keyboy already uses his wild charge. Saken puts up some shadows.
Quad Shadow coming in as well. Super Ken goes to the rectory, but Kyrie takes it. Shadow Stampede, bringing him back. It's first blood over to Onyx, and it's 2 for Kyrie.
The 1 gets 2 early on after Turtle score. 2.5 minutes in. Onyx will snowball.
Man, 1.7k gold lead in 2 minutes. If you thought game 1 was fast, Onyx are trying to speedrun Bigatron Alpha.
How's this for BBE?
Big boss energy?
They're literally just walking in to your jungle and Sans crossing the river and saying, recall.
That's the sound effect.
Oh, wait.
Sans recalling. If you do Keyboy and Sans, right? Recalling at the same time, it creates so much of a distraction. And I think Bigatron Alpha, no. Everyone who faces them really understands that CW waiting on that BMI.
There seems to be some physics involved, quantum physics involved that gravitate you towards them. When you see them recalling, especially in sync, you're like, I gotta give something to these guys. I can't let them do this for free.
Gotta punish them, gotta try to punch them, do something. You can't just let them do that. And it always bites them back, right? Every single team who gets distracted by those recalls has been punished. Now Kyrie down below. Saken's actually forcing this out, but Kyrie's done enough to stone him away. Now Keyboy is pinching them down in the bush, and that's all the turret shield taken by CW and Kyrie.
That's so much bank for Calvin Renata and the rest of Onyx that was present at the siege of that tier 1, taking away all the shields. Almost instantly, that put him, Miracle, 600 gold ahead of Saken.
This is not a normal 600 gold lead. When a Beatrix has a lead like this up against a Claude, you can expect the Claude to just completely get bullied. Here as well, Saken not going for the steel leg plates, going for the warrior boots instead. Needs that mobility, has the Brave Smite, and he thinks that the Brave Smite is going to get him through lane. Yes, but when it comes down to the burst here, one Bennett's Rage might take him out.
Now, Turtle spawns once more, approaching half its health. Keyboy and Kyrie put him on perimeter as CW chunks away Retribution. Another score, free for Onyx.
Clean game, clinical performance by Onyx. Game 1 and now even cleaner in game 2. This time they're not even giving anything away to Bigatron Alpha. The Turtle was still back and forth in game number 1. Bigatron, heck, they even were able to secure more. But Onyx oppression across the map is very, very visible here in the item builds.
Yep, you'll see here that Saken is holding on. Man, that gold lead is already ballooned up to 800. Bladed Spare already on CW. And huge, 1,000 and change up on Kyrie. It looks like they want more. Kyrie can pop this dance. He can get the rhythm and beats anytime he wants. Oh, but the turret still stands and CW takes it.
Renner basic attack takes the turret out. Now the Renner's apathy as well used up to try to clear the way. Saken and the rest of Bigatron Alpha forced to move into this mid lane, to start grouping up, maybe to look for a cheeky pick.
As we leave the laning phase, approaching the 6-minute mark, Turtle up in just under a minute. I'm wondering, Miracle, BTR, game 1, it was clear. They just wanted to scale out of their minds, right? Take it to 20, 25 minutes. Here, what's BTR looking for? They want to burst down, pick off. Will they get on Boots?
Divine Judgment, Quad Shadow, everything used up. Boots will fall. It's a kill over to Bigatron Alpha. A very expensive kill, though. 2 ultimates, 1 battle spell, make it 2 with Super Ken's Red Tree.
Shock and awe. Super Ken gets punished by Kyrie!
Solo kill up top. Super Ken didn't have the Quad Shadows, gets completely punished for it. Kyrie, if you're up against Kyrie on a Hayabusa yourself, man, Kyrie is a Hayabusa user. He understands that hero.
He's in your head.
He is.
Talk about 1v1 with the Great One, and now they commit Grand Theft Purple. Kyrie just doesn't stop.
Free purple buff. And now Onyx, they choose to go straight for the turtle, and they don't. They pace themselves. They understand there's no real reason to force these objectives. They have the game under control.
Yep.
They can utilize that lead instead of rushing to objectives.
Art takes time, and here they are painting a picture wherein BTR can't clap back. 7 minutes in, Keyboy with the pull. Kairi just picked up his Holy Crystal, and Bigatron Alpha are moving as a unit. That one kill they scored about a few moments ago was done via this rotation. And now there's a pull!
Call Alter though with a wild charge on the 3 from Keyboy! Kairi on the back! Wipes them down, Super Cat now with the Quad Shadow and the Shadow kill on the Keyboy. Getting a few damage done, but Sans takes them out!
Traded for Keyboy. Kairi hunting for more. Current tally, 3 for 1. The casualties are through the roof. Onyx are ballooning on forward, approaching the 5,000 gold lead. And with enough time, thought she would go for the turtle.
My goodness, let's take a look at the instant replay. That happened so quick. I thought Super Ken was taken out there, but he was able to Quad Shadow back out and in again to at least find 1 kill on the board. But man, it was still just absolute value for Onyx.
And with that, all big wins so far going for Onyx. And but what a simple trade up top and in mid. A huge gank up top, yes. Bigger Troopers, count your blessings. But right now, it's looking dire. It is a dark and cloudy day for the red robots as they struggle to give Super Ken his purple.
It seems like throughout SBS Challenge Finals playoffs, the world just doesn't want to see Mirko do the call dog, but Onyx really wants to see the call dog, man.
I'm seeing your hips are shaking, man. It's close, especially with Onyx here. 1 game up, on their way to a 2-0, 8 minutes and a half in. Now they're going to deprive Super Ken of his orange. I wonder what the play is down bottom. Besides taking the tier 1 turret, what else can this map presence up top do? Shadow kill already spent.
Oh, and that's a very expensive Shadow. Oh, what happened down below? With the Divine Judgment Vid. And Sakin falls off cam to Kairi and Sans.
That was a tag team match y'all didn't want to miss, playa. So our production team put up a little camera there to explain what just happened. And no, I think that's just a clear picture of what this gold lead is doing. They were outgunned, and it seemed like they were outmanned. Even if it was a fair 2v2, there just wasn't enough on the board for Vin and Sakin to take on Kairi and Sans.
The analysts were talking about how maybe Bigatron Alpha could try to bank on the early game more Renner's apathy, taking Moreno low. But now that Bigatron Alpha have banked more into the early game, it seems like they're just playing into Onyx game. Onyx wants you to play in, to get reeled in by the controlled chaos that is their game plan. And Bigatron Alpha, game number 2, they took it.
They bit down on the bait. They followed. They said, hey, we got candy over here. Okay, mister, let's get some candy. And that's what this 10-minute mark is looking like. That's what this first Lord seems like for Onyx. They are light years ahead of Bigatron Alpha in terms of economy. We're looking for the snap. We're looking for the comeback. Where could it come from? Maybe off of a pickoff, maybe off of a punish. I'd say it's inside the base. We've seen comebacks like that happen in the playoffs, inside the base. But with Kairi picking up his Blood Wings CW on his Wind of Nature, Onyx are closing up all the gaps.
They really are. Taking a look at the gold lead, man, for just the cold laner, CW and Sakin. 2 levels up for CW. And it's 2,000 gold that he has over Sakin.
The whole item.
BOD, Melfic Roar, now Wind of Nature. At this point, he can just go for complete the Blade of Heptases. You were doing that much damage to Moreno with just 1 Renner's Apathy without Heptases. With Heptases, that might be a one-shot, Leo.
Yep, you pop him. And if not, you send him home. All the more you can make whatever you want work. A siege, a push, a wipeout. If Bigatron Alpha don't respect that here, even within their base, it's over. 11 minutes in, Lord marching through, concealed play by Keyboy.
Torizo trying to look for an opening in this team fight. Super Ken up top, trying to clear the waves. Keyboy taken to a quarter of his HP. Bottom lane still cleared out, and Bigatron Alpha, utilizing these base turret passive, are still able to clear out the wave that has hit their base.
Great defense by BTR. Definitely something that they can rely on. Their waves clear speed and wait. Oh, they're coming in.
They don't want to end it just like that. Onyx wants a successful siege. Boots, oh my god, the Abyssal Strike connects with a flicker. Woo! But Boots just takes it like an absolute Chad.
A Giga Chad. Now they're going to go ahead and see what else they can find. Super Vin almost got deserted, almost got cornered. Triangle offense almost laid down upon him, and he now retreats. purple buff here gonna get stolen away. CW scores. Man, 12 minutes in. Lord coming up. Oh wait! What
Keyboy! 4-man wild charge! Into the rhythm, and without minions, in a Renner's apathy! That should be a base turret. CW snipes it down without minions, Leo!
I was trying to explain something, Keyboy, and it says, nah fam, watch this.
Shut up, Leo. He basically said that in the politest way possible. He's a polite man.
I accept. Keyboy and I were good. But wow! Not just a pick off on Ken, but a take on that mid lane inhibitor. Now bottom as well. Gonna go, Boots!
Oh, if he survives that, man, would have been crazy. CW was looking to try to predict where the BMI was. Sans, Kyrie, and CW. 3v1. Oh my god, Moreno! What? Deleted off of the face of the Land of Dawn!
Huge damage coming in from Kyrie. And again, this is a good lineup to actually time out the Black Shoes, to time out whatever iframes or mobility spells Bigatron Alpha have. They not only fear the wild charge, they fear the pull from the Faramis. They fear Kyrie just sitting in a random bush ready to pop them. They fear the Renner shots.
They fear everything, and it's clear. It's clear why. 3.36k gold lead over the gold laners. DHS. And final item, I'm just waiting to see what the Fury Hammer goes to. I have to seize Hunter Strike. He doesn't even need to go for the Haas Claws. Usually you see Haas Claws, but now CW has one thing in mind: to melt these members down.
Here we go. They're going to hunting. Keyboy with the conceal. Oh, Bigatron Alpha. They smell shenanigans. They go for the recall. And Onyx, they're biding their time. Stans doesn't spot him. They make it home.
Almost catches them though, man. I mean, my goodness. What are Bigatron Alpha supposed to do? Just seems like it's Onyx's game. Onyx are forcing them to do everything. Go back to base. Yes, sir.
All right, now defend. Okay. There's a Lord coming in. Protect your inhibitor. All right. And now the defense of a lifetime. Game 2 here. Up for Onyx to take. Lord gets melted down. Bigatron Alpha still breathing. We're just going up top. Chorizo finds one. Bigatron Alpha still here.
That was good damage on the Suns. I think that's what started this defense. But again, these team fights, oh, Super Ken jumping in, trying to bait out the wild charge. Keyboy still holding on to it. One basic attack with the Renner. Takes Chorizo to half. Renner's apathy, no! Oh! Socket force back. Base wide open, Chorizo jumping in now, not using the Abyssal Strike just yet. Wild charge connecting only on Super Vin right now. The lazy duet gets fouled.
Overloaded on damage. Bigatron now have to back out. They time out the Cult Altar, and they're still here.
Still defendable. Bigatron Alpha. They lose another base turret, but that's about it. You can see it from the Lord advantage. Only 600 gold for Onyx.
Look at the damage that Moreno is putting out. Wow, 1,000 and change ahead of Kyrie. And Kyrie's sitting at 5-0. That just paints a picture of how well. Oh wait, they broke it out!
Abyssal Strike used up, but Boots just stands there once again like a Chad. Sans emoting. The Onyx logo comes in as Chorizo gets taken out by Kyrie.
With a man down, Bigatron Alpha can't defend the way they used to. With a man down, the end seems ever more inevitable. Boots coming in. They're clearing the waves. Kyrie taking the orange here. This could be it. I think Onyx smelled blood in the water.
Oh, Moreno already forced to use the Black Shoes. Kyrie diving deep into the base. Rhythm popped in. Super Ken. Last quad. Down! Renner's apathy! CW!
He's down. 3 defenders left, and the rest of Onyx are here. All 5 men. Cult Altar!
Super Vin jumping in, blazing duet, everything used. But Onyx, they stay targeted. CW with a double kill. 2-0, Onyx.
This one lasted a little longer. A few more impressive moments in this one for BTR. But Onyx have never been cleaner. Onyx have never been as oppressive. Not as they did here. Such a clean game, 14-3.
Chewe, I asked this man right after MSC, what's your best hero, man? The casters, the scriptwriters, everybody who knows Onyx thinks it's Melissa 1-1. He tells me, Rico, it's Beatrix. It's been Beatrix for some time now. I've been spamming that hero a lot, and now it only adds to the scare level. How horrifying it is to go up against Onyx.
the legend of Chewe. It adds to it. And is it getting to the robot? I like to think that our analysts know the answer.
Thank you very much. And honestly, man, dude, what a game. And here's the thing. How do you stop Kyrie? It's still 100% on this joy.
You can't give it anymore. You cannot give this joy to Onyx. You cannot give it to Kyrie. We're seeing a tale of two teams. One who know how good they are, who know how to defeat Bigatron, and the other who walked into this overthinking it, and now they're not able to play their game.
You know what, guys? My legs are shaking right now. It's not because of the match, because last night, Onyx fans just challenged me. If Onyx win by 4-0, you need to dye your hair as the Onyx yellow color.
Hey, I want to see that.
I'm glad he's there. Yeah. I'm going to die.
I'm glad you said hair.
Oh my God.
Everything, man. The way Onyx are approaching their drafting, the fact that they're able to get their priorities at the right time, they're banning on the Angela and then the Paquito, knowing how important it is. Earlier when they were red side, they took out Joy. Now on the blue side, they took out Valentina. They just know what to do. And then going to the second phase, they decided to put in more bans onto the potential hero of Moreno, and then Moreno was forced to Lilia. Wow, Onyx are just so much more ready for this grand final.
Yeah, they didn't give a breath on Bigatron. I think Bigatron cannot take a breath any time because they always keep pressuring, especially during the early game. You mentioned it before, right, Renmar? They always, like, the Joy got the double kill and they got the turtle.
Dude, no one else. Dude, Kyrie, he deserves this MVP.
Yeah.
6-0 and 7. I mean, like, minute number 2-3, getting the turtle, getting a double kill. Later on, just popping in, and an HP just go missing. And the craziest play in my head was the fact that the Kaja was able to actually get the rope all over this Joy. But during that time, the ult was still up. Hayabusa tried to go in, and he almost died.
Yeah.
How can you almost die to a Joy that could not do anything?
Yeah, and of course that solo kill by Kyrie onto Super Ken just showed. It's crazy. Bang, deleted. One gone, two. The second one, Super Ken almost low, but then he eventually fell. Right now, it's like Bigatron Alpha. I don't know why they were so much more down to fight early on, knowing that they're up against the Joy, they're up against the Faramis, they're up against a Grok, and their Lilia is still needs items, doesn't have hard control. Only the Kaja has hard control, but that's one. They don't have the lineup to fight for it like that early on.
Yeah, that's why we are thinking about maybe they will be good strategy if they want to pick the Parsha, but they didn't get it.
Yeah.
They're choosing the Lilia.
I gotta say, man, congratulations to Onyx for winning 2-0. And speaking of 2-0, that's the score right now. Uranus going up against a Dairos.
Yeah.
It's surprising. Imagine a situation when your natural enemy, the natural counter to you, is losing.
Yeah.
Right? That just shows how strong Uranus is at this point. It's just like, I know that hero counters me, but whenever I look at Uranus's HP, it's not dipping.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to correct you there a bit. I like what you said though, but it isn't just to show how good Uranus is, it's how good Boots is.
Yeah.
You were telling me this behind the scenes, Lafel. You were praising Boots nonstop. The thing that you mentioned about how well he was tracking his opponents and the rest of Bigatron Alpha, Boots here, he's just that damn good.
Yeah.
So it's not about the hero, but it's the pilot.
It's the pilot, exactly.
Dude,
Yeah.
either ways, man, it's like you trying to counter Boots, it doesn't work out. You trying to counter Kyrie, doesn't work out. At this point, what's the play here? Because I kind of feel like if you want, okay, this time we're going to target Sands, I don't think it's going to work out as well.
Yeah.
So what's the play?
Yeah, and I think, okay, we'll see. We'll see what it is.
Here's the thing. They got to get a victory. A victory might be having to deliver for them. Shout outs to DHL, the Worldwide Delivery Courier Company. Thank you very much, DHL, for sponsoring Snapdragon Pro Series. And guys, for you guys at home, if you guys want 5,000 euros, make sure you guys join the FEBot-Cup, ESL.gg/ FEBot. And you guys have a chance to win 5,000. Look at that stage, man. Thank you very much, DHL.
Oh, you know what? That's just like the same color of yellow that Coleus's hair will be after this.
It's not end yet.
Yeah,
Bigatron can still maybe 1 game points.
Yeah.
I didn't need to dye my hair.
Yeah. He just need 1 point from Bigatron.
Yeah, I only need 1 point from Bigatron.
I feel like later after, if ever this is going to go into a 3-0, Coleus, you see him visibly sweating.
I'm already visibly sweating.
Pale face sweating. Oh my god.
I think we all are just a little bit. It's getting pretty hot in here.
Yeah.
The kinetic energy coming in from this crowd, a little bit too much, but I like it.
Love it.
Love it.
Love it. That's the more accurate one. Going to game number 3, I kind of feel like Bigatron Alpha, they're sweating as well. And here's the thing that we've been saying, right? Losing the first 2 games, honestly, is still fine. Because at that point, you should be getting a lot of information from your opponents. How are you going to use that information? Game number 3. This is the biggest test for Coach Aldo, as well as the entire team, about how do you want to adapt. Because game number 1 and game number 2, more or less the same style coming in from Onyx, changing the heroes just a little bit. But still, is that enough? Because knowing what to do and then applying it is something different.
Yeah, I think one thing BTR can look into, and although this will be a big gamble, I think they can follow the similar drafting banning pattern when they were up against AP Bren, because they prioritize bans on the Joy and the Ling. Kyrie already showed you can't give the Joy. AP Bren and other teams that have gone up against Kyrie's Fanny showed that they can give it some difficult time, or they can give it just not as effective as Kyrie could be. Eventually, Kyrie will pop off, yes, but BTR, I think they've already shown that they are willing and they know how to go up against a Fanny. So why are they banning it? It's like, is it because of, again, that effect of knowing they're up against Onyx, they're up against Kyrie, they're thinking, yeah, we really can't give it?
Yeah, I like your point, man. Because the Kyrie Fanny is really not that good that even the opponent can fight it.
Yeah, and I gotta say, man, the Snapdragon Pro Series is made possible by our amazing partner, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. The boys on the stage, like we said, they're only limited by their devices, and their devices is powered by the Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Because when you have top level amount of reaction times, when your gaming chipset can withstand 144 frames per second kind of power, that's the one that is made for champions. So thank you very much, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, for making this event, the Snapdragon Pro Series, happen. It's amazing, man, because I stand by my word. Sans, D-Boy, they're only limited by their device. Getting the best makes them the best.
Yeah. Bigatron right now, though, he knows how the device. I feel like they're limiting themselves. A little bit of a lack of belief, again, with their body language, how they talked about it going into this match. Where's that confidence? Where's that gusto they show it? Going up against
unleash it.
Yeah, they need to unleash themselves, similar to how we unleash the beast from time to time here.
Yeah. They need to be disrespectful.
Yeah, they need to be disrespectful, man.
Disrespectful.
Yeah, no, that kind of Bigatron Alpha is the Bigatron Alpha that swept all PH teams here. That's the Bigatron Alpha that we really put a lot of focus on and a lot of respect on going into this grand finals. They're limiting themselves with how they're drafting and how they're playing. Speaking of draft, here it is.
Because the draft problem is the problem of the coach, right? But if the players already didn't feel confidence, I think they are just lose before the war.
Exactly.
Now going into draft of game number 3, Bigatron Alpha, batting out the Kadita, batting out the Fanny, and Onyx the one that is batting out the Joy, because they don't want to give it over as a first pick as well.
Yeah. That is so interesting right now. So back to the similar banning pattern. Will BTR change something? Will they take out the Ling?
Maybe they're gonna use their bucks here?
Yeah. I'd want to see Bigatron try to bring out their Baksha at this point.
Because it works before against the AP Bread.
Yeah, exactly. And they shine with lineups like that. They know how to play around it so well. They're still banning out the Ling, still the same banning pattern. Of course, Onyx will take out the Angela. BTR first pick earlier was a Claude.
Now they can
Get a
pick the
Valentina. Yeah, it has to be now a Valentina. Give Moreno something he's very comfortable with.
With Valentina, I think Onyx have a lot of options now.
Yeah.
That Uranus and Cloud maybe, if they want to.
Yeah, take a break up. Perfect call there. Now Bigatron, I'd want to see them pick up their marksman this early on. And this shouldn't be Dyroth. They already showed the Dyroth, Uranus. Boots knows how to go up against it anymore.
Dietrich Baxia is good.
Franco Baxia, I'd want to see BTR try that out. Because with their Franco Baxia combo, they look very comfortable with it. Ken and Vin know how to play with it. And it will allow them to play a playstyle wherein they can pressure Kyrie early on or try to pressure Kyrie.
Yeah. And later, if Melissa is not getting banned on the second phase, I think Melissa will be a good hero too.
Yeah, they can
because
pick it
they
up.
already have the Franco and Baxia.
Yeah. If ever that's the case, then Bigatron go in the second phase. If Melissa, they want to pick Melissa, they have to make sure they ban out the Lancelot though. If ever Kyrie hasn't shown his pick yet.
It is my mission.
Okay.
Oh, but they're the one picking up the Lancelot, and they're trying out this this Dyroth again. And again, this is for sure going to be in the EXP, and this time Onyx doesn't seem like they're just like, oh yeah, these three heroes, we're just picking up the Bane.
Yeah.
No hesitations at all.
Yeah, they picked that up so fast. It's like, again, Coach Yeb, Onyx, they already know how Bigatron want to draft. And maybe that's why also Bigatron aren't drafting the picks that have helped them shine in the playoffs so far, because they knew, okay, we got to shake things up. But then here's Onyx one step ahead. Oh, here's a Bane. It's still, there is still a chance with what we're seeing here for BTR to take the win here. But again, these just still need to remember, okay, if they have a high damage dealing EXP laner, high damage dealing very mobile jungler, they need a roamer that can really help control, that can dish out the crowd control to create space.
Even without the stopper, they are still respecting the 1-1 from Saken.
Yeah.
Yeah, because last game, I think Bigatron does very well when Saken do the combo with the Baxia, Franco, and whatnot.
Yeah.
Right now, looking into the situation, I feel like Kyrie will have at least 3 damage items on this Bane.
Yes.
Even just 3 damage items on the Bane kind of doesn't feel good for any kind of marksman, because the bounce coming in from the Crab Claw cannon, even though it doesn't increase with the bounce, but both the first person hit and the second one gets hit is like what? Has a 200% damage modifier on it.
Yep.
And that hurts quite a lot. Like, what kind of... Okay, I was about to say, if Onyx let Melissa go, that's probably the best pick, just because with the Inspire, even though you're like, what, 20% HP left, Melissa's one of those heroes that can get back to 100%.
Yeah.
Really but now that it's not there anymore, what are the options that you have?
At this point, it's a Beatrix. They need that wave clear. They need someone who can potentially poke Beatrix, and then they're just gonna put so much pressure on Vin this time.
This is gonna be a crazy pick, but I'm also thinking the craziest pick is like a Moskov, man.
Yeah.
Yep, but either than Moskov, I think if they want to play the high ground marksman, they can pick the Leslie, because Bane will gonna facing a hard time to catch Leslie using the deadly catch.
Yeah.
But the Leslie will have a hard time against the Uranus.
It will. Wow, Bigatron. It seems like every time we see the draft, Onyx just always feels one step ahead. I mean, no other way to paint it.
This is what happens when two coaches know each other very well. And it looks like Coach Yep knows Aldo more than Aldo knows Coach Yep.
Yeah. Let's see if this is going to be a Franco. If this is a Franco Lance, it wouldn't probably be the same Franco game coming in from Vin. I'd rather see him go on a Grok here, because that Franco can get interrupted by the knockup from the Bane Deadly Catch, but it's still going to be a Franco. But here's Bigatron bringing something to the table that AP Bren brought against Onyx. Now it's a Clint.
Very interesting. I kind of like it.
Yeah.
The only thing is, can he actually catch up? Because having Sans on the Eve makes it very difficult for you to enter the fight. Doesn't matter what role you're playing. So I really want to see how they're going to handle Sans on the Eve, making it easier or making it possible for Saken to do a lot with this Clint. Because whether you like it or not, you need items on the Clint. Say like 2 items you can kind of join the fight,
Yeah.
but you won't like insta burst anyone yet. 3, 4 could do well, and now Keyboy.
Wow.
Hear the crowd. They're like, okay, all 9 other heroes, we kind of don't care. Keyboy's on the show, and you know what? I'm gonna let the casters have fun with this one. You guys can have it.
We definitely will have it, and by it, we mean fun. The Clint comes right out of BTR, and Onyx, bring in an old favorite in Keyboy's showing, of course, the Bane. Folks, my name is Leo, here on Desk with Miracle, and we're bringing you game number 3. The big red robots still can't score up against Onyx.
It's always a blast to see the best Cho in the world pick up the Cho. And here he is, Keyboy on the Cho once again. And in the Grand Finals, what's a better occasion than the Grand Finals to pull off your signature hero, Leo?
And what makes this worse for BTR specifically is the fact that, yeah, much like in Game 2, oh no, the amount of damage that they put on the board is sound, right? But the entry and the transitions from phase to phase of the game, and of course engagements, aren't as clean.
Not at all. We'll see how they utilize this draft. I mean, they already prioritized a lot of physical defense, or damage rather, early on in the draft. And here in the Land of Dawn, they're trying to fight. They're trying to utilize the best offense as defense.
All right. You see here a purple start for both Kyrie and Super Ken. Something to note, even if Keyboy does get his hands on the Cho, check it out. In the hands of Supervin, the Franco. There's a reason why it was called Franco Man.
Good hook onto Kyrie, delaying his clear just a bit, giving Super Ken a bit more space. Now, as you can also see, Boots trying his best on the Uranus to do what he does best, distract as well. Chorizo's not letting that happen though. Keyboy jumps into the shampoo earlier, not able to find it. Now Vin might be forced to flick around, some more damage, and he should fall. But he keeps it, stays calm. Iron Hook doesn't connect.
All right. I think half of Supervin's mind was just saying, hey, if I die, I die. And Keyboy understands that, he knows that he can thread the needle, maybe force something out, something else from Supervin. And now Super Ken farming up. Moreno gonna try to punish Keyboy for overstaying his welcome. The bottom lane matchup is about similar to what happened in Game 2, right? It's still the Dairoth versus the Uranus.
Yeah. Boots here gonna be able to have an okay time. I mean, Chorizo does bully him, but as long as Boots just sticks to the minions, there's not really much that Dairoth can do alone here. Needs to wait for the Lancelot to rotate down below. Now, Super Ken's doing exactly that. Maybe looking for some damage to ultimately go for the kill. Phantom Execution only onto the gold buff. Boots steals it! Oh, man!
Those ionic edges, the numbers really go for him. Now Boots in trouble. Does not have a consecration to call his own for this first turtle take. 2 minutes in, Kyrie with the pull.
No Abyssum Strike earlier from Chorizo, but that resource will be up for the next fight. Keyboy now getting chunked by Chorizo. Abyssum Strike plus the Thorn Rose. Keyboy can be able to flick around. That's the red tree with the deadly catch from Kyrie. RWM locking Supervin down right now as he walks out of the mobility field. 1-0 Onyx.
Oh, fancy feet on both Onyx and Bigatron there in that turtle take, but clear dub goes over to Onyx. Both teams understood that, hey, if we're not going to get any kills, at least make it a clean exit for our core heroes, and it was a close call, especially for Keyboy there, who has been just up. All 3 minutes of this game, he's been up, and he's been giving BTR hell.
I've got a question for you, Leo.
Yeah?
We saw Sheriff Marco yesterday. They fell to these outlaws in Onyx. Can Sheriff Sakin, the new sheriff in town, take control of the situation?
Well, I reckon with the help of Deputy Vin, it should be an easy go. This time around they have a decent amount of peel, but they have more damage, so they might be using that damage as a deterrent. Again, it's not the traditional peel you're looking for. Between a Uranus and a Dairoth here, you kind of want the Uranus covering your back, right? So maybe this is the kind of the difference in approach, the creativity that Bigatron Alpha can make use of to make a better Clint work. But here's a kick coming in.
Way the Dragon, Super Vin getting bitten by the Sharks. Thorn Rose coming down. Moreno steals away the RWM, but isn't able to utilize it. Onyx now on the board with first blood. Sakin buys the Endless Battle.
Oh, that's early item there, he's just greeted out, man. He's, again, despite the difficult time that Bigatron Alpha are having, he makes this call and he says, justice ain't gonna be served if I don't do this, right? So the early endless battle, dealing a respectable amount of damage despite being down about 1,000 and change. Moreno gets his book on him, Enchanted Talisman. So I expect Sakin here to pick up his own pair of boots very, very soon because rotations aren't going to happen very well for them. There it is.
Yeah, I still think it's a bit more respect though. Because, oh wait, Super Vin now getting the Iron Hook. Not really going to commit with a Bloody Hunt. He doesn't have the Bloody Hunt actually. And Onyx understands the situation. They basically pushed Bigatron off of this turtle.
And there's an RWM from Moreno. One from Sans!
Oh, with a flicker as well. Thorn Rose coming down, but it's still Kyrie who wins the retreat battle. Terizo's caught all alone. Has to run away. Keyboy looking for a cheeky little Jeet Kune Do. Up top, it's a 1v1. Back to my point. Endless battle, first item. A bit different. Super Marco yesterday on the Clint built BOD in both games. First item. Utilizing that snowball. So this is already a bit more respect. Sustain and true damage.
Yep. And all the more he's going to need it because he is rocking Weapon Master. So the bigger numbers actually benefit you. This whole passive and the spread of damage is not going to work. Now Terizo dives in. What was he thinking?
Oh, Onyx.
What was he thinking?
He was trying to defend, but yeah, I agree with you. The base was just long gone at that point of the game. At that point, HP bars, Super Vin getting kicked back. What an nature, gonna be canceled out. Now Iron Hook connects, but Keyboy stays alive. Sans picks up the kill. Wow, Onyx.
They're punishing Bigatron Alpha for these odd decisions, and the timing couldn't have been any better. Sakin, though, puts up an RWM of his own, and they will do their best to defend. A push in mid by Super Ken. What?
Trying his best to clear out the mini waves, but this is something that Onyx does really well that I've been noticing, especially in game number 3 here. They utilize vision in a different way. They don't show up in the map just to give the other members of Bigatron Alpha. Oh, wait, a dragon! Keyboy!
And that's what you buy, right? Vision. They didn't know that there was that much damage coming in from Onyx. And as far as Bigatron Alpha was concerned, Onyx wants to protect this tier 1 up top, but not going to be quite so as it falls.
It's not just them punishing with the vision that they have, but it's also them punishing with Bigatron Alpha's blind spots. Onyx will hide from these vision spots to give Bigatron Alpha a false sense of security.
And now, there's a bite down on Keyboy.
Oh, Abyssal Strike just dodged away. Cerezo now taken now. Munched up, spat on by Kyrie. On the Bane Sakin, the Sheriff is down, Leo.
Oh, Lord. I reckon this ain't looking good. Super Big gets a hook.
No Bloody Hunt though. Kyrie with a deadly catch. Now he falls. Moreno was able to take him down, but Keyboy kicks him back to Sans. Will he be able to survive? Sans dealing the damage. Moreno stealing the RWM. Survives and now is looking for a trade back, but decides to not commit.
What a tarnation! Onyx is the one who got punished. To be fair, Onyx was the one who overstayed their welcome, and that led to Kyrie falling underneath this tier 1 in mid. And you always have to respect, Super Vin's Franco. And that's something that Onyx, again, despite how well they were doing. Oh, wait, Boots? Oh, Boots!
No Bloody Hunt, my goodness, Boots.
Well timed. And that's a stolen purple buff.
Yeah.
Boots.
Good guy Boots, man. You don't really see him. Tells his team to be careful. Heck, he even told BTR to be careful when he got hooked. He was like, hey, are you guys sure you want to take this?
All 4 of you, watch out, there's a Boots coming in. And with that, the whole commotion in the purple buff has bought Onyx another free turtle.
What?
Last one for the game.
Is that how desperate Bigatron Alpha are getting? Super Ken is forced to build utility.
It's hybrid. At best, it's hybrid. At worst, he is, yes, going to have to revert to pre-patch Lancelot.
Oh, Thunderbelt and the War Axe.
Again, Miracle, it's the lack of peel. I tried to look at it from the bright side and say, hey, yeah, they're going to deal a lot of damage so that Sheriff Sakin can actually do work, but it's not working so far. 8 minutes in.
No. And good Iron Hook with Bloody Hunt coming down. Abyssal Strike as well. Keyboy now with the Raven Dragon brings Terizo back. He flickers out to safety, but the real world manipulation stops him down. Super Ken looking for a triple. Deadly catch. Unable to catch Mr. Ken. Bigatron Alpha backing off, equalizing on the board just a bit.
Hey, doesn't he deserve the super in that last moment? Got a couple of kills over for Bigatron Alpha. Solid work here. And you can see now how, even if it's not Saken on top, right? Super Ken is making bank here as compared to the rest of his team. The whole map will not tell you the story of what's going on because so far it's looking blue. What's going on?
The gold earned here. It's actually pretty interesting that Super Ken, despite 3 turtles going to Onyx, despite Onyx who've been dominating, it's still him up there. Keyboy with the dragon, oh, canceled out. Keyboy not gonna be punished by Sheriff Saken. Supervin gets out of harm's way. Bounce, neutralized. Sorizo not gonna give Kyrie that angle.
A free pickoff, Keyboy down, and they're forcing it!
Flicker, and now it's gonna be Kyrie who's gonna be caught. CW in the back line with a blazing duet. Sorizo flickers out. Some strike canceled by CW, taking his life. 2 for 2.
And now they continue to dance. With Kyrie's absence, Super Ken goes ahead and commits Grand Theft Orange. This Lord is as close to 50-50 as it gets. Now he meets up with Stans and Boots. This is what you get with the utility.
Wait.
Lancelot, better execution!
Despite the flicker, he still finds the angle, punishing Sans. His first death in this game. CW, the only remaining Kage who is deathless.
This is difficult. Looking at Onyx, they're playing with a very small lead. And most fights that Bigatron Alpha call for, at least in the past couple of minutes, have been going their way. There's a fight down!
Bloody Hunt, and that's Keyboy with Raider Dragon taking Superfin out. Legendary battle, Super Ken versus Kai, and it's Super Ken who finds it. Now Sorizo falls, but Super Ken again jumps back in. And it's the Sheriff who's now in town.
Bang, bang! And they're going on still, RWM!
Coming down, but Super, without the Super, it's just Saken takes the double kill.
3 for 3. But the headline, Bigatron Alpha scores a massive Lord.
Wait.
Oh, wait! CW finds Moreno a strangler.
The Outlaws are still able to find an advantage despite a messy team fight. And now Bigatron Alpha, they're the ones on the back seat, on the back foot, despite having the Lord.
All right, if that didn't happen, if CW didn't find Moreno there, this would have been all BTR, even with the trades and all. But right now, name of the game is for Onyx to recover parts of the map. Yes, they still have a gold lead. Yes, they have been punishing BTR where they can. But so far, BTR are reading the room so well. BTR are finding these pickoffs in, a few key items right there. Radiant Armor on Supervin, and Saken gets his BOD.
BOD, definitely a power spike for Saken. Taking a look at the gold difference though. Oh, Boots walking him down. Now Keyboy as well with the conceal onto the back. Saken, he's gonna have to dodge away from this, and he does. But Chorizo's the one. He's the target. He gets brought back to the team, and now eaten up by Kyrie. Meanwhile, in mid lane, tier 2 falling. Supercat's looking for a split push. He'll be able to threaten these base turrets, but Onyx respond.
And now, here in the purple buff, Kyrie spots Supercat. He steals away the purple buff right in front of Kyrie's nose.
So, Bigatron Alpha, what do you think here, Leo? Did they get what they needed to get with that Lord advantage?
Yes, but not in the way I thought they would. Even in the draft, even before this game started, looking at their lineup, it was clear that their winning image was a hell of a lot of firepower and some semblance of shock and awe. They really wanted to just pick off people, and if you wanted to engage in a 5v5, sure, but only after we get 1 or 2 down. And that's reflected on the map. And so far, Superken building hybrid here. This is exactly what he needs.
Look at Keyboys waiting for the way the Dragon play. Doesn't find the angle. Supercan able to dodge away from the target zone. And that's Onyx who finds a free tier 2 up top.
What makes this scarier for Onyx, who has again been so clean, the hook on the Boots.
Iron hook and a bloody hunt. Now Boots, taken out. Sheriff Saken with his friendly, helpful deputy.
But I was saying, what makes this all the more scary is even if Bigatron Alpha aren't winning as many fights as they want to, they know that their out is on the map. They know that they can, with the mobility that they have, compared to Onyx whose movements so far here in the mid to the late game are so honest. You said they were playing with Vision earlier, right? Where'd that plan go? It looks like now they're responding to BTR's movements.
Yeah, it feels like now it's Bigatron Alpha who are making the proactive moves through Super Ken. He's been the one making these openings. He's been the one creating these opportunities. Now it's a proactive move with the conceal play. Keyboy in the back, Chorizo jumping onto him, forcing him back.
Socken here from the angle. Sounds with the RWM.
Super Ken gonna be knocked up, and it's Sheriff. Socken secures the Lord, and even Kyrie falls. Socken looking for one more shot. Finn with a flanker forward to the iron hook, but it will not find anyone. Moreno with a splash. CW forced back.
He got terrified there. If only the hook was off, if Supervin was in range, CW would have gotten shut down, get bitten down, and this would have been all the worse for Onyx. Talking about a deadly ricochet, that's what scored Bigatron Alpha, this luminous lord, and they're gonna make their marks on the map. They're gonna get inside Onyx base.
Good BMI, dodging away with the iron hook. Look at Keyboy. Keyboy looking for an angle to find a flank. Superkin spots him. Saken has built up that Berserker's Fury. Another power spike. Boots taking a half HP. Base turret mid lane falling. Iron hook missing.
Use the zone. They're forcing out these old spans. Gets bursted down.
Taken out. Definitely catch the disengage, but it's a bit late. Wow, that damage. Saken takes a whole lot. Now he has to respect it. Oh, Moreno! Where the Dragon Breed moves back. A missile strike connects, but Kyrie still able to utilize his Bane to damage. Saken now cutting back, flickers back.
And the Sky Kings kick him out. They pop Vin's immortality. Look at Ken.
Oh, Moreno! He waits for the right time and they collapse on Kyrie.
Now it's a 2v3. Can they defend? Onyx are focused on clearing the waves. Ken, Saken, and Vin here to try and find an end. Can they do it?
No. Oh. Wow. Game 1, Game 2, domination. The Onyx era. But in Game 3, Bigatron Alpha, they've taken their time to come back in the game. Now, I would say they're in the lead.
For the first time in this best of 7, Bigatron Alpha seem like the Terminators that they've always been all throughout the playoffs. They're calling the shots here, much like Arnold. Look at this team fight once more.
Cerezo, I think we have to just put our eyes on Cerezo. He was
him.
recalling. He wasn't even looking for the fight, but then Onyx kind of forced him to fight, and Cerezo fought.
Yep, and again, you can't do that just in the moment. There was a premeditated move there. So Cerezo, great communications with the rest of BTR, and I'm liking it. This is actually done more than make up for that moment down bottom and for what's happening so far in the series. If Bigatron Alpha gets in here, that definitely tilts the scales for momentum. Definitely a wake-up call for Onyx. This isn't an Indo versus Indo Grand Finals for nothing. This is the best MLBB that we have in the world right now. Lord spawning in 3 seconds. Purple scored over. Onyx at least able to secure it. Gives it over to Kyrie. Now BTR saying let's dance.
16-14, gold lead. 17 minutes in, still, Bigatron Alpha can utilize it. Iron Hook, not connecting. Keyboy getting a proper position to look for a flank. It's all about finding Saken.
Oh, do note, Supervin and Moreno have an amazing bush here. The control, the vision, the angle that they have. CW2, you hear the conceal.
Keyboy with the dragon. Oh, Super Ken gonna be caught right there, but he buys immortality in time. Kyrie with retribution on the Lord.
And down goes Ken. Traded off for CW, they're still going.
Saken running away with a nature bomb. Super Saken, oh my goodness. Almost able to outplay the situation, but Kyrie knows better than to go for a fight with a Lord secured.
2 for 3 here. Onyx, once more, back in the driver's seat, able to win that Lord fight. It was their pool. It was their sharks. They sent on over, and they almost shut down Sheriff Saken. That was so close. Imagine the gold that they would have gained from there, even more than they already have now. They've closed the gap. Hell, they even have a gold lead of their own.
And now all Keyboy, once again, every single time he does those moves, he just makes everyone on Bigatron Alpha respect it. It was so much respect.
Yep. Again, a good friend of ours. We call him the moves and the grooves. We miss you, Joseph. And with that, Onyx are slowly but surely orchestrating a tri-lane push. Left that Lord up top. And down bottom, they have a big fat wave coming in as well. This Tier 2 ain't looking like it's gonna stand for long.
No, it isn't. Tier 2 falling right as you say it. Now, the Lord. 18 minutes in, still enhanced Lord. Technically, Keyboy, conceal. Twilight armor, bot, deadly catch as well. They're looking for the siege. Unable to find it just now. Ooh, what was that damage? Was that a shot from Saken that took CW that low?
Yep, looking like it. And that is a fully built Clint. Wind of Nature, Berserker's Fury, Blade of Despair, Malefic Roar, Endless Battle, and a whole lot of attitude. So far, Saken here has been playing the role of Sheriff the best way you could. And that's what bought them this position. That's what bought them this time. 19 minutes in, there's been a rally back and forth of who's in control. And here, I have to say, even if Onyx has lost all of their inhibitors, it's as close to 50-50 as it gets. Now they catch Supervin with a kick.
His immortality going to be gone instantly now, and that's the collapse. There's no way they survive. They get him out of that one. Moreno steals the deadly catch, falls back. 40 seconds on the death timer is perfectly timed, literally, for the Lord.
Yep. So good news and bad news is BTR, they're not going to be a full 5-man unit coming into this next Lord. It's an evolved Lord, folks. But good news is Supervin will be back for the defense, at least, and it's not TikTok timers. This is waiting to just become a big engage. Sharks come out, and RWM as well.
Keyboy on the back with the dragon. Oh my god, Keyboy! Onto Saken!
He pops them, so he's into trouble too!
1 minion coming down. Cannon minion, can they defend? They cleared it out right now with Random Execution used up. It's not going to be enough though. Onyx are still on in the base. No minions. It's regenerating fast enough. Moreno against the world.
The juggle of Kyrie. He knew he was taking too much damage. Picks up an immortality here. Big wave, just 2 defenders left. Vin and Moreno.
Super Vin holding it back. Moreno! Still able to find stuns. 2 minions coming down. Deadly catch. The base wide open. Onyx secured match points.
One more game. One more game until Onyx call it a night. The closest BTR have ever come to making these Sky Kings bleed. Still resulting in naught.
The best toe in the world. Keyboy does not disappoint. When his team needed him the most, he kicked Saken back to the Outlaws.
I can only imagine what's going on in the minds of Bigatron Alpha. There's so much they have to do, so much resetting, so much to contemplate on as they go back to the drawing board. But for now, we're gonna go to our analysts as they break down game 3.
Keyboy! Oh my god! Keyboy!
Oh my god!
What the hell was that? Oh, that was so close to actually pushing this to a series, man. Oh my goodness! Dude, even the Onyx boys are looking at Coleus.
Yeah. He's just looking at me and said, "What more, Coleus? Your head gonna be yellow." He said like that.
Dude,
oh my
they're
god.
pointing at Coleus's hair.
Oh no.
The game-winning pick. Dude, the game-winning pick off onto Saken. Here's the thing. At the Lord, Keyboy got Super Ken.
Yep.
Ending the game, he got Saken.
In the very perfect moment.
And BTR can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Oh my god.
I wish we could describe the atmosphere here in Astoria Senayan when Keyboy got those kicks, especially that last one. But we gotta talk about it. First, Onyx, how they took control was, well, Keyboy and Sans and Kyrie. But BTR had Super Ken, Moreno, and Saken, well, alongside Super Vin as well. That's how they made this such a competitive game.
Yep. Usually Onyx is taking the early game first.
Yeah.
But Onyx doing the overextended things.
Yeah.
And then Bigatron got their momentum. But look what Keyboys do.
Even though Moreno ended up pulling off a Bane, Eve, and even a Choke cosplay at one point, using their ultimates in key moments, it was all just for Keyboy to be like, "I'm gonna show you how it's done." Bang!
The MVP of the game still going over to Kyrie, but dude, Keyboy doesn't allow fun for the opponents.
Nope.
He's just like, "Hey, Saken, you feeling good? 7-1 and 8? Dude, you got a lot of damage." You know what? Let me introduce you to some damage. Kick him over to the team. Wow.
And you know what second answer is? You're no fun, Giboy. You're no fun.
You're no fun.
An all-timer Cho performance coming in from Kiboy.
Yeah.
Those two pickoffs, those two kicks.
Oh,
wow.
That's a really high mechanical, quick hand thing that only can do on the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra.
Man, it's so good that LaFell's drooling. There's spittles around his mouth right now.
Torizo is doing a very good job in that moment.
Yeah. Again, we're hyped for Onyx. We're hyped about what they did. But yeah, Bigatron Alpha with Moreno on a Valentina. Supervin landing some hooks and some key catches. Saken making this Clint work. They deserve commendation as well. They could have won. They were that close. They were in the lead. They had way more turrets, but it took two kicks.
Look at it.
Yeah.
Oh!
my god, that's beautiful.
Oh my boy with the Ric Flair drip, styling and profiling.
Using the count
Saken
seal.
wasn't alone. He wasn't alone.
He knocked up 4, but he just kicked 1.
He did
Target
his
selection.
best, man.
That did his best. I did. But yeah, looking at this now, it's a match point after this for Onyx. And Bigatron, are they gonna come back? Are they gonna do the reverse sweep?
You hope so.
Only 1 point, I hope.
You're hoping they at least get 1 point.
Yeah, 1 point is enough for me.
Yeah.
Congratulations to Onyx, but out of all the games, that was definitely the closest one. But
Yeah.
here's the thing. Losing 3 games in a row, you need immense mental strength to come back from that one.
Yeah. But Bigatron need to hold on to the fact that this was the closest game.
Yeah.
They made a difficult draft for around that Dyroth work. Supergan played out of his mind. Everyone else in Bigatron did. They almost won. They were just caught out by 2 kicks.
But no more Dyroth, man.
Yeah, but no more Dyroth.
No
They
more Dyroth.
found the
Dyroth.
problems.
Yeah.
They almost found the solution.
Yeah.
But they didn't need the Eureka moment yet.
Yeah, not just yet, but they're so close. I wouldn't be surprised if Bigatron take that game, maybe even continue it even further.
Yeah.
Because so far it seems like it's been just a learning experience, right? For Bigatron.
Dude.
But learning from 3 games to lose, I think it's on the grand final, it's really expensive, man.
Yeah, very expensive indeed.
Either ways, we gotta admit, Saken, Superken did an amazing job.
Yeah,
Moreno as well, on this Valentina, did an amazing job. But it does seem like perhaps some fatigue is coming in, because even when they're winning the fights, even Moreno is starting making mistakes where I still remember around the orange buff area where he was caught by CW. Wholly unnecessary. If he didn't die there, I kind of feel like they would have way more map control.
Yeah, they would have gotten way more with the Lord. That was a head-scratcher moment. He shouldn't have been there in that scenario. He should have just backed up. The rest of Bigatron backed up, but Moreno got too overconfident, or maybe sort of just like muscle memory kicked in. It's like, all right, I'll position here. Oh wait, no, I don't have anyone with me. So things like that, Bigatron cannot really slip up, even with an inch. They have to play a near-perfect game with a near-perfect draft to force game number 5 to happen.
Yep. They need to focus again.
Yeah.
They need to. But yeah, I agree with you, Laval. That direct, I think.
Yeah, let's not have Dyroth anymore.
Yeah,
like,
please don't have any direct because
respect the
it's not
series of it's
working.
not working. Yeah.
It's not working.
Because again, this is potentially the last game. You don't want to force it out. Jangan maksa. You know? Try a more... I would be okay with a Terizla, honestly. Right?
Or maybe the X-Borg.
X-Borg? Yeah,
the
you know
X-Borg.
what? X-Borg is fine.
Yeah, because the first 3 picks of... We were talking about it, it was like, yeah, Onyx ended up picking the Bane, which no surprise, very quickly. But the Valentina and Lancelot, I feel like if ever it's going to be the same sidings again, yeah, that's the right approach here by BTR. Make sure Moreno gets that Valentina and give Super Ken a Lancelot. Because, man, he looked so comfortable in that game with that Lance, even though he was up against the Bane. He knew the timing so well.
The fact that Sans with Flicker still died to Super Ken, that just shows how crazy that is. Because we've seen Sans using the Winter Truncheon and the Flicker to get out of situations you're not supposed to get out of.
Yes.
The fact that Super Ken was still able to predict where he's going to flicker away to and get that kill, yeah, it shows that his Lancelot is nasty.
Yeah.
Yep.
Change in priorities. It looks like as it goes on, especially in that game number 3, BTR changed their priorities in the draft.
So they need to focus, give Supercan the comfortable heroes, even
Yeah.
including maybe Sorizo, because
Yeah.
Sorizo didn't perform very well during these 3 games.
Yeah.
Yeah, after this, they're gonna have a little break, right? So maybe it can
Who
get
knows?
a refreshment, so maybe some kind of energy back.
Who knows? If the players are ready, we're just going straight in, because at this point, one of the things that we have to consider as well is a loss of momentum. But either way, for game number 4, potentially the last game, doesn't look like Onyx needs to adjust anything, but at the same time, all 4 games, Kyrie has been using different heroes.
Yeah.
So in a way, it looks like they are changing every single time.
Yeah.
Even when they don't have to.
Yeah. The game changes based off of what Kyrie ends up playing as well. But yeah, it doesn't need to be a major change. Just small adjustments here and there. BTR are the ones who need to change more, but it's because what they need to change is their hero priority. Onyx can say the same, but I have to say, Onyx were starting to slip in some key moments in that last game. And BTR, again, really good at finding mistakes. So Onyx, even though they are at match point, dude, they really cannot get too overzealous. They cannot get too excited.
Yeah, or maybe they can change their mindset.
Yeah.
We all know that how good Onyx is.
Yeah.
But just not thinking about the respect, but about the gameplay itself,
Yeah.
like you said before. So, okay, if Onyx got the link, so what kind of gameplay that I can counter Onyx link? Yeah, some kind of that.
Things like that.
Yeah, because right now, if I was Bigatron Alpha, like, I have to go through all my book, and I feel like looking at all the pages, all the notes.
Yeah, all the possibilities.
I'm kind of drawing a blank here.
Yeah.
I mean, I hope it's not getting in their heads that the only thought in their mind is just like, guys, they're just too good.
Yeah.
What can we do at this point? Because we've seen games where, I would say game number 1, CW, amazing game. Game number 2, Kyrie popped off.
Yep.
Game number 3, Keyboy popped off. And with that, we're going for a short break, because after this, potentially, is the last game of the series. See you guys later.
Gua coba lato. Nice boots. Ayo majuin lagi. Keluar. Udah ulti, bentar berikan. Fighting ya. Awas guys, cilin. Balik. Go. Masih bisa. 12-32 ya. Gua masih ada ulti ya. Emin nggak ada flicker. Santai. Udah kelihatan guys, pokoknya guys. Gua nggak reset ya. Lihat gua. Apa aja? Nice. Coba aja. Lega. Depan guys. Aman. Emen. Gak ada flicker. Depan. Awas teh. Fighting. Wave guys. Kanan apa? Gak ada flicker.
Security.
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. I done seen it all. Came up from the gutter, baby, now I'm here to ball. I've been talking, yeah, my itch, so now they wanna call. They got my line tap, oh yeah, they tryna take it off. Oh no, here we go again. Pull me over, let me guess, it's cause my melanin. Asking questions, me and you both know irrelevant. But I stay cool and collected cause I'm heaven sent. They hate it, I love it, they know that there's no one above it except for God. Instead of becoming with negative energy, I gotta move and die. Give me that back, can't touch my crown, I'm a king and yeah, you know that. Talk about giving it back, I'ma come and take that. Yeah, I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down. Yeah, they know I be about it. I don't do a lot of talking, come and see about it. They gon' try to keep it from you so you don't know about it. I'm a young pharaoh, pick it up and read about it. Here's your opportunity. Telling stories, yeah, to make sure they remember me. Can't hold me down, cause I leave behind a legacy. And don't believe them when they say they who they claim to be. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. Stand tall. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turned a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. I'ma stand up, yeah, for something. Cause they can't hold me down.
Say you're looking, keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try, but never find someone who's mine. Keep looking for it, but you can't find it. Can't find another one to get around with. You try, never find another me.
for the priest. Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Yeah. We be hot, mama got game, check my team, we light the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game. We be hot, mama got game. Check my team, we like the flame. We be bougie, y'all sound the same. We be, mama got game, yeah. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause we don't do it like you do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. Rockin' be rockin' the game. Hear them screaming, they screaming my name. We be up on the fame. We be all of the power, we reign. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls, cause they don't do it like we do. We be cooking something new. Hear us knocking, coming through. Push the limit on them rolls. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game. Mama got game. Yeah, mama got game. Yes. Yeah, mama got game.
As long as we're together, it feel easier. Yeah, this right here forever. Living higher. Won't let you down, I'll never. Won't let you down. I think I found my treasure. Oh yeah. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight.
rhythm and I'm up the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word on the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. up the beat. With it all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat. With it all look. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting climb out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Todo el mundo sabe, yo soy poderosa. Si te caigo mal, es que estás celosa. No soy santa, tampoco soy mafiosa. Puedo ser dulce, también soy venenosa. Baby, yo soy natural, a mi cuerpo no hay igual. Solo quiero mi dinero, yo no soy sentimental. Y tú quieres ser primero, pero tienes que esperar. Aquí yo soy la que manda, así que ponte en fila atrás, yeah. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o texto, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir al cielo. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. En el club yo le muevo las caderas. Yo soy reina, mami, tú eres cualquiera. No tienes fuego, salte para afuera. En este juego yo siempre soy la primera. Y los perros tienen sed, los atrapo en mi red. Y me dan toda su plata cuando juego mi papel. Los enredo en mi dedo y los tengo al revés. Y me baño en la riqueza porque yo soy la mujer. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o texto, ya. Ya tienes que saberlo, yo vine a subir al cielo. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno.
3, 2, 1.
Semangat buat BTR, jangan kendor semangatnya. Ini baru match 1, masih ada beberapa match lagi. Harus kuat, harus tetap fokus, tetap strong. Keren BTR.
Semangat untuk Indopret kita. Bigetron Alpha, yuk semangat.
BTR semangat, Onyx semangat.
Buat Bigetron tetap semangat karena kita di sini nunggu sampai final. Pokoknya Bigetron win, Onyx semangat, pasti win. Pokoknya semangat Onyx, go Onyx!
Onyx semangat terus buat Coach Yep, Coach Adi juga, Coach Mars. Semoga draftnya respect, kita Indo-Pride harus banggain Indonesia. Semangat.
Untuk BTR semangat terus, mau kalian menang atau kalah tetap kita dukung. Semoga kalian bisa menang di match kali ini.
Hai guys, aku BTR Davina. Jangan lupa dukung Bigetron Alpha sekarang di Istora. Kita harus merapat rame-rame untuk mendukung di SPS MLBB Final. Let's bring on the legacy.
We gotta push to the limit then work till we finish then push to the limit then work.
Semangat terus! We saw all the audience here. We just keep on hearing Semangat Onyx, Semangat BTR. But right now it is a 3-0. It's almost a clean sweep for Onyx here in the Grand Finals. Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series, powered by Samsung Galaxy. My name is Ophel. Alongside with me is Coleus as well as Reptar. Coleus for now has black hair. Mine change. We'll see how things go.
Wow, but yeah, it's only one step left for Onyx. They gonna bring that trophy back home. But Bigetron Alpha need that jump if they want to bring that trophy.
And the sunset has already, well, hit here in Jakarta, Indonesia. But after this, maybe it'll be a constant sunrise because Coleus's hair will be yellow. Bright yellow
Please
at that.
don't bring that right now because Bigetron still have the chance.
It's okay, man.
Bigetron still have the chance.
This is Konoha. We need Naruto. So
Yeah.
it's all good. It all works out.
I'm after that, I'm calling you Yellow Flash from here
Yellow
on out.
Flash. Okay.
Either ways, going into game number 4, we got like what, half an hour break for the players is a little bit longer. I kind of feel like BTR, they should be able to find some kind of answer, right?
Yeah.
Especially, I want to see Sorizo step up because in this series, he has not been doing well.
Yeah, he hasn't gotten favorable matchups. He's been shut down by Onyx. The hero pick's not really the best for Chorizo. So yeah, I think that's something Bigetron needs to fix right away because it feels like they've already solved everything else. Now it's just the Chorizo factor. They've gotten the chance to give Moreno his comfort picks. They showed up that Saken can play a great game on the Clint. Finn is starting to he's getting there. Super Ken has the super back. We just need the Chorizo. He's the missing X factor now for BTR.
Yeah, besides of the strategy, I think they already discussed about it when we have the break back there. But I think they really need the faith. They really need the belief that they can beat Onyx. It's the important thing to do because, it's their last game if they are losing this game.
Exactly.
You know what? We want to hear from you guys as well because the Snapdragon Pro Series, we're here striving to be better. So for you guys at home, we would appreciate your feedback, letting us know where we can improve how we can make Season 4 much better than this time, if it's possible at all. We'd love to hear your feedback, and thank you very much. We love you guys.
We love you.
and of course, for you guys to know, for the season number 4, you guys as well need to subscribe to the newsletter so you guys will know what is up with the Snapdragon Pro Series, because all of the updates will be there, so you guys will know when registrations are open, when the game is going to be played, and everything else. Again, thank you very much. Now guys, again, game number 4 here. Are we feeling like it's a sweep, or are we feeling like Bigatron Alpha has enough in them to win the next game?
I feel like they have enough in them to have a much better draft, probably their best draft in their series. But your question was about winning it, and I feel like I don't want to say it.
So you feel
It
like
hurts.
it's a sweep?
I feel like it might be a sweep, yeah.
But for me, I think because we know how mad scientist Coach Aldo is, how the Bigatron Alpha can do until this stage right now, until this moment, because they are just going from the challenge season and now they are on the challenge final and it's the grand final. I think, yeah, Bigatron still have the chance. I still have the faith in them.
Yeah, they have a chance, for sure. But everything that Onyx has shown so far has just been a team prepared. But now, as we mentioned earlier, Onyx cannot get too overzealous. They cannot get greedy. They cannot get too excited to finally be crowned champions of the SPS. Bigatron, one of the best things about this team and how they've shined throughout Snapdragon Pro Series is do not count them out, because they know how to come back really well. And again, it begins in the draft. The Architect versus Rajayeva.
Right now, because of the Fermis ban, I can already feel like Bigatron Alpha either pick off or burst. Because so far, the Fermis from Sans has prevented a good Kaja play.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I feel like now they're setting up for a clear win condition of catch and burst.
Yeah. Now, Onyx actually decide to prioritize a ban on the Valentina. They saw Moreno, was like, oh,
Joy's open again.
Yeah, Joy's open
Yeah.
again, Eve's open again. But if I'm Onyx, yeah, pick up the Joy in this scenario. But BTR now take out the Uranus, or we're gonna see Boots playing a different hero.
Or
Masha,
this
maybe.
might
Yeah,
be
Masha.
the scenario that they want to play for Bigatron Alpha. They're just baiting the Onyx using their Joy, and they're gonna counter it with some hero. Like, for example, Franco is still open if they want to pick it.
Yeah, if there's gonna be a Joy, Kaja, or Franco, for sure will get picked up here by Bigatron.
So now, it looks like Onyx, they're really thinking about it. They're just like, looking at the bans, it feels oddly sus.
Wow.
So they're picking up the Fanny. They're like, we're smelling something we don't like.
Yeah.
So first pick. I say this again, in case you're not looking at your screen. First pick. Numero uno. Nombo satu. Fanny.
Yeah, if I'm BTR, I pick up the Fredrin, I pick up the Franco. Don't pick up the Bakshi just yet. They can follow the same banning pattern and picking pattern as they did up against AP Bren. Again, this was a factor. We've talked about this. BTR, I know that they have what it takes to go up against this Fanny.
Yeah, and you already mentioned before we go to break, right, Renmar, that just let Onyx use his Fanny,
yeah.
and then counter it with some of heroes, but they are picking Eve right now. I know Eve is a very good hero when using the reward manipulation
I mean,
for the
it's better.
utility.
It's better than Farsa.
Yeah.
So I think that's the only reason why they just don't want to give the Eve to Sans. I think legit, I feel like that's the only thing, because if not, Onyx is going to force Moreno to use a Farsa or a different mage, maybe even the Lilia again.
But Eve really needs the bodyguard right now, I think,
Yeah.
If not, Eve gonna be the target of Fanny.
Yeah, that's why they picked up the Fredrin. That's why I won't be surprised if this Fredrin ends up on the EXP lane. But again, Bigatron has the capability to surprise with their picks. Whoa, they pick up the Kaja and Farsa. Yo, if I'm Bigatron, I'm willing to pick up the Xborg if they're gonna go for Xborg.
Yep.
Kufra.
Yeah, I think Kufra is pretty safe. It's kind of good against all three heroes that Onyx has showed so far. Both teams now don't have a marksman. I kind of feel like we'll see a Claude ban, because Claude is good against the Eve. as well as the Farsa.
Yeah.
So, and the thing is, having the Eve as well as the Farsa kind of makes it difficult for a lot of marksmen to play just by default.
Definitely.
So I'm really interested to see if any of the teams are gonna go a little bit wacky when it comes to the gold lane. Even the safest wacky pick that I can think of right now is a Harith.
Yeah.
Yeah, because CW used Harith before. And
Yep.
Vanish shows up, especially against the high ground defense.
And Harith gets banned.
And
They're
Harith
really
gets
good.
banned. Yeah, great read here by BTR to take that out immediately. The Matrix will still be open for them if they want to. They have tremendous wave clear already, but if they really want to add into it, have a really good high ground alongside their Fanny, who, again, you mentioned, carry on this Fanny feels like he's a high ground hero, and go for it. I like this approach of BTR. They're taking out the best possible surprising boots picks.
I think BTR wants Beatrix and Onyx might want the carry.
Yeah. Ooh, fast.
Yeah, they read the box, yeah.
Very fast banning phase. We go into the second picking phase. Again, honestly, I am okay with the next board showing up here.
Yep.
Put that Fredrin in the jungle. But then I think BTR might want to match it. And the Lancelot is still open, the speed of the Fanny rotations. So they might even consider Lancelot, but I think they can hold on to their jungle pick last, maximize the flex possibility around the Fredrin, and then pick up their gold laner here.
It's typical of Bigatron drop, right? You're usually seeing like Fredrin has been locked, but not jungler or even the XP lane yet.
Yeah.
But now, if they're gonna pick the marksman, I think Beatrix can do, or even like the clock still open when facing against Farsa.
Sure.
What does that say, guys?
The only one that can beat Onyx is RQ.
Yeah.
Only
RQ.
Oof. Yeah, but as predicted, looks like Bigatron, they do want the Beatrix. Now, looking if Onyx really does want the carry, I think it still can be quite well here. Yeah.
Yeah, they have the wave clear already with the Farsa, but maybe that puts a bit too much wave clear pressure on the Farsa. But then in terms of like the wave clear, it's pretty much gone.
Fanny is a high ground hero, man. What are you talking about?
All right, yeah, for Kyrie,
if Kyrie is the one using, he's a high ground hero.
Okay, there's the Terizla, so they don't have to worry so much about wave clear now. And they pick up the Claude.
Yeah.
Okay. Great pickups here by Onyx.
With the Rizla, I think they will need to wait for the momentum using the flicker and then the penalty zone. If we're looking at the Yves and Beatrix, they cannot stay closely during team fight, or the Rizla gonna get them both.
X-Borg.
I feel X-Borg is fine.
Right.
Because right now, look at the mobility coming in from Onyx. It's going to be very difficult to catch, man.
Yeah.
I do not envy Vin on this Kufra.
Yeah. Oh, Bigatron. Earlier we saw an X-Borg versus Terizla matchup, and Chorizo looked super comfortable with it. He knew how to play up against a Terizla, but yeah, it's going to be a different player that he's up against. This time it's Boots.
Yeah, but it's potentially the final game.
Yeah.
Just use it.
Your trump still sore.
Oh, Ling!
XP Fred Ling. Okay, yeah, the Ling. Yeah, that flew over my head. I like the Ling too.
I like it.
Farsa? Yeah.
You guys like Ling?
I like
you know what? I like the casters. I wonder if they like us too.
All right. This could be it. Match point for Onyx. And BTR have drafted out of their minds. Coach Aldo, the architect, have set up well for his team. Clap back.
At this point, it's all just comfort. Get your comforts, get your signatures, and let's battle it.
Before this game begins, we gotta do what needs to be done. And you know what happened to AP Bren. All right, now that that's out of the way, we continue on in this saga. Onyx could take home another title, and you might Kaldak.
Hey, you still need to do those 50 push-ups, Leo. So, hey, and it's not over just yet. Super Ken just got his Ling. Yeah, it's not looking good for me.
It's tight. To be honest, this is a draft that's cut right down the middle, and it's uncanny that the Claude actually came through in the last phase, and that Beatrix was more of a priority, but just the same, both teams know what they're doing. Both teams are aware of the stakes right here at the grand finals of the Snapdragon Pro Series. It's a purple star for both for junglers, Superkin and Kyrie. They can't commit any mistakes. The margin of error is so small.
The smallest we've seen. 2 assassins now in the land of Dawn. Kyrie already to the orange buff. Keyboy doing a good job at stopping, distracting Super Ken, and Kyrie will be able to walk out of this with an advantage, an invade early on.
And looking at how BTR are answering back, something tells me they might have been bitten once and twice shy. They understand, and they may have been shut down by the stakes, by the pressure so far of sitting at 0-3 here. Minute in, Little Wanderer, everything, even that small camp up top, all belong to Onyx.
Oh man, this Kufra from Vin is giving me flashbacks. MPL Indonesia Season 11, Onyx undefeated run, and then Kufra, Vin, regular season. RQ were able to pull off the win against this, dominating Onyx? The Kage, the World Slayer Onyx? And we'll see if he can replicate that in this game. As Super Ken is also on his signature.
Super Ken here, rocking that Ling, which has a killing spree. And we'll see, he's getting pressured here, he's getting cornered, forced out Tempest to blaze early.
Oh, he goes on the cutthroat as well, pulled out. But it's not gonna be a kill for either of these teams. Both teams disengage, but who won in that skirmish, in that battle?
Oh, I'd say even if you're looking at just a 200, 300 gold lead for Onyx, it's still all them. All the moves on the map are called for by the Sky Kings. Even this turtle here, pulled in by Boots. It's all green. Onyx have all their ultra. Just waiting for Keyboy, and he's gonna hit it here. And now all the more. Even with Kyrie taking his purple, Onyx have a clean go at this. I'm wondering what the contest plan here is for BTR.
Well, personally, it's to get Super Ken his purple buff, get him to a position where he can actually go for that. Super Vin with a Tyrant's Revenge, unable to connect, and this should be a free turtle over to Onyx, unless it's a cheeky steal. Oh, Vin with a Tyrant's Rage and a Flicker, now punished by the Divine Judgment. Moreno trying to help this Roamer, and now it's going to be the collapse coming down. Appraiser's Wrath, first blood, and Super Ken jumps in for 2 kills. Meanwhile, Sans up top with a good trade over to Saken.
2 for 1, plus the turtle, but Saken falls off camera. CW and Sans get him. I'd say that's a wash overall. Will we still end up in a place where neither are in a clear lead? But wait, the fight continues once more. They're not done. Just now they disengage. Bigatron Alpha, all right. Let's never count them out. They're playing with fire as early as 3 minutes in with a scaling lineup.
Yeah, I think that's the point that we need to push through even more, right? I mean, Bigatron Alpha, it does seem like with the Fredrin, with the Kufra, and the Yves, they'll have solid mid-control, some pressure, wave clear as well to fend off against Onyx dominance. But, like you said, they are a scaling lineup. They still need to get there. Now, while we're talking about scaling, I do want to bring up the topic of Kyrie's choice of emblems here. Killing Spree, same Fanny that we've been seeing for a long time, but it's a weapon mastery for him. CW blazing duet, clearing out the waves, and showing away Bigatron Alpha from this turret. Uh-oh. No.
They live. All right, so I'm guessing the principle behind that is he wants to scale up as much as Super Ken. Now, purple in jeopardy.
Oh! Bit too much that he could chew. Kyrie cuts him up. Divine Judgment bringing Vin under the turret, and this may be a solo kill. Yeah! Keyboy takes Vin down. It's 2-0. Kyrie versus Vin, or Kyrie versus Ken, and Keyboy versus Vin.
Jungle on jungle, support on support. Call it supportal combat 1 here. 4 minutes in, and CW, throughout the mayhem that Onyx have caused in the past minute, bottom that push on tier 1 top. And now, Kyrie looking to steal the purple away from Ken. Both have a retribution on. Oh, they disengage.
Yeah, very risky play by Super Ken there. He tried to make a miraculous steal onto that purple buff, and now they're even more behind. It has given Onyx more resources to play with the turtle. And the fact that CW has a lead over Saken is able to take that turret down very early on. It should be a free one. Again, oh, what? Super Ken jumps in with a help of Vin. Now time for the Blaze to escape. Super Vin caught in the feather airstrike. Kyrie with some damage. Boots with a maul down as he puts the hammer onto his face. Keyboy flicker. Super Ken trying to maneuver.
They're looking for a Divine Judgment. Super Ken with the Finch poise. He's getting out of range. Where's he gonna go? Is he gonna get an execution? Oh no, he might even be real recall. He's still alive.
How is he still alive? Keyboy, one more hit. Super Ken still able to dodge. He gets another. My goodness, Super Ken!
The juke of a lifetime. Super Ken making like Harrison Ford from The Fugitive.
Oh my goodness. Bigatron Alpha refuse to go down without a fight. They want this game.
In that whole sequence, he doesn't even end up coming home. He goes straight for his orange.
And now he's back to basically full.
Wow. If Super Ken performs this way and rubs off on all the rest of Bigatron Alpha and keeps it up for the rest of the series, we might as well see a reverse sweep. But we're far from that. Step by step, one by one, moment by moment. Keyboy spotted here in the Y bush. They're gonna keep up the pressure. Muchin San's gonna pressure the purple here. And Kyrie, he's gonna come in range.
Let's see, here Retribution gonna be used up. No retry right now, but Super Pin in the back now gonna be caught in the Divine Judgment. Bennett Rage coming down, but it doesn't find anyone. Good distraction by Boots in the back with the penalty zone, locking Bigatron Alpha up.
Pickoff is a pickoff, and that'll allow for the map to be a little more open as Keyboy assists CW in this Tier 1 takedown bottom. Something to note, Mirko, as early as 6 minutes 40 seconds, right? There's already two, count them, two blade armors on Onyx. So they really want to give Saken and Super Ken hell. All of those basic attacks, all of those crits, ching, ching, aren't going to come for free.
It's going to come at a cost. And now for Bigatron Alpha, if they want to get a free trade in, it'll all rely on Moreno. And he definitely is pretty far away from his power spike. He decided to go for the brute force breastplate. He wants to play as a utility. Sans flying by on the Saken. Renders apathy just to clear out, getting him that cannon minion. His Boots here is trying his best to just zone Cerezo out of the turtle pit.
An immaculate pull though. This allows for Onyx to not clearly and freely engage. And Bigatron Alpha, respect that space, respect the 3,000 gold that Onyx have on top of them. The clear firepower advantage that Onyx have can definitely just punish Bigatron Alpha in a snap as they turn. Now Keyboy with a pull.
Oh, instantly deleted. CW very aggressive onto the front now, going to be punished by the taunt. Venice Rage only connecting on the Boots. Sans with the recalls as they take a free turtle.
That's emotional damage coming in. CW playing with fire, so he's a very low. Can Kyrie finish the job?
Let's see, good knockup by Cerezo. Gets his gold laner and himself out of that situation. So we can now have the blades used up. Trying to go for some damage, but tickles Boots.
All it does is tickles Boots. Looking at the gold earned so far, it's clean and clear that Keyboy is making up so much of the space and of course the threat of activation to allow CW and Kyrie to deal this much damage. Woo! Putting Super Ken at 1 HP.
It was more like a warning shot, that one. Kyrie just missed by a bit. One basic attack.
A millimeter.
Even, I think at that point, a breath of air, a gust of wind would have taken him out.
A minion just comes up and attacks at the wrong time. Could have taken down Super Ken, but at least he's mobile. At least he can come back home, heal up, and then get back to business. There's a lot of split pushing that needs to be done for Bigatron Alpha to recover. Onyx here, approaching the 6,000 gold mark without even the Lord spawning quite yet. That happens in under a minute. Vin jumping from bush to bush. Let's check in on what these mid lane duos are building up. You see Sans has a Clock of Destiny and a Winter Truncheon, so deals a lot of damage. How about Moreno? After that brute force breastplate, on his way to a nice clean wand.
He has to just play for that utility for now. Sans is definitely far in the lead with a Clock of Destiny and a Lightning Truncheon. He can force a lot of the poke to come through. Burst damage as well to the back with the help of Keyboy. Once someone gets caught in that Divine Judgment, I think they're almost confirmed to be gone. Oh, a miss from Super Vin on that Tarnished Revenge. Feather Airstrike forcing on top of the blades from Super Ken. And this purple buff is gone. Onyx take it away. Bigatron Alpha, there's no way they get the Lord now.
This is very reminiscent of the past couple of games played here in this series where Onyx finds a lead and just bites down. This is the Gator roll. They're making sure that what prey they have doesn't stray too far. So Rizzo here caught out with his Divine Judgment.
And there you go, like I said, just melted down. Super Vin going aggressive, but the penalty zone is what connects onto the back. Saken getting cut down. Super Vin returns rage, but what is it for? No one there to follow it up. Super Vin outlasting to MLBB.
So close to a wipeout. Keyboy's gonna make sure this Super Ken survives. 4 for 1. A huge trade. A huge move for Onyx. Look at the damage that the 3 cores have dealt. Sans, CW, and Kyrie.
Onyx are on their way for another accolade. Another one in their collection, a trophy. Back to back to back. MPL ID champs in Season 11 to MSC and now Snapdragon Pro Series MLBB.
The tale of Onyx, the Sky Kings, continue to be written. Songs of their greatness continue to be sang. Chorus upon chorus across the land. What's Bigatron Alpha to do? How do they shrink this colossal lead? 8,000 gold. It's not impossible. We've seen it done before. But with this, a 3v1. Make that a 2v4 as Keyboy comes in. Evens the odds. It's so difficult. Where do we find a pickoff? Inside their base? I'm guessing that's one big chance. That's one big opportunity, a possibility.
But that will only... And Bigatron Alpha will only be relying on one thing. Onyx making a mistake. It's not a good game plan, but I agree with you, Leon. It's the only game plan that they have right now. That's how slim, that's how desperate, that's how bleak it looks for the Terminators.
Two things that need to happen. An amazing defense. They got to mount the defense of a lifetime inside their base. And they hope and pray that Onyx make a mistake there within. Super Ken doing his best to defend against his Lord and make quick work of it. But it's going to come at a cost. So close. He sensed that a concealed Keyboy was coming in. Bottom lane in jeopardy.
Keyboy going to be engaged on now with the taunt as well. Penetration coming down. That's a kill over. Penalty zone on the 3.
And the RWMD answer back, but it's not going to be enough.
Kyrie in the back with CW. Super Ken. Tempest plays a step, but now he goes on to CW. Kyrie was just waiting. They knew what was going to happen, and it happened. Wipeout.
The inevitable is nigh. A 5-for-1 with fans sitting atop Moreno's corpse. Ladies and gentlemen, can this defense happen? It's not!
From Cambodia to Jakarta, Onyx are champions again!
The Sky Kings hit a new peak. Altitudes unheard of in the history of our great sport. Onyx are your Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3 MLBB champions.
There was nothing Bigatron Alpha could do. They pulled all their straps, they laid it on a table flat. Onyx took all of that and flipped the table. Aggressive movements, proactive movements, intelligent movements, all combined to make the most dominant team that we have seen in MLBB.
What is but your comfort picks to a king? What is but your zany and quirky draft to the most dominant force in the realm of this esport today? Onyx reigns supreme. And here in a show of esportsmanship, the Indo versus Indo Grand Finals. It finally happened. And are we not repeating history? Is this not how the previous years of PH versus PH Grand Finals concluded as well?
You're right. 4 zeros were the mark of Filipinos' dominance the previous seasons. And here it is. We're witnessing a new era. A hopeful one for Indonesia. The Onyx World Slayer era.
Dan inilah dia, sang juara yang sudah menunggu momen yang mendebarkan dari group stage hingga sampai babak playoff. Mereka betul-betul menunjukkan kekuatan dari sang Raja Langit.
Istora Senayan, give it up for your Snapdragon Pro Series champions, Onyx!
Yay! Semuanya mari kita bersama-sama menyaksikan. Ini adalah momen yang dinantikan, momen mereka untuk mendapatkan apa yang sudah mereka kejar. Inilah dia, momen bersejarah. Mari kita bersama-sama berteriak untuk Tim Onyx!
All right, everybody, there you have it, our winners. But what's a winning moment without a little bit of an interview?
Sang Raja Langit, kita akan ngobrol-ngobrol bersama sang juara yang betul-betul membersihkan babak playoff mereka dari upper bracket dan mereka tetap berdiri teguh sampai pada akhirnya di ujung grand final pun mereka berhasil mendapatkan poin bersih 4-0.
Yes, indeed. It was a clean sweep of 4-0 in a best-of-7 series.
Yes, but Boots, melawan Indonesia di final ini, gimana Boots ngedapetin bahkan 4-0 di momen seperti ini? Kapten?
Yang pasti seneng karena juara, apalagi lawan Indo juga. Ya bersyukur aja deh.
Bersyukur, they feel blessed because it's Indonesian and versus Indonesia and they won with 4-0.
That was their goal, right? They really wanted an Indonesian grand finals. And as what Moreno said earlier on, they're okay with not winning as long as it's them in the grand finals. And I think they did really well.
Iya, dan mungkin kita bakal bertanya juga, Coach Yap.
Yes.
This time, Onyx slays everyone. You just won the MSC and now the Snapdragon Series. How about that?
Ini semua juara blessing banget buat tim ini dan kami want to thank everyone, Sonic, management, the fans, the family and friends of Onyx and for supporting us. Ya, tapi sudah capek banget.
They're tired. They're tired, obviously. Even though it was just 4 games, but that 4 games they really exerted themselves because they wanted a 4-0 clean sweep.
Yeah, Kyrie, you want to say something? Oh, coba. Ini semuanya pada teriak Kyrie. Say something about this winning moment, Kyrie.
Alhamdulillah juara lagi.
That's all. Cewek, say something.
Kalian semua luar biasa guys.
Oh, you guys awesome. Sans, the God, Sans. Gila Sans. Sans, this crowd love you so much. Semuanya suka banget, cinta banget sama kamu.
Apa?
Semuanya cinta, Sans. Gimana dengan momen kemenangan ini, Sans? Mungkin ada yang mau di-share perjalanannya atau gimana?
Ya, alhamdulillah aku sempat sakit juga dan bisa bangkit lagi. Ya itu senang banget lah.
And the weather, he's sick, but right now he's better and now he's winning. So he's happy.
Wait. We're forgetting someone. Kiboy?
Boy!
Come.
Kiboy!
Okay, so Kiboy, how are you feeling? Another championship in the bag for Onyx. How are you feeling?
Yang pertama pasti bersyukur banget lah. Puji Tuhan bisa menang lagi. Sama senang banget sih bisa melanjutkan dominasi Indonesia untuk turnamen internasional. Semoga kedepannya Indo di Pro Series Mobile Legends bisa tetap mempertahankan dominasi kita.
They want to dominate all the international tournaments. So this is the start and they want to continue it.
Yes, this is not the last as well. They are, they're going to continue exerting dominance in the future international scene. Okay, so I think they're tired, but our casters aren't that tired. But before we throw it to them, can we get the crowd to cheer with us?
Of course. Semuanya siap ya? Kita bakal bersorak-sorai untuk sang juara. Tim Onyx, go! Go! What time is it? It's Onyx time!
Onyx. Di atas langit ada Onyx. They're doing it the best. At this point, I kind of feel like this entire moment should be let for the fans.
Yeah.
Let them celebrate. I'm looking at Colliers. You're looking a little yellow, but congratulations to Onyx. 4-0.
Dominant, undisputed. It wasn't the smoothest of roads. They lost to AP Brand in their opening group stage matchup.
Yep.
They were brought to their limit by AP Brand, but you see them. They raised the trophy. Champions yet again.
Yep. Because now they are crowned as the champion of Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3. So that's why they gonna live with that title.
Hey, you know what? If they maintain this dominance and they come back with Snapdragon Pro Series Season 4, championing that one as well, it's gonna be a Snapdragon Pro Series Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Dude, when Oni wants to dominate, they go all the way, man.
Yeah. There's just something about them when they lock in their goal, when they know what they want to achieve and how they want to achieve it, they will find a way. And they've done it yet again.
Dude, right now, again, just look at the players. Like, I kind of feel like, for those of you that didn't understand what they were saying in the interview, they're all feeling very thankful. And Sans even said, during this journey, he fell sick in the middle.
Yeah.
His team waited for him. He came back, and he made sure that he helps the team win.
Yeah.
Yep. With the comeback, with the training again, they found the chemistry again, and now they are the champion, even with 4-0 score. Clean sweep for this Onyx.
They almost didn't make it to this scenario. It was a 3-2 score against AP Brand. Two very close games where they had to make a comeback. But once they finally got that through that hurdle, wow, just dominant against Bigatron.
It's going to be a very interesting MPL ID. That's all I got to say.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because Onyx just winning against Epibrand 3-2, right?
Yeah.
But Bigatron Alpha clean sweep the Epibrand. I think Bigatron Alpha still have the room to improve.
Yes.
To prove or even have the revenge match later.
You know what? Let's look at the bracket to see how all of the journey started. The first thing that we have to say was Onyx. They didn't get a bye, and yet they never dropped the series. They never went down to the lower brackets.
Yeah, they were brought to the limit by Udo Red Giants in Game 2. RSGPH, demolition job against Bren. Well, we've talked about that. BTR had to crawl and claw to get to this grand final. Maybe just a little bit was asked of BTR, and Onyx said, sorry, it's our time right now.
But Bigatron deserve to get the Terminator title.
Definitely.
Yeah, the title on them, the Terminator, because they just make 3 Filipinos team go home.
And let's look at the prize pool, man, because all the way, 12 and 11 is going to be shared by Toda and Burdex Flash. 10th and 9th with 2,000 USD Esports EVOS Legends and RSG SG. 8th place, 7th place for 3,700 USD Aura Fire as well as EVOS Icon. 6th place is gonna go over to Udo Red Giants. 5th place, RSGPH, 5,500 each. 4th place, 10,000 US dollars Echo. 3rd place, AP Brand, 17,000 US dollars. 2nd place, 32,000 US dollars is going over to Bigatron Alpha. And the grand prize of them all, the 1st place, Onyx, 65,000 US dollars.
That's a massive bag right there.
Yeah, 65 grand. They can go on holidays maybe after the MPL IDN.
Yeah.
If they, after the M Series, I mean.
Yeah, it's funny. They can't even go on holidays after Snapdragon Pro Series because they have next week MPL Indonesia.
Hey, you know what? They gotta hustle, man.
They gotta hustle.
This is the price that you have to pay when you're that good. You just can't stop. You gotta keep on going. You gotta keep on dominating.
And look at them. Now they are just shushing the haters' mouth because they are the champions now.
All the doubters that is impressive about this roster is it wasn't just the main five we got to see. We got to see Albert shine in a couple of games. So the future here for Onyx, if they're willing to shuffle around more players, experiment a bit more, while still sticking true to their identity, they could be a dominant team for many, many more tournaments.
Yep.
I gotta say, with this kind of dominance, until Onyx loses, I think it's fair if we call Kyrie the best player in the world.
Yeah.
He's gotten how many championships now?
Yeah.
The only one is missing is the World Championship. Am I correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Has he won the World Championship? Not yet, right?
No.
Not yet.
Still
Just that
missing
one more title.
One title. He
The
has
ultimate,
MSC in
yeah.
the bag. He's an MPL champion. Snapdragon Pro Series. Just needs that. Just needs that.
Because the jungler who won 2 M series is only the
Carl TZ.
Yeah, only he are the winner from 2 M series title. But Kyrie, I think he can win his first title later if he keep doing on this performance.
Yeah, honestly, in these situations, it's usually people say it's too early. It's too early.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's too early. But right now, I don't think it's too early to say Onyx got a shot.
Dude, Kyrie is unique in the sense that he has 2 homegrown buffs. He will have a homegrown buff in Indonesia and Philippines.
Yeah, going back home.
So technically, no matter where he goes, he just gets stronger.
Yeah.
He's amazing, man.
Yeah.
The entire team is amazing. The fans, they're amazing. They're still here chanting for Onyx as they're down there taking pictures, probably.
Yep.
Yeah, they're most likely taking pictures.
With the trophy.
Revel in the moment. Enjoy it. They deserve it. And
Yeah,
again,
champion.
it's just not Kyrie. It's wild how, again, the improvement of Sans, the boy, CW solidifying himself as one of the best, if not the best marksman in the world. Hoots as well as one of the most terrifying EX players to go up against. Terrifying. He's a good guy too in real life, but he's terrifying in the Land of Dawn.
Yeah. Please just don't look at Boots' eyes
Yeah.
on the Land of Dawn.
Yeah, don't stare him in the eyes.
Like Lavelle said before, he gonna follow you everywhere.
Yeah, again, like, what else can we say about Onyx? Let's just say congratulations to Bigatron Alpha for getting the 2nd place. It was an amazing play coming in from the team. But after this loss, I feel like celebrate first, you know, have 1 or 2 days off, and then rethink about how they're gonna perform next time going up against Onyx. Because let's face it, on the surface, they might be like, hey, congratulations, you know, you guys did great, blah, blah, blah. But in the hearts of hearts, man, they're like, we're coming for you guys next time.
And that's why the placement of the Snapdragon Pro Series after MSC, close to the start of a few MPL regions, it's a great teaser, a great transition into what's to come, but while also solidifying itself as one of the major tournaments to watch out for with the caliber of games that we got to see, the caliber of teams. I'm excited to see more of MPL Indonesia. I'm looking forward to MPL Malaysia, and of course, I'm looking hella forward to MPL Philippines as well, and even MPL Cambodia, and
for the
MPL Singapore.
Yeah. It's like the Snapdragon Pro Series giving them a new chance. Okay, you lost on the MSC, or maybe you can beat the MSC champion on this tournament, but the result, still Onyx.
You know what? This is the end of the end. I just want to give a very special thank you to all our sponsors, starting with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. They are the reason we can do this. Amazing partners. All of Onyx Esports, like I said, they're only capped by the power of their devices. And the devices that they use was powered by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. The devices that they were using, the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, giving the absolute best in gaming performance. Definitely championship worthy. And we also gotta give it up for Monster Energy, giving everyone here the extra energy they need to battle it out, to be champions. Unleash the beast with Monster Energy. And of course, thank you very much to DHL, basically giving the victory all over the world because they're a worldwide courier company. Thank you very much. Make sure you guys join the Epibot Dash Cup to win 5,000 euros. My name is Avel. Do you guys have any final words to everyone watching?
My name is Reptar. Thank you so much. This was my first major international event. Finally getting to meet you and work with you in person, Lafel, and of course you too, Kolios.
Yeah, my name is Kolios, and this is my first international event too for me, and it's been an honor to be the analyst desk on here with Lafel, with Lafel and Renmar, of course with the others like Leo and all of them.
Yeah, Leo, Gideon, Mirko, Eterna,
Yeah.
Johnny, everyone who's worked at the
Everyone
English
here.
desk. Thank you so much from the bottom of our hearts on behalf of them as well.
This isn't my first international.
That's true. That's true.
I mean, let's just take a quick look at the leaderboard. You guys are being all like, oh, you know.
I'm on the first place.
Congratulations.
Yeah, with Mirko and
Gani. Congratulations, man. That's awesome. And right there at the end, look, almost Indonesian domination.
Yeah.
And then there's Rose
How did you and Leo from #1 to not being on the leaderboard anymore?
No, man. There we are. So many ties there.
Look at Lafel. He's on the last. Oh yeah, you made it, Lafel.
You made it. It takes talent to be that bad.
You made it.
I set a goal for myself, and I achieved.
Congratulations, man. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations, man.
Anyways, my name is Afel, not my first international. For you guys at home, make sure you stay safe, clean your dishes, and make sure shower every day. You guys have been watching the Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy. That is it for us. We are signing off, and we can't wait to see you guys at the next Mobile Legends Bang Bang event. Bye-bye.
Terima kasih untuk SBS.
Kayak bisa nyemangatin langsung buat player-player yang kita suka.
Ini acara paling-paling yang kita tunggu-tunggu juga ya untuk di Indonesia juga.
Thank you banget untuk SBS.
Yang udah adain acara di Jakarta, soalnya saya jauh-jauh dari Tanjung Pinang ke sini.
Terima kasih buat SBS udah ngadain acara kayak begini di Jakarta.
Terima kasih untuk acara ini dari ICSL dan SBS. Acaranya seru banget, acaranya meriah, besar, dan keamanannya juga sistemnya bagus, semuanya lightingnya bagus.
Dan manajemennya tuh bagus-bagus banget, orang-orangnya benar-benar friendly, benar-benar ramah.
Bagus banget, apalagi di sini ada glory area, ada food car juga buat makan, semua fasilitas lengkap. Memang bagus banget sih event kali ini.
Makasih SBS, acaranya keren banget ini.
Jadi kita para fans Mobile Legends, para player Mobile Legends juga bisa nonton dan ikut langsung suasana di sini.
Untuk ISL dan SBS, semoga lain kali bisa adakan acara seperti ini lagi.
Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Todo el mundo sabe, yo soy poderosa. Si te caigo mal, es que estás celosa. No soy santa, tampoco soy mafiosa. Puedo ser dulce, también soy venenosa. Baby, yo soy natural, a mi cuerpo no hay igual. Solo quiero mi dinero, yo no soy sentimental. Y tú quieres ser primero, pero tienes que esperar. Aquí yo soy la que manda, así que ponte en fila atrás, yeah. No, al cel no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o textos, ya tienes que saberlo. Yo vine a subir al cielo, Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale cualquiera. No tiene fuego, salte para afuera. En este juego yo siempre soy la primera. Y los perros tienen sed, los atrapo en mi red. Y me dan todas sus retas cuando juego mi papel. Los enredo en mi dedo y los tengo al revés. Y me baño en la riqueza porque yo soy la mujer. No, al cielo no te contesto, no. Ni tu DMs o texto, ya tienes que saberlo. Yo vine a subir, subir, subir al cielo. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, baby, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que quiero. Dale bueno, dale, dale bueno. Ya tú sabes, baby, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno, lo que es bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Dale bueno, dale bueno. Bye.